All right, good morning, everybody. Welcome to day 2 of the Water Task Force in Dodge City. Looking forward to a lot of good conversations today. As promised, we will open up with public comments here this morning. We did have several people register with us to provide comments, so we'll go through the people that signed up first. And if you did not sign up but would like to make comments, we'll give you an opportunity after we get through our list. So let's go ahead and get started. Titus Yeager is up first. Thank you, Mr. Yeager.
Good morning. I'm presenting here on behalf of the Southwest Irrigation Association. Agriculture is our life and our livelihood. Our water resources have fueled the lifeblood of the Western Kansas economy since their development. As we sit here today, folks in Western Kansas face a bleak future. The Arkansas River has completely lost stream flow from Garden City to Dodge City in our lifetime. As a result, we have completely lost an entire ecosystem. Much of the rural Upper Ark region has lost population, and many independent small businesses, farms, and ranches, with an accompanying collapse of social relationships. The declines in the Ogallala Aquifer threaten even existence. We need a combination of actions, strategies, policies to conserve, connect, and restore our region's lands and waters to benefit Kansas and all people. A vision supportive of a locally led and designed project framework that leverages a collaborative, adaptive, and flexible approach to build on existing strategies and tools to achieve voluntary conservation practice, enrollment, and adoption. A framework project design that emphasizes reduced water use, playa lake restoration, irrigation efficiency testing and enhancement, and water technology and infrastructure modernization, and is guided by science to achieve effective conservation-minded stewardship that motivates responsible resource management, behavior changes, and aquifer recharge acceleration to benefit the life of the aquifer, promote robust economic activity, establish healthy wildlife habitat, boost local recreation and their economies, solidify a resilient, healthy landscape, contribute to thriving, healthy communities, and provide safe drinking water, and protect our most valuable and precious resource, water. A framework project designed to improve resilience in historically underrepresented communities across the Upper Ark landscape by creating jobs that support restoration and resilience. A framework project that makes it easier for private landowners, farmers, ranchers, and communities to be successful to ensure they are the most innovative in the world. A project that gives positive direction to support our people, our communities, that is good for agriculture, our ecology, and the economy while offering hope. Look to the Upper Ark RAC, the Southwest Irrigation Association, local residents and communities for input on priority, outcome, projects, and programs. We need a budget increase for the KGS flyover. GMD 3 is more than twice the size of other Western GMDs, as well as the most densely populated and developed district in the state, with the most diverse hydrology and geology and a powerful economic engine. And it's only budgeted the same dollars as the other Western GMDs. Our region, as you heard yesterday, is pursuing a robust conservation initiative. We ask you to leverage the state surplus to claw back the litigation money that disappeared in the general fund around 2011, $20 million, and use it to kickstart a water bank program for Western Kansas. Our region needs financial assistance to maintain stability and continuity to implement our aggressive conservation initiative. Something similar to the GMD5 rattlesnake Quivera direct payments for water use reduction. The state is serious about water reductions. The letter from the chief engineer indicated that what those reductions need to look like and how quickly to get there. There is a need for financial assistance to accomplish that. Our conservation initiative is designed to aggressively reach Q stable. We are experiencing one of the toughest farm economies in history. We need financial assistance for reduced water usage to make this transition and maintain our viability. Our region needs a plan beyond water usage as part of our conservation initiative to invest in augmentation to secure new sources of supply. Reductions are useful and something we support. They are designed to extend the usable life short term. However, they address the symptom while failing to address the problem through restoration. The science is clear. If we change nothing in 50 to 80 years, we'll end up at the same point with aggressive reductions. It's a Band-Aid for a broken bone. New sources of supply exist even inside the boundaries of Kansas. Richard Rokel, in his presentation to the task force, referenced 10 million gallons per day on the verdigris. Our compact with Oklahoma provides for more water than GMD3 uses annually. Produced water from oil and gas exists as an alternative source of supply, along with many abundant sources of supply beyond our boundaries. Restoration is paramount to existential continuation. Look to neighboring states like Colorado and Texas and Arizona. They have plans and programs investing billions. What's keeping us from doing the same? In June, El Dorado Lake was releasing almost 1 million gallons per minute. We have available space in our underground reservoir to store this flood control release and keep this valuable, precious resource in our state. We advise the governor's water task force to help motivate a plan to interconnect reservoirs, rivers, and aquifers across the state. The Upper Arks RAC previous message to the Kansas Water Authority captured the region's needs and priority, and it got the attention of the state NRCS Technical Committee and was communicated in a presentation to the committee on July 10th. The presentation highlighted a need for NRCS framework for groundwater, similar to the established framework for soil health and grasslands. This resulted in the state technical committee electing to formally develop a state NRCS strategy and framework for groundwater. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Yeager. Up next, we have Davey Rock.
Morning. Yeah, my name is Davey Rock. I represent NetFM USA. My background is actually in farming out of Colorado. I moved out of there about 3 years ago. We used to pump water at will as much as we wanted, whenever we wanted. And then a terminal crop came along called subdivisions. And then Kansas called and said, I want more water. And so we had to embrace different technologies such as drip irrigation, pivot irrigation. And so we moved to that. We actually were able to grow more with a lot less. So that's me. Some of you may not be familiar with NetFM company that I work for. We're in about 120 countries, 60 years history. Started in Israel. We are based in the US out of Fresno, California. Out there on the island of California, I guess you might call it. We're out here, but specialized in SDI, and you can see on the handout there that we have two dealers here. One is NutriDrip and the other one's Carpenter Irrigation, which are fantastic dealers for us. So we have local presence and a lot of SDI that's already currently here in Kansas. Really fortunate to have talented people there. In the handout, I did mention that 90% of the water in Kansas is used. Upon some further research, that looks like maybe 85% of the water might be used for irrigation. So it's still the gorilla in the room, but it was a little bit higher than what I had thought originally. So there's currently about 40,000 acres of subsurface drip irrigation in Kansas. And I'd be willing to bet many of you probably drove by fields on the way here. I know I did. So SDI, whenever we say SDI, it's subsurface drip irrigation. Just to kind of line out what that looks like. Usually the lines are about 14 inches deep. So it eliminates a lot of the evaporation that you normally would see. And the spacing of the lines are anywhere from 30, 40, or even 60 inches, depending on undulating terrain, soil types, and crop demands, cultivation practices. In short, an SDI system would have a water source, whether it be surface water or well water, go through proper filtration and then into the drip line where you have emitters that are welded into there about every 24 to 30 inches. So that's what the delivery of water is there. KSU actually shored this up. There is a 25% increase in efficiency going from drip irrigation from pivot irrigation. Other sources of irrigation, obviously flood, which doesn't have a lot here in Kansas anymore, but there's obviously greater efficiencies to be had there. Efficiencies doesn't just come in the water savings, but it also comes in fertilizer savings. You're delivering nutrients right to the root. In other states where they have massive nitrate problems, this is an added solution and benefit there. But lastly, I know at the governor's forum for conference for water last year, I was surprised by some misunderstandings and maybe some myths of what subsurface drip irrigation is. So I heard costs that were much higher than I would love to get the cost per acre that a lot of people have kind of had set the standard at, but it's really not the truth. Generally, a lot of the SDI is anywhere from $2,000 to $3,000 an acre. So that gives you kind of an idea of what that is. There has been poor technology put out in the field, given SDI some black eyes, not to mention, poor service and maintenance to those systems. So there's a lot of growers currently who are putting in drip irrigation, and they're putting more drip irrigation in. So as wells produce less, they can match up with those flow drip irrigation. I know you all have a huge task ahead in finding the ways, and it's not just in irrigation where you guys are going to find. There's other concerns, and I understand that, but obviously my expertise is in irrigation. NetFM has done this in other countries, in other states, Utah, Colorado. So this is not something that's terribly foreign to us. Is getting in there and people to save water. So Heather does have my contact information. So if you want to reach out, if you have any questions right now, I'm happy to answer them, but I appreciate your time. Hopefully you can take away with that handout. And what we'd like to do at some point in time, is get you guys in a field that has SDI so we can actually show you, hey, what is this really about, right? There are problems or challenges, I guess, maybe I should say with drip, but it does come with a significant efficiency in water. So really more crop with every drop. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rock.
Yes.
All right, we have written only comments from Hugh Brownlee. Oh, Hugh's here, is that correct? Okay. So take a look at those. Is there anybody else that would like to make public comments today? Mr. Jansen, please, the podium is all yours.
Okay, keeping with the trend you established yesterday, my first job was providing a push for a push mower for neighbor meetings. About age 8. Thank you for the opportunity to talk to you. I am encouraged by the direction you all are headed with these things. I don't feel like anybody's looking to burn us at the stake right now. I represent primarily irrigated agriculture and stock water users in the state. And I guess I just want to make some comments on things I heard yesterday. In terms of the vision of the group, look for remedies that increase flexibility for producers. One of the best ways to overcome reduced allocations is with multi-year allocations. If you've got the opportunity to manage that water over 5 years rather than an annual permit, you can do a lot with it. And my experience in our operation with multi-year flex accounts, we typically come out the end of those things with water left over in spite of the conservation factor that you incur when you go into that account. The economics, Western Kansas, I was looking for some numbers from previous presentations I've done. I believe somewhere in the vicinity of 30% of the GDP of Kansas is generated west of Pratt. And that is in protein sales. That's wheat, milk, beef, and pork. That doesn't include any numbers for manufacturing oil and gas. That is strictly ag production in that area. So it's in the interest of everybody find solutions to sustain that economy. And I know that corn is kind of the devil right now because of the water intensity of producing that crop. But if we're going to continue to support animal agriculture, we're going to have to come up with forage-based solutions. You can haul corn, you can rail corn, but you can't rail in silage, you can't rail in hay. The transportation costs on those bulk products just gets too high. So as we transition this economy, we're going to need maximum flexibility there. Titus was talking about the Central Kansas Water Bank, and he was referring to the compensated programs for water leasing, retirements, those sort of things. Some of the other components of the Central Kansas Water Bank that increase flexibility are the ability to deposit water, move it somewhere else and use it, take it to a piece of ground that'll give you the most economic return on that unit of water, as opposed to having that water trapped on a poor piece of ground where that economic return is greatly diminished. Agriculture is at the center of basically all the water problems we've got in the state, whether you're talking about sedimentation in reservoirs, whether you're talking about nitrate issues or quantity problems. So maintaining a good working relationship with the ag sector as opposed to trying to, I don't know, hamstring them into a set of rules where they're in a box. People in ag are going to find creative solutions to the problems you've got in front of them. You just need to maintain an open line of communication. There was a lot of talk yesterday about technology in irrigation management. I've worked with Heidi on a conservation innovation grant. One of the mentors in the Water Office's WISE program. Technology is not a silver bullet. We figured out our matrix was somewhere in the neighborhood of 60% of the cultural change to conserve water was from human contact. And following up with those people, providing the opportunity for education, practical experience in their own fields, and the mentoring process. I've gotten 40 text messages this morning from my wise group where we're going back and forth looking at probe readings, autonomous pivot, and Taylor Swift memes. But, you know, that's the kind of interaction that facilitates change. It's not dictation. And the technology is incredibly valuable, but you've got to have the practical knowledge to be able to apply it. And a big part of that is people. We've been very, very blessed to work with Lee Wheeler over the years on every one of these projects. And Lee is one of those guys that has the heart of a teacher. He's not in here telling you, no, you're doing this wrong, you need to do it that way. Lee will get you to do things without you knowing he did it to you. And that's the kind of people you need to facilitate this cultural change that's critical to getting us back to a culture of conservation in this part of the state. Partners, I would caution you to be careful. There are a lot of sharks that smell blood in the water around this water deal, and that blood is dollars. A lot of people out there ready to take your money, overpromise and underdeliver. So I would encourage you to work with people that have a proven track record. And I would say, in terms of facilitation funding, I would say that's the GMDs. I've worked with Nature Conservancy a lot. There's just a number of groups out there that have already proven their sincerity and their capability in this field. In terms of funding, we'll spend every dollar you can get us. And I realize there are a number of people in Topeka that say we keep pumping money into these farmers. What are we getting back out of it? And it's an investment in the future. I mean, you're paying for the opportunity to facilitate this cultural shift that I keep talking about. That's going to ensure the future success of the state. So that's my dog and pony. I will stand for questions if you have any.
Pat, we need to wish Lee a very happy birthday today. Please join me in wishing.
Sure. Thank you very much.
Pat, can I ask you a question?
Absolutely.
Thank you very much. I thought your remarks were great. And you talked a little bit about something that we heard about yesterday that I'd love to share more information for the task force, which is the system evaluations and the irrigation tech initiative, and the work that Lee is doing. I know as a state, you requested the RCCP to kind of expand that type of a program to all of the GMPs. Some of that may be held up at the federal level right now. I'm hoping that it will move forward. But could you talk about the benefit that that's provided for you and the type of improvement that you see in your irrigation system, having done that system evaluation?
In our operation, we very consistently use 15 to 20% less water producing the same crops as our peers. Foundation of that is the equipment evaluations. You got a center pivot system. If you listen to me talk about, you're going to hear pressure, 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 pressure. Pressure is critical to uniform application of water. If you've got a pivot running low pressure and it's coming up over the top of the hill, see where I want to bend here. At the top of this hill, you're going to lose approximately 6 pounds of pressure for every 10-foot change in elevation. So if you've got 15-pound regulators on a pivot, you need a minimum of 20 pounds to make them work. If you've got 20 pounds to pivot, you're going over a 10-pound or over a 10-foot hill. You're below your minimum operating pressure at the top of that hill. So you're under applying going across the top of this hill. When your hardworking crop consultant pulls into the field and crawls out of their air conditioned pickup, the first place they go is to the top of that hill. They check soil moisture there. You're under applying on the top of the hill. They say run continuous in spite of the fact that in the lower parts of the field where you have adequate operating pressure, you're actually over applying water due to the inconsistent application. That right there is a huge piece of it. Uniform application gives you the ability to run on the razor's edge when you're doing water scheduling and apply 10 to 15% less. One of the problems we have, and I hate to admit this, in my area, the cost of water is way too cheap. So the potential loss for under applying water is much, much greater than the savings from conserving. So everybody's tendency is to overcompensate. When you've got the equipment in order, you have the opportunity, you've got the confidence to be able to run on the razor's edge and maintain. One of the things that Lee teaches is maintaining some deficit in your irrigation scheduling program, so that when you get a rainfall, and that's, I referred to all the text messages I was getting out of my wife's group this morning, we were comparing on the autonomous pivot technology. One of the things that they tell you on there is effective rainfall. So in that scenario, if you're running your center pivot, keeping that ground 100% saturated, and you get an inch rain, your effective rainfall is 0, because you didn't have room in the profile to take advantage of that rainfall. The guys in our group that are following Lee's deficit irrigation scheduling program, we had, our group runs from Stafford, Kansas to our furthest west one is over in, just in Ford County by Ford County feeders. So we had anywhere from an inch was the least anybody got, and 3 inches was the most. Gentleman that got 3 inches was able to take advantage of around 1.20 inches of effective rainfall, which is pretty phenomenal. And it varied from there. But those are there is no silver bullet to this deal. It's incremental gains. You know, I've got a circle of corn that's going into the dough right that we've applied 5 inches of water on because of all the rainfall we've had this year. But out of 22 inches of rain I got, I only had an effective 13 inches of rainfall just because of the quantities we got and the timing. So, didn't answer your question yet.
You did. We're talking about the average savings that you see when you kind of implement the systems evaluation. And, you know, we kind of saw the Q stable map yesterday, and I think it's always really helpful to me to know that, you know, if we could kind of do this on a wider scale, that it would help a lot of communities get that much closer to Q stable. If we could help with this people-to-people systems evaluation type work,
Yeah.
it could be really effective.
And it's going to be incredibly beneficial in Western Kansas. I know they've been, Katie and Shannon have been extremely aggressive with the pivot evaluations and those things. They are definitely leaders in this area.
Yeah, hopefully we can continue to support that.
Yes.
Thank you.
Right. Anything else? I'll leave you alone.
Thank you, Mr. Jansen. Appreciate it. Anyone else like to make comments today?
This is got another deal I'd like to share if I could.
If you will be brief.
Pursue, thank you.
Dr. Brown, did you have a question?
I was going to ask, Mr. Chair, if I may call Mr. Rock for a question.
Mr. Yeager. Yes, sir. Okay, let's let Mr. Yeager go here and then. Okay.
All right, I don't know if we did anything.
Welcome, Mr. Rogers. Good to see you also.
I apologize. I didn't think anybody cared about water, so there'd be plenty of parking spots in those 6. And so I parked in Topeka and then I do apologize.
We'll give you a round.
This is an idea that I've developed. Some of the idea came out of the Blue Ribbon Task Force. There was some conversation about taxing water use or having assessments on it. And this conservation-minded targeted stewardship program, it would keep management and control local and voluntary while emphasizing prudent usage and stewardship through innovative conservation initiatives. incentives that achieve augmentation through reduced usage. So basically what it looks like in the blue, your first acre foot's free. If you go over your second acre foot or whatever your allocation is over half, then you start paying an assessment on your water use. And there's a payment, the numbers are always wrong, but this considers if you didn't have any usage, there would be a $700 per acre payment. Half of it would go to the water user and then half of it would go to the producer in the green in a water conservation reserve payment, and then half of it into an augmentation fund. And that would help pay for any infrastructure or any interconnection with new sources of supply.
Thank you for sharing. Appreciate it.
Does anybody have any questions on that?
If you might provide a digital copy to Ms. Sahara, she can distribute that so that we have a digital version as well. That'd be good.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you for your presentation. I was wondering if you could just very briefly talk, as you well know, we have a variety of soil types and different precipitation conditions.
Sure.
How does subsurface drip perform in, for example, sandy soils?
Sure.
So a lot of that will be defined by emitter flow, spacing of the lines, and obviously emitter spacing. So in many cases, like if it's very sandy soil, and you have undulating terrain, there's pressure compensated drip emitters. So you will get the same watering at the top of the hill as you do at the bottom. You might narrow up the spacing of the drip line to maybe 30-inch or 40-inch. So that way then you'll still get 90+% efficient, irrigation economics out of it. So, yeah.
So it could be adapted to any.
Yes, yeah, nearly any. I mean, there's gonna be some water conditions and there's some growers, it won't be maybe perfect for every grower, but many handle most. As long as it's maintained properly, it'll accommodate them very well. So it's really all about hydraulic design when it comes down to understanding soil types. Any of the water challenges that there might be can be usually accommodated with different filtration technologies.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, any other public comments for today? All right, seeing none, thank you, everybody. We appreciate your input. We'll move on to our first presentation. Irrigation and water use and economic impacts, and we'll begin, I believe, Dr. Rudnick is here. The person, yep. Please come up and introduce yourself, and unless you'd like to go in the other order.
We're actually tag teaming.
Okay,
That's all
perfect.
right.
That's great.
I'm sure the best place to stand though. Right here's perfect.
That works.
All right. So, Darren Rudnick, Kansas State University, Director of Sustainable Irrigation. My expertise and background is really around irrigation management. Have a lot of experience around technology, which we'll talk about today. Did quite a bit of work in terms of water nitrogen interactions and touched a little bit in terms of how to schedule fertigation wise and then nitrate leaching. But most of today is going to be more around water management from a quantity standpoint.
I'm Micah Cameron Hart. I'm an assistant professor in the Department of Agricultural Economics. I did my PhD at K-State, and I was very fortunate to get involved in water research then, and continued to ask questions like what happens when irrigators adopt more efficient technologies to actually reduce groundwater use, to the expanding of the questions like that. Come back to some of these very important discussions about that flexibility that optimizes basic strengths.
Dr. Hart, could we speak up a little bit? Sure. Thank you.
No problem. Happy to share. Especially when we get to the more fun stuff. So my role today as the economist is to talk about the value of irrigated acreage in Kansas. And one of the things that I really want to emphasize and tell you what I'm going to focus on is thinking about irrigation in two capacities. One, intensity, and the other in extent. So what we would refer to as intensive and extensive margins. I think it's a very helpful way of thinking through the value of irrigation capacity, and I'll try to continue to come back to this point because I think it takes some of these massive numbers about what the projected losses are and brings them down to a per acre basis that maybe is a little bit more intuitive. Yeah. I'll pass it back there.
So unfortunately, we were less than prepared, so we gave Heather a couple different versions, and so we're just getting the updated one. But I'll go ahead and start. So the first slide is really around the hydrologic cycle. Just want to real quick provide kind of a basis of really how does irrigation intersect that cycle. And really, I think the context is really where you're at. And so if you're in a very semi-arid environment, what is irrigation and how does that impact compared to, say, if you're more subhumid where you get a lot of rainfall? Usually we're really trying to balance in terms of how much consumptive use, because really that's the water that is leaving that location. And when we start thinking about irrigation from a design standpoint, and I'm going to pick on maybe more center pivot, a lot of the design is built around maintaining water within that area. So really another way of looking at that is to mitigate runoff. And so with that, we're going to talk a little bit about kind of evapotranspiration, and then we'll touch a little bit on some of like the percolation losses and really around technology and how system improvement can help with that.
We're working on it. There's a formatting issue on it, so I'm trying to see if there's a way around it.
Oh, perfect. So the building on that just a little bit. So when we look at irrigation across the US, well, here, I'll give an outline of a little bit what we're going to talk about. So we're going to hit a little bit about kind of the history of irrigation, both within the US and why we saw such a rapid expansion, what that looked like across the US and then specific to Kansas. And then we're going to dive into, I think it builds off nicely off of yesterday's around the technologies. So when we think about that is in-field technologies, soil moisture sensors, plant sensors, remote sensing, provide a little bit of some of the evidence that's been shared in terms of how much decrease in irrigation withdrawals we've seen from the adoption of that technology. And then we're going to transition a little bit into what it looks like from a system improvement, right? So how well are we actually delivering that water? Obviously, Lee Wheeler's in the house. We've been referenced already. But with that, we're going to be able to dive into kind of two parts. So one is the economics. What does that mean from the individual producer? And primarily, that's a lot around some of the energy savings that come with the improvement, right? Can the pumping plant actually align with the system? And if you do that, you're optimizing the efficiency. And then the second part is really by improving a system, whether that is through technological advancements, maybe like going from flood to center pivot or the incorporation of subsurface drip irrigation, does that in itself also reduce irrigation withdrawal? So. Those are,
That's
Later today. At least I'm not planning to talk about dairies.
well, we'll skip through because I think there's quite a bit in terms of the history that a lot of the people in this room are well aware. But when we think about the expansion of irrigation, really what we see is a nice gradual increase until we hit about the 1970s. And I think there's a critical component of that both across the US and most certainly here in Kansas. Really, the 1970s, it was a perfect storm in terms of what allowed us to really develop. One of the big things is when you think about the center pivot, that really revolutionized our ability to irrigate. And so that was developed by Frank Zybach back in the late 1940s. Valmont got it in the early 50s. But really, the key period there was 1969 is when that patent expired. And so when you transitioned in, you went from pretty much one primary irrigation development in terms of the center pivot to, I think there was upwards of 200 different shops that were actually putting out center pivots. So you had this massive expansion there. Commodity prices were quite good. I think the federal government had incentives in terms of being able to put in and develop that technology. And so it looked like a safe investment in terms of your assets. And then specific to Kansas, and I think Micah you want to share a little bit about why it was advantageous from Kansas?
And one of the biggest reasons in Kansas is we have incredible aquifer in terms of its yield, right? So, when you go to other places in the world or in the US and you tell them if there's a well that can get 700 gallons per minute, it's mind-boggling. And that capability gives a massive incentive where you can keep up with evapotranspiration in a very arid environment, which for many reasons, pest management, use concerns, fungi, and things like that is fantastic. Lack of water, if you can pump 700 gallons per minute, you can solve the problem. So we see this really big proliferation in a region which can very widely produce quantities, right? The other piece of this then is if you look at the irrigated area in Kansas, this is a great example from 1995 onward. Majority of areas in Kansas are closed for putting in new wells, right? And so vast majority of irrigated acreage that we had in the 90s is what we have now. So again, there's really a upper limit to that extent of irrigated acreage. Instead, we're seeing adjustments on this intensity and then perhaps contractions. Extent of those. So, here's to me, a very helpful way to think about this is to think about the regional agriculture. So what I've plotted here is total withdrawals, total irrigated acres specific to each of the groundwater management districts, and then one category for every other, anybody that's not in GMP. And notice that, withdrawals are going to vary when we have droughts seasonally, but there is a clear downward trend in GMD3, is that top green line there. We see much smaller changes in terms of the total magnitude in the other GMDs because they are smaller and geographic areas. They have considerable rates. The important part here, going back to this extensive and intensive margin, is if you look at change in total acres irrigated on the right, and compare that to the defined acre draw. The rate of change is markedly less for total acres here, right? So what this tells us is that there's an incentive to make your contraction on how much water you're putting per unit of area, as opposed to no longer irrigating a parcel. A little bit more history, and one of the biggest mistakes I made as an early extension economist. So I gave a presentation, I said, the Arkansas River. Hey, you're gonna work in Kansas, it's the Arkansas River. Okay, so some of our first water rights in Kansas come from the Arkansas River. And we're based on this precedent, the East Coast of riparian law. Soon we realized though that we have incredible groundwater resources, and riparian law was probably not the best way to go. So we have prior creations, right? As Darren mentioned, then we have a whole bunch of new technologies come out around 1940s, come back from World War II, with big expansion in irrigated acreage production. And then we kind of arrive where we've been maybe the past 3 decades, where water scarcity concerns are really starting to become binding and pressing, for especially the agricultural industry, but across industries the same. I think the figure that we have there, yeah, groundwater supplies 83% of irrigated land. So vast majority of our water resources we use for agriculture, groundwater. It's a little bit of surface water for the eastern side of the state. And then the last point that I want to make here and we'll return to, is that in these past 3 decades, since we stopped allocating more water rights, there have been incredible changes in the technologies that we use, changing from plug and burrow, center pivot, and then now changing from center pivot, drop nozzles, right, or SDI, right? Darren's got plenty of examples, I'm sure. What we found is that those efficiency changes are then going to filter through a producer's objective function, right? So if I can now pump, see, 10% less, grow the same crop, fantastic. Perhaps I make that reduction in water use. Alternatively, I could pump 5% less and take advantage of the risk mitigating nature of irrigation. Right? And so in our research and research across the field, what we are starting to understand is that the projected gains in terms of what is the reduction in withdrawals going to be often fall short of what we would expect based on pure design specifications. However, what we haven't found is that they're in any way counterproductive. So yes, we may not capture all 20% of the efficiency gains. Maybe we only get 10%. But that 10% still allows a producer to make a profit maximizing decision, stay financially viable, and make a reduction in numbers. That's one of the things that to me has been incredibly interesting about this, and that pretty excited to present some of those results we have for this past year. I think still me. It is okay. So I jumped the gun. You see permits, Western Kansas, Central Kansas, Eastern Kansas, East Kansas. You have plenty of rain, and so you don't really need irrigation until relatively recently. This is one of the areas we see biggest expansions for those risk management reasons that we talked about earlier. And so if there is a drought, if the rain falls, you get your entire season's worth of typical rainfall and 3 storms, and you can use your irrigation to make up for that. This is just another way of saying that same exact thing. All the different places that water rights are permitted to apply water in Kansas. Notice that in the west, spread out where the extent of the aquifer is. In the east, they follow riparian systems. And then, as I mentioned earlier, this is for the entire US. If you zoom in to Kansas, you notice that places where we're gaining irrigated acreage, eastern part of the state, places where we're having contractions are in the west, especially in the southwest. Okay. Why is that happening? Well, it's a little difficult to see where Kansas is on the map on the right. But pretty much in the center there, one of the hot spots of aquifer depletion. And as that aquifer falls, can't keep up with the evapotranspirational need, right? And so you start to see reductions in irrigated acreage there, where instead of irrigating the entire circle, I irrigate 20% less, take the water that I saved and put it on the interior, so I can make up for that transpiration. Because I'm guessing that yesterday somebody showed you the maps of the aquifer and percent change and stuff. Well, I've seen plenty of dots. Actually much more responsive than your typical undergraduate class. Star there. So yeah, aquifer declining, especially in the west, there are hot spots for us. Now let's talk about economics. This is the fun part where I get to yell, right? So there's been some fantastic work done by colleagues at K-State and really across the United States about the value of water irrigation in Kansas, because we have the best data on groundwater use, water use in the world. So that's a plug for everything that John Wilson and Black ADA do. That is incredibly helpful. It allows us to answer some of these really important questions that very clear policy. So one way of going about valuing groundwater is to think of it at a regional or a system scale. So one of my favorite papers that does this, Eli Fenichel, who's at Yale now, he had basically a way of valuing water that treats it like a capital asset. All right, the example I like to use is your car. I watch you every day. After work, you're out there tinkering on the car. It allows me to infer the value of it. He did the same exact thing for groundwater. Came up with this estimate that over a 10-year period, the value of the aquifer fell by about $110 million per year. My favorite part of this paper, though, is he points out that in and of itself is not problematic. It's okay if I spend $110 million per year, if the return on that investment is 10%, 20%, right? So the entire point of this paper is saying, if we're going to use the aquifer, let's make sure that the investments we make, with the profits we generate, right, with the benefits that it creates, are worth what we're doing as far as finding down. So if we're going to draw it down, let's make sure that we get equivalent or greater benefits from doing so. Some other work by Bill Golden. What they did is they looked at the plan for FEMA reductions. And they said, let's abstract away from just changes to profits for farmers, and let's figure out what's happening for the entire community. So the input suppliers, this would be including the effects of trade, right? So if locally the price of feed goes up, you might rail increases. Right? So this is a general equilibrium model. They found that FEMA restrictions would actually result in net benefits for the involved groups from 1.8 to 4%. So small benefit, but not a reduction. And then these results are the ones that I find to be the most illustrative and pertinent when we talk about irrigation technologies. So intensive margin, extensive margin, just to reiterate, intensive is how much water I put into the area that's applied. Extensive is how many acres. Gabe Sampson, who's also at K-State in our department, has a fantastic paper where they estimated the value of additional acre foot using land sales. And what they discovered is that additional acre foot is worth about $16. So then that allows you to say, the $16, is it best put to use this year? Right? It's a figure that allows you to quantify what value you're giving up you're getting today or saving for a future. To me, though, it's the second figure that is the most illustrative, and I think worth considering for its broader implications. They find is that for agricultural land, irrigated parcels were 53% more than non-irrigated land, and that percentage point has gone up.
Is that $16 an acre foot annual number or total contribution of value or?
So this is inferred from the land sale. So what they're going to do that is they're going to compare two parcels that are because you can get them very similar, but they have some difference in saturated thickness, and then that difference is attributed to the difference in sales price.
They recently auctioned off a water right in Stafford County, and I believe the water right itself, no property. $2,890 an acre, but that's what it brought. So.
This estimate here, right, is going to be markedly lower than in a case like that where you're purchasing the entire water. So here, you're buying a bundle of goods. You're purchasing the parcel. It's also going to have a variety of other characteristics, distance from your operation, and the soil type, everything like that. And so I think that your point is this is probably underestimated. It's drastic. So then, if you think about the second 50% loss in value, it's about $1,500 per acre. It's a premium that we associated with just the ability to irrigate. This doesn't mean that you have a good water right, that you can fully irrigate. This is just so you have the ability. Average, that's $1,500.
Dr. Harp, we need you to address the committee and not the audience.
Yeah.
So this premium here that we're talking about is the difference between irrigated and dry land parcel. So what we're saying here is if I have the same plot of land, I have a well on it, I don't even know how good the well is. And I compare it to one that's dry land, but I have $1,500 more value per acre. The one that's irrigated. So now, you think about, I lose my graph here. Changes in irrigated acreage and the extent that. If I am a producer that has taken out some loans to buy new ground, right? The collateral on that loan, the value of my asset, is tied to my ability to irrigate. So there is a very strong incentive to continue irrigating, even if I have to switch to sorghum, right? A less water intensive crop. Because as soon as that parcel is designated as dry land, I suddenly have lost $1,500 per acre. So now, in a high interest rate environment, currently have, and the fact that on average, most farms in Kansas are profitable about 50% of the time. The way that they make their money in the long run is through the appreciation of their assets. When you talk about water scarcity in Kansas and how seed producers respond, you can't solely think about production. You have to think about that land as an asset. That's why I emphasize this extensive margin, because if I'm an agricultural lender, I look at West, I see a whole lot of risk. Massive amount of risk in my existing portfolio and any potential portfolio I put together. That is why I think this lens, thinking about it in terms of how many acres we irrigate, is perhaps more helpful. The other piece here is that we see large reductions in the intensive margin. So large reductions in the intensity of how much water we're putting on per acre. Then you notice in some of those areas where we are reducing total withdrawals, we're maintaining our irrigated acreage. Again, this goes back to that value of preserving its capacity to irrigate as opposed to focus on. Okay.
Thanks, Micah. So we're going to transition in just a little bit now, kind of focusing more on like the technology. Want to reiterate just quickly, I think it's critically important to look at both how well a system is performing and operating, and the economic benefits both to the producer as well as the region, and the environmental benefits as well. And then the second part is how well you manage that system, right? So drip technology was talked about just a little bit, right? Where we know it has a higher application efficiency. You can still mismanage that, and it could be so much worse than flood irrigation, right? So they have to go hand in hand. And so then what are the opportunities do we have to improve systems? And then what are some of the resources and tools that we have to improve management of that system once it's operating accordingly? So real quick, I'm not an economist. I don't dabble in regulation and policy, right? That's not my expertise. However, looking at it across the board, I do see some opportunities in terms of how we would handle mitigating overuse. And if you also want, it would be very similar in terms of opportunities that we've seen across the board on how to mitigate, say, water quality concerns, primarily nitrate leaching and stuff like that. Obviously, I would think we'd all agree doing nothing is probably not necessarily the strategy, nor I think most states are obviously addressing in different ways. We've seen retired irrigated acres. Different states have done different things. I can speak a little bit maybe more to my experiences in Nebraska, but usually those are voluntary. Most people are going to retire their most productive areas. And so it might not always have the full benefit that we're looking for, especially as we're looking at it across a larger region. So the three we want to hit on a little bit more. Today, we're going to talk about technology and innovation, but then you have education and regulation. It's important to know that none of these are isolated in their own bucket. Usually there is a suite of them and they combine and they complement each other. All right, so innovation, I think, is absolutely fantastic where we've come through in the last several decades, right? So we talked about innovation in terms of system design, right? The center pivot that really revolutionized irrigation in the Great Plains and beyond. But we continue, especially in the decision support tools, to be able to equip our producers with the best technology to make decisions. And so just here's, you just do a real quick Google search, you can find plenty of articles written about them, whether it's through innovation in terms of sensors, our ability to actually quantify evapotranspiration so that we can pull it in and make a determination of how much we need to irrigate to replenish that. And then most certainly in terms of tools like soil moisture monitoring devices. I'm going to go through just a few because I'm not sure if everybody here has a good background in terms of what is currently on the market, but we've really expanded. There is a number of soil water monitoring devices that are made available. Many of these have different cost share programs that a producer is able to go ahead and apply for. So probably one of the more commonly well known is the NRCS EQIP program. There's also different technologies that are looking at it more from the weather, right? The microclimate and what they're trying to do. And I'm showing the second one here that doesn't show on the screen, but where it says infrared thermometry. So like that device right there actually measures most of the weather variables to get ET, has acoustics for rainfall. We know that precipitation, local precipitation is absolutely critical because even if we have good ET data, still we need to be able to figure out exactly how much precipitation, and that is not a continuous function like, say, air temperature, right? It can be very sporadic across your farm, even within your field. There's different devices out there in terms of plant sensors. So that dendrometer, third panel to from the left, these things, they're just measuring the shrinking and swelling of the plant itself. And they can actually look at the difference in the daily shrinkage and correlate that to water stress. And so that is clipped onto a soybean plant. You can do it for corn. But the point being is there is a suite of technologies out there. And that's a blessing and a curse, right? The curse is there's so much, it's very difficult for producers to go ahead and navigate what is going to be best for their operation, right? Whether that is through learning curve, if it is maybe based on their soil type, their crop selection. And that's where things like the WISE farms are critical. We have the TAPS program that we have, and then there's a number of other opportunities that producers have, and further investing in those I think will be important. So kind of taking a step through just to give you a sense of how some of this would work. So when you look at this, this is one company, but most of them have some kind of recommendation. If you go back 10 to 15 years, a lot of these tools provided just a nice squiggly line across the sheet. And really what we've seen in this more recent is you're getting more consulting feedback in terms of how to utilize that technology, right? So there's recommendations, people are looking at it, there's adjustments being made. And so it's not just, here's data, make a decision. Here's data, this is how to interpret that data. Here's a recommendation to what we think you should do. Ultimately, the decision's on the producer. Going through, there's been a lot of innovation in terms of, we have this suite of, or we have these center pivots just scattered across the planes, right? And right now, currently, most of the things, we're looking at them as a delivery device. A lot of technology now is incorporating and starting to look at, can we equip them with sensors and instrumentation so that we can use them to capture and help inform irrigation. Autonomous pivot was brought up. They use ground penetrating radar so they get soil moisture as it goes through the field. People are mounting high spectral cameras on there for disease so that they can do more crop scouting. This is a cosmic ray neutron device getting very accurate water content data as it goes around the field. These are both third-party companies as well as some of the primary service providers in terms of like your manufacturers like Valley, Lindsay, Ranke, and so forth. Here's that Phytech, again, that plant sensor, just a different way to look at it. It might work for some, might not for others, but again, there are options out there on the table. Drone imagery as well as satellite. I think there's been a lot of conversation here in Kansas around OpenET and the ability for us to start using satellite imagery for evapotranspiration. And when I say evapotranspiration, I'm referring to the actual crops water use, consumptive use, not necessarily an estimate of reference ET or potential ET. And those are important to separate. So imagery, this is a video, but it's on a PDF, so you just get the first opening screen. But the point being is you're starting to see more tools where they're able to use this type of information to make multiple agronomic decisions, one of which is to help guide system evaluations and then even in-season decisions such as irrigation management at a higher temporal resolution. One thing I want to touch on is the system and the uniformity. So some of this work here, there's a lot that goes into a pumping plant performance assessment, and then also how that pumping plant actually aligns with the system and its uniformity. Traditionally, what we would do is a catch can test. Those are still commonly done in the Great Plains. A lot of times either by a private consultant or a university lab. You go out there, you put a string of cans, collection devices out there, you measure the depth, and then you can give an assessment of how well that irrigation system is performing uniformly, right? Just like if you talk to an agronomist, they say that they want every seed to have equal access to whether it's fertilizer, so we want the same depth of planting and so forth. Same thing goes with water. We want to have equal access. Visiting with Lee as well as the GMD managers and KDA DOC, there is different technologies out there of how do we actually utilize some remote sensing and satellite-based tools to complement in-field assessments, right? You do an assessment, you make an intervention, you improve that system. Is there ability to continue to monitor to make sure it is doing or it has the benefit in that improvement? So this is some work that my prior PhD student who is accepted a position here at Kansas State. And this is just using satellite-based imagery. And so he is able to actually go through and not only give an estimate of the uniformity of that center pivot, but start to assess the source of non-uniformity, right? And so here we hit on, there's pressure concerns, right? Are we able to actually see and monitor real quickly? Can we visually inspect a pressure issue compared to clogged emitters, or is that just natural terrain? And so those are some of the solutions. And then here is just a snapshot of what that looked like, just using a single date and the rattlesnake, so. All right, one thing that I think we really struggle with, if you talk to any of the industry providers around some of the technology, it really is, I think there's a lot of testimonial and anecdotal evidence around the value that an actual decision support tool has in terms of reducing irrigation withdrawal, right? But the research out there is very limited, and part of it is very difficult, right? We can do controlled experiments at the research farm where, you know, we're use sensor 1 versus sensor 2 versus the ET model versus something else. So many assumptions are built into that. It does not reflect what producers do. I referenced the program that we have here at Kansas State, the TAPS program, where we allow producers to make decisions in a controlled environment and compete against each other. None of the producers are doing the same thing. There's a lot of similarity, there's a lot of innovation, but everybody interprets data different, right? And each tool might respond slightly different based off of the decisions that were made. So with that being said, just referencing two kind of more producer-based assessments. These were done in Nebraska by Trenton Franz. And so what they found, in short, one was the Western Nebraska Irrigation Project, actually in partnership with TNC. And then they went ahead and did a little bit larger one in central Nebraska with 50 producers and 10 controls. So they just gave them a suite of technology. So that's telemetry, soil moisture monitoring, weather stations, giving them more finer resolution in terms of their soil properties. But across all of those, what they found is about a 3 to 4 inch water savings. So that is a reduction in irrigation pumping, not consumptive use, but irrigation withdrawal in western Nebraska, which would be about the same similar areas as I would say about Colby through Garden City. Granted, recognizing there's greater ET rates here in Kansas. And then as you went to more central, so this would be more like central Kansas, that goes down, and that was about a 1 to 1.5. One of the biggest questions then, and this I think is published by TNC as well as Trenton Franz, then they assessed after that demonstration, how much of that technology stuck around the farm. And so with that, they found about 95% of people actually still incorporate things like telemetry. And a lot of that had added benefits in terms of reduction in labor, ability to monitor and stop and start the system. But some of the ones like soil moisture monitoring, that did not have nearly as much hold. And that does show up if you look at the census data. Went ahead and just pulled information from 1984 when they first really started to look at the irrigation survey and started asking questions of what methods are being deployed to schedule irrigation. What you see is crop condition, feel of soil are usually the two highest. But when it looks like, in this case, that blue dotted line, soil moisture, and this is Kansas data, it really hasn't taken quite as much hold. I do find it kind of interesting. So Mike and I, we had a conversation yesterday with just one tech provider, and they referenced having 600 to 800 units in Kansas a year, and about 1 to 200 units increasing each year. And so I'm not sure if this is accurately reflecting what we're seeing, at least from the industry perspective. So again, I think these might be slightly underestimated, but again, I don't want to go on record necessarily saying that census data is not perfect. So, which I'm on record. So. But so with that, making a transition, systems, they have advanced considerably. So just wanted to pull for fun some different pictures here. So all the way up at the top left corner, you can see furrow irrigation. I don't think a lot of people are out there necessarily grooming their furrows to make sure water's going through, but you do still see gated pipe, and then different parts of the country, you'll see more poly pipe and stuff like that. Application efficiency, for those that are less familiar, that is when you divert water from a source, how much of that water actually stays within the crop root zone, which means how much water did you divert that the plant is now going to have access to. So really it's subtracting things like interception losses, depercolation, runoff. And so it really is just the amount of water that eventually the plant can utilize for grain production. or yield for that matter. And so when you look at that, you're looking at furrow, so gravity-based irrigation. Conventional, you're looking at 45 to 65%, right? And so as Mike has shared, kind of that transition from going over time, we've seen a reduction in irrigation withdrawal. And a lot of that had to do with the transition from flood-based irrigation into a modernized center pivot or sprinkler irrigation, right? Which represents about 96% of the irrigated area here in Kansas. Drip technology, right? If it's below ground, you're looking at about 95% with the assumption that it's well managed. And then on the surface, you're about 85 to 90%. So when we start looking at, okay, well, these are massive increases, right? Should we see a reduction in irrigation withdrawal? And so conceptually, this is what that graph would look like. So you have applied irrigation on your x-axis, you have grain yield on your y-axis. And so if we just simply said, okay, here's our average yield. Well, here, let me start. So we know that rain-fed, if managed well, right, no irrigation, we have a yield, right? So applied irrigation 0, you go up to the red dot, that's the rain-fed yield. Now, if we could perfectly irrigate 100% of the water that we divert from a source, if it went through the plant, that would be your yield to ET line, right? So it'd be perfectly linear. Water goes in, transpiration out, yield comes in, carbon assimilation, stuff like that. But we know that there's inefficiencies in the system. There's no way that we're going to get around that. And so that's why you have the blue and red line, right? And so then there's those non-ET losses. And those can be things, again, like runoff. It might be drainage, so water that actually goes back down to the aquifer. It can also be at the end of the season, you've irrigated and you've actually, that last unit of water, only a portion of that water actually went through the plant, the rest stayed in the profile. Then off-season rainfall actually pushed that water down, right? Those would be the non-beneficial ET. And so if we take the red curve, right, which is an inefficient system, and we modernize it, right? Lee Wheeler does an assessment, says, hey, your pressure's off. We're going to go ahead and improve that. You can shift to the blue line. And so in theory, you should be able to reduce your irrigation withdrawal just by system improvement. Again, management is critical. So let Micah finish it up.
So, like Darren said, in theory, increased efficiency, should be able to use less water, still produce the same quantity. But producers optimize profits, not good producers, I guess. Ones who took econ at K-State optimize their profits. That means that if there's a reduction in the cost of pumping, right, they have a more efficient system, they can grow more crop per drop. There could be this perverse incentive that is described in the literature as a rebound effect, where they're actually pump more after they increase their efficiency. So there's an article that came out in 2015 or 18, looking at Kansas and the adoption of LIPA, low energy precision application devices on center pivots, and said this occurred. That after irrigators adopted them, they actually pump more water. I got obsessed with this paper a little bit in my PhD and wanted to double check it. And so we just had a paper come out this year where we show that those results are incorrect, that actually efficiency gains in Kansas translated to rather large reductions or one conversion from water furrow irrigation center pivot. And then for the second conversion that they studied, we don't see any of this rebound. Which is fantastic news because that's what producers have been saying for a very long time. So it's great when these results line up with those anecdotal evidence. So give you a quick picture, broken out acre feet, acres irrigated, depth applied, which is the intensity, by the 3 different technologies. So red is going to be flood or furrow irrigation. Gray is LIPA, light blue is traditional center pivot. And what you'll notice is that Kansas is way ahead of the curve. So Colorado, for instance, I think still has 40% of their irrigated acreage is flood or furrow. We're well below that by the time these been. So declines in acre feet being used by flood and irrigated acreage. Depth applied as well. There's another way to look at it. In green is LIPA irrigation, so that's that low energy precision application. On center pivot, by the end of the time series there, it's making up 83% of all irrigation technologies. See flood now in Kansas is less than 2%, and then traditional center pivot makes it like that. So what our research did is essentially compare somebody who adopted one of these new, more efficient technologies to somebody who didn't. We looked at how their water use, their irrigated acreage, and their depth applied varied over time relative to when they adopted. So first, this is our results for the effects of adopting center pivot irrigation after you've been doing flood or furrow irrigation. I'm going to highlight one main result. If you look at the depth applied, the bottom graph, and acre feet withdrawn, what happened here? You had a massive change, increase in efficiency, and translated into instantaneous, greater than 10% reduction in withdrawals the year after irrigators installed their center pivot. Acres irrigated, there was no effect on it. So they kept the same extent of irrigation using less water, and they found their crop choice stayed the same. So this is an example where efficiency gains translated into pure conserved water. Right? The reason why you see an increase in irrigated acreage towards the end of this time series is because our comparison are flood irrigators who are going out of stock. Right? So in comparison to them, what this graph tells us is that we're actually able to extend the productive life of the aquifer by adopting center pivot irrigation. Otherwise, you would have been going with the rest of the flood irrigators down towards zero irrigating. So, just to reiterate, extensive margin, adopt center pivot, very little effects. Makes some sense, right? It's rather constrained in the size of the spans and the shape. But then we see really large reductions, up to 20% in your withdrawals. Pretty soon after that technology is implemented, which means that there wasn't a long learning period necessary in order to realize these gains. But that's the next year. Now, if we look at flood adoption, this is the case that the earlier paper said increased withdrawals. You see that we find no statistically significant effect until greater than 2 decades after they implemented LIPA, and the effect we find is a reduction in withdrawals. Absolutely no evidence test this in a variety of ways, and are very confident saying that adoption of LIPA did not lead to increased withdrawals. If anything, it allowed producers to adapt over time in a way where they were able to reduce their withdrawals compared to somebody that didn't make that technological change. I was pretty thrilled as a PhD student to see these results, and that's still incredible to me to recognize the wealth of data that you have in Kansas. This research is not possible without the well-level data that KDA provides. But again, incredibly grateful for all the work. Just to reiterate, the LIPA adoption statistically in effects in the near term, which is consistent with the smaller change in efficiency. So from flood to center pivot, we had 20 to 25% gain in application efficiency. Center pivot adopting LIPA, like 5 to 10% gain. So smaller gain in efficiency, we see markedly smaller reductions in water use. that. We're all set, left.
Notes, question, there's.
Vinny, do we have questions? Howard?
Thank you. Just real quick, can you just explain depth applied to me? Make sure I'm not assuming what it means.
Yeah, so that is quantity over area, so acre feet over acres. Will just give you. So it's a measure of how much water I'm putting on single space.
Thank you.
Yvonne?
Thank you. Yeah, I was wondering, so when you were studying, the effects of technology on water efficiency, for those producers, were any of them already participating in conservation frameworks, whether it was WCA's or NEMA's? Because that's how I've kind of thought about it in the past, like, I think anecdotally, like we've heard that implementation of technology can reduce or increase efficiencies, reduce use. But it's important to pair it with community conservation models so that those efficiencies translate to an overall reduction. So I was wondering if you saw that.
So there is a significant amount of heterogeneity, and you can see that there's a lot of variation in the effect based on the size of those standard error bars. And that's exactly for the reasons that you mentioned, is that we're averaging across people that have end guns and don't have end guns, people that are in Northwest Kansas and South Central Kansas. And so part of that, we don't control for the fact that somebody might have received equipment funding to put in their technology. What we're asking is across the board, the general effect that we observe after these technology. But that's something that we're hoping to dive into. I have a grad student that I'm with, but
So I read a little bit of Matt Sanderson's work. He's the sociologist. He's talked a little bit about the agricultural production treadmill, and so I wondered about that too. Like, actually, the fixed cost of actually implementing the technology. Do they try and compensate for that by increasing the production to pay for the technology, or are there other effects?
So,
and does that make cost share more important?
I'll start with the first part of my response, which is that they are optimizing expected profits over a multiple year horizon. So that investment that they make into center pivot technology is then going to affect their fixed costs in the next couple of seasons, their debt to income ratio. So there are a variety of components there, which may then encourage them to try to make greater profits in subsequent years. That theoretically exists, and that would come down to really the risk profile of producers. What we know from a large body of research is that agricultural producers tend to be fairly risk averse. So generally not chasing small uncertain gains. But that would be my first thought.
Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you for your presentation. Thank you, Chair. On one of your slides, it says like, how do we mitigate overuse? And I know one of those, it says like retire irrigated acres, and there's a question mark as well as some other things too. I know Dr. Golden and maybe it had done kind of a paper, it's been a long time ago, so, but really in showing that, retiring irrigated acres has a harmful effect on the economics, local economics. So I was kind of curious as to why, that was even why that's even a thing, I guess, but is it still a thing to where reducing that water usage overall and keeping those acres in production is still kind of the best economic benefit, or expand on that if you could, please?
Sure. So I think it will come down to the individual operation and the portfolio that they're managing. But what I will say is that there's another paper by Michael Rosenberg that also looks at retirement, and it is effective in terms of reducing withdrawals. However, talked earlier about the value of that land, right? You are no longer able to make an adjustment over the course of several seasons, where let's say you take the end gun off of your center pivot system, or then you reduce the span, allocate more of the water to the interior. It's instantaneous. Most of those programs that producers opt into. So you generally don't have programs that are command and control retiring water rights. So in that case, right, if a producer is opting into it, it's very likely case that gallons per minute they get out of that well, right, are not really sufficient, or perhaps they can better use that water somewhere else. So if it's hydrologically linked, stop pumping here, so I can apply that water somewhere else and realize it a higher point on that curve.
Thank you.
Senator
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Don't get two doctors from K-State very often. Sorry. This is a 101 question. You go out and drill a well. This is in southwest Kansas, because I know you got all kind of different deals. So you drill this well and you talk about retired irrigated acres. So you got this well, you're pumping down, we're losing water. Does that affect the neighbor? When we retire that, does that help the neighbor? That's my question.
I'm not a hydrologist. You're closer to it.
I can start with that. So I know Brownie, he's made comments before that water is pretty local. And so depending on the aquifer, it laterally doesn't move very far, very fast, right? And so usually the savings of any intervention in a location benefits that location predominantly. I think what becomes more interesting is usually locations that are close to surface water that rely on that connection. And the reason is there's a huge lag period. We're talking tens of years, like 50 years plus, where if I pump here, that water over a 50, 60, 80-year lifespan would have eventually made its way to the river, or a stream or something like that. And so it's really hard to necessarily disentangle what you do, but from a short period standpoint, if you retire something, it benefits that area right there.
So we talk about recharging. How does recharging fit into what you just said there?
So, I mean, recharge in a lot of ways is pretty localized, depending, and it has a lot larger areas compared to irrigated space typically. And so, yeah, I mean, if you do have localized recharge opportunities, it can be very advantageous for those areas because as it goes down, it works under the same way as, predominantly vertical movement through gravity, not a lot of capillarity. So in terms of its ability to go laterally, very, very low.
So who decides to do research? How do you guys decide to get on this program? Who comes up with that?
You mean on today's agenda?
Well, no. Isn't somebody sitting out there that's saying, we need to work on this issue? Who decides that?
Well,
At K-State.
so, I mean, I can
And
take it.
who pays it? That's my question.
Can both give our
Yeah, obviously with K-State being a land grant institution, right? So we are driven to help solve and help address some of the challenges along with our partners. And so we do have quite a bit of autonomy as faculty to be able to identify and target some of those issues. And so when you look across our disciplines, what I think is pretty neat is we do have a lot of complementary disciplines, right? I'm not a hydrologist, but I can recognize the critical importance of groundwater modeling and its ability for us to better understand the implications on irrigation management. And so oftentimes I think there's strategic vision, right, at the highest level. And then there's opportunities through partners, discussion, obviously funding. A lot of that drives our ability to help address those questions adequately. I don't know, that might have been more of a minimal answer compared to maybe what you're looking for.
The other piece of it is, I have an extension appointment, and as part of that, very frequently we're on farm shows, county meetings. Those are some of the areas I found to be most productive for generating research ideas in my career so far. So this research into the effects of efficiency, because I jumped at 3 different meetings and somebody said, there's no way those results are correct. Absolutely not. And after hearing 3 different producers say that, you probably know what they're talking about. This is their livelihood, right? They have the greatest vested interest in cases, these resources. So the stakeholders that we serve a lot of times inspire our research. Yeah.
Is there someone at K-State asking, are we inadvertently creating a downstream catastrophe? Some waste in the system is not a bad thing because it eventually is moving down those rivers. If we create the perfect, most efficient system, which is great and we should move to that, but if we are maximizing every single drop of rain that falls in the western third of the state, and then nothing's coming downstream, is there someone at K-State sort of looking at that question too? And that's pretty complicated. If it's a healthier aquifer, does that sustain more flow down those streams? Or do we need some waste, some poorly designed systems out there so that something's coming down, my own bias, something's coming down the smoke. Or do we turn it into an intermittent stream? Because we've done everything right and everything that we should do.
It's a really tough question.
So we do have individuals that are concerned with recharge, and the fact that, let's say, we have a more efficient system, now we're applying 10% less water. Some of that efficiency gain would have gone to deep percolation. Or in places where you have a coupled surface water and groundwater system, it may go into that period. So we do have individuals that do watershed scale modeling. We also partner with KU, and wonderful collaborators that are hydrologists as well. That's this question of return flows. Let's talk about what's often is important. We have a sealed aquifer where it's going to take maybe 1,000 years for water to percolate. The economist in me says that any interest rate you get, it's not worth waiting. So, that's my economist perspective. There are other places where the aquifer is tightly linked, where thinking about its term flows and switch from, especially in Arkansas, doing flood irrigation. They have very shallow aquifer. Stop doing that to center pivot, you're going to not have sufficient.
We've seen that, for different areas have seen that when you do that transition from more modernized irrigation, it really does impact that area mostly because obviously you are, in some of the models struggle to be able to account because you're really reducing the amount of recharge that model was built upon, right? And so, I'm not a modeler, but I know that is something that you have to continuously address.
You talked about, if I understood this right, so you go from center pivot to LIPA, you're not seeing a big reduction of water use necessarily. Just thinking through that, some of that, people are making that change to that delivery system because they have less water available, like gallons per minute. And so it's not because they want to save water, it's because they can't efficiently use their old system. Is that something that's in there? And then have you also done any correlation? So when people make that change with their yields, are they basically they're reducing acreage or changing efficiency, but that it's more intense in a smaller area? Do you see things like that as well?
Yes, so, the best example I could think of is, if you have a decline in your well capacity, you take out your end guns. Think of end gun, so you can save them. But they just take that 12% and they apply it to the interior of the circle, because then the chance of crop failing is lower. Chance that crop insurance agent says you're not on sufficient water. There's a whole variety of incentives for doing that. The expected yield incentive, we know towards the upper end of that curve, yields starts to become less and less valuable, right? So it's really a risk mitigation aspect that you're capturing by increasing that. But yeah, that's an area that continuing to research. We're trying to look into this issue of end gun.
The other question I had was, I saw you on your map, I mean, number of permits, maybe not as huge, but see the extent of irrigation in the eastern third of the state is increasing. Are either of you able to, what's that look like? What are the sources? Have we, there's a lot more surface water. Does that change the risk profile? Why are we seeing that economically? Just generally talk about that shift.
Yeah. Too. This is a shift that isn't unique to Kansas, and we've noticed across the Corn Belt where you have sufficient rainfall to produce major staple crops, but we still see an increase in irrigation infrastructure. It is. A couple of the reasons that have been identified, a lot of cost share programs existed. The 2010 to 2020, and so the barrier to trying out the effect of that technology was reduced. So you're not in a semi-arid environment where you have this linear increase in units for putting in irrigation. Sure. So instead, it's an uncertain benefit. You're thinking, well, last year the rain didn't fall during tasseling or whatever growth stages. So you said, I'm going to put in one center pivot, see how it does. That investment initially, if you have a cost share program, is reduced, right? So you facilitate some innovation there and experimentation. So that's one part. The other part is rainfall becoming more episodic, greater magnitude events, less frequent. And so if you have soil that's sandier, you don't have a ton of water capacity to hold it. Having the irrigation then is really the only way I can think of to make sure that you're managing.
Yeah, I would say what we've seen pretty much eastern third of Kansas all the way across is mostly to manage these flash droughts. And so if you look at some of the companies in terms of their sales, when prices are good and there's surplus, then they'll make that investment. And it does allow them, because I mean, if there's poor timing of water, you can take a 20 to 30% hit on a 2 to 3 flash drought, especially if you have sandy soils. To your question in terms of some of the challenges that are associated with that, what we typically see is more the concerns around taking a technology like a pivot and then putting it in a very wet, environment that gets a lot of rain. Really, then it becomes a quality concern. Obviously, there's aquifers that we have to the east of Kansas. Arkansas is a good example, Mississippi, where they're shallow, and so they are having concerns with water quality, but a big component is the quality. Nitrate leaching is usually one of them, as well as some other surface water losses.
Thank you. Appreciate it, and economics and water, I think, go hand in hand. So as I'm looking at all this, looking for efficiencies, looking for other things, the Lima, you know, the Sheridan Six, which has kind of been laid up there as the gold standard, something that everybody should try to do. And we know the yields have held. What about that and other limas? We've had them now long enough. There should be some data there, and also along with cropping practices. Because cropping practices also has a huge impact when it comes to economics, and I have another follow-up after that.
So with the limas, there are a couple of studies that primarily focus on whether or not they hit their drawing reduction targets. The few that I can think of that studied impacts more broadly were general equilibrium models, where they're looking at total effects across all industries, and they found that the limas had very small impacts that I would struggle to say are certainly different from zero, which is encouraging that it hasn't reduced. Then the exception to that, right, is research was shared at 6, where they actually found an increase in net revenues. There's a variety of mechanisms by which that can happen. One of them being signaling, right, where Sheridan 6 has said that there is a group of individuals that are willing to cooperate together toward a shared goal, and they can meet that goal. So then, if we look at land sales and a variety of other indicators of the desirability of that land, it's incorporating that capacity. And then on the crop choice side, we do see changes in rotation, right? So you're gonna see less continuous corn, soybeans, alfalfa. Instead, you see a greater likelihood of sorghum being put into that rotation.
And just kind of a follow-up, I'm assuming, Dr. Rudnick, I believe you're the one that came in when K-State launched the Water Institute, is that right? So maybe talk just briefly about that. I mentioned yesterday, we've got, you know, the Flitchball folks want to try to do something, that new group. The Water Institute's out there. You know, I want to make sure we're not talking at each other. And what role do you believe the Water Institute at K-State will help in this matter more than just maybe say today with y'all's presentation?
Yeah, so Susan Metzger is the director of the Kansas Water Institute, so she would do a much better job answering that question. So I'll do my attempt, and then Mike.
I'm sure what you think maybe, and we can make this official off the record, so people at YouTube just turn out right now. I guess it's an open meeting. No, they can't.
No, that's good. So with the Kansas Water Institute, I think some of the benefits outside of just today. I know Susan has been very strategic, obviously working with various partners and identifying the gaps that we currently have within our faculty, and how we can actually complement the work that's going, as well as what we're foreseeing as some of the challenges. And so she has a suite of thematic hires addressing those. And those are, I think, both intentional, and it is not just, oh, we have a position that was void, we're just going to plug in somebody new. And so I know that there's been quite a bit of emphasis both to try to help. So you mentioned just now around the Sheridan 6. So one of the positions that I think is public, it is now. And that is looking at a cropping system. So agronomics collections and practices to optimize a water limited environment. So that position is going to be in Colby, right? And so then there's a number of positions that are actually looking at some of the water quality concerns that continue to grow. And so I think that is critical. And so in short, I would say intentionality around what is being done and aligning directly from the president's office to the state.
I would hope that the economics, ag economics is very much included in those conversations.
Yes, and mentioned the Flintshire Center. Jenny Ifton and I work together on projects all the time, and so whenever it's something water related, she'll come knock on my door, and it's probably transfer related, I'll walk down.
Very good. Thank you, Jen.
Dr. Rudnick, you brought the TAPS program to Kansas. Someone from Agra yesterday said we need to make water sexy here in the state of Kansas. Your TAPS program basically, tell us how it works. It's something like, you've got so much, you got a center pivot, you pick the crop, and every week you have to determine if you want to fertilize water. You can mark it on a weekly basis or more often. And at the end of the program, into the growing season, you get your actual results and find out if you were you get awards for highest yields, highest net. And marketing last year came in very interesting. You had a team of NASA scientists.
Yep, absolutely, yeah.
30 some teams.
So last year, yeah, we had 34 teams, I believe. last year.
34. If you guys really want to find out what farming's like, you can play this game on a weekly basis to plug in. It's kind of interesting.
Yeah, so I think Jen did a really good job. I'll just add a few points. So like Micah, extension appointment, also extension research. Everything we talked about today really struggled early in my career around, we have all these tools and technologies. How do we actually showcase them? One, cost-wise, right? And so we have a number of people that want to try it. There's so much that's on the market. It's very difficult to do some applied research around water problems, right? It's very easy, or I shouldn't say very easy. It's easier to do certain applied research on farm when it's, hey, here's a biological, or here's a herbicide program, or, strip trials, things like that. So the idea is, we just bring everybody together, allow industry to engage equally with the farmers, with researchers. And so, yeah, we, at the Colby Station, as well as Garden City, we take a variable rate, linear move. Each group of producers, they have randomized spots within that, and they get to make all the decisions, and we just implement them. And so it is really trying to get around profitability and efficiency, not necessarily yield, right? And so we've made some improvements this year based off of what we learned from the farmers last year. And yeah, so hopefully we're actually providing valuable data and showcasing what's working, areas that we need to continue to move forward on.
It's very educational. I applaud you. Thank you.
Thank you.
What would you guys say is when we wrap our head around, getting information out, figuring out what's going on in the field, where do you guys as researchers identify our biggest information gaps and our biggest problems in getting information out to people?
One of the areas that we're planning to work on the next 5 years is building out easily accessible data dashboards. So if you're somebody who's interested in making figures like were in our slides, you'd have to go into Weedness and then email Brownie Wilson a couple times, and they'll finally take pity on you and help you out, right? And you'll be able to do that. For the average individual, though, it would be really nice if I could just go to kansaswater.com and see a map of how much is pumped into Chicago, Kansas. So to me, that's one of the things that I think would be incredibly helpful. Would love any feedback on to your audience, what would be sort of.
What about getting like technology? I know we have demonstration farms, we've had them for a long time. Are those programs successful, or do we need to find new models? Where do you see that phase?
Yeah, I mean, I think that is the golden question, right? I mean, you look at it, not even at the university, you go to industry field days, the numbers aren't there. And these touch points. And so that's just a really, really, really hard one. I think networks are absolutely critical. And those can be fostered in so many different ways, right? And so I know there's been a lot of emphasis in terms of young farmers being able to try to get them connected. And that might be through things like Wise Farms or Master Irrigator program that's in most states here in the High Plains, TAPS. Any ways to make those connections, because we do see that passive or passive sharing of information, that willingness. And so those we can't capture them. It's really difficult for us to be able to count it. especially when we want to justify the value of helping facilitate those type of connections. But they do exist, and I do think we have more movement than maybe what our numbers can always portray. But yeah, and I don't know, outside of that, continuing to, I think, be humble and recognize it's a messy, challenging problem. And usually it's not a silver bullet solution.
What was saying, Bob?
Yeah, thank you. Trying to formulate this question. I think I'm broadly wondering, like, if you're seeing any data about how conservation impacts the value of the land, or like how we can positively increase the value of land from a policy perspective using conservation. You know, we hear about things like loan practices and how oftentimes they incentivize or prefer greater historic use over less historic use. And I guess in my mind, that's, you know, it doesn't take into account the long-term value of extending the life of the resource. And so, yeah, I'm just kind of curious, do you see that changing at all? Is there any research on that? What are your general thoughts?
Yeah, so more broadly, we have a pretty solid evidence that activities like no-till, putting in riparian buffer strips, actions which are an investment of time, energy, and labor into the land, do appreciate the value of that. With groundwater, so it's things like the Lima, great example, happened relatively recently. The number of land transactions that are just have occurred is time, and doesn't transact very often. Then getting rental rate data stuff. So it's a data limitation in some instances. In others, that we can clearly pick up a signal, right? That that change in the land value, right, for a marginal difference in saturated areas, right? That only occurs if there has been a depletion pathway, which puts you on that point, right? And so the resulting value of the land is indicative of how much that producer values that ground. Now, there's I'll save the whales example for another time. There's a great reason in economics why a very slowly replenishing resource that's below the rate of interest gain. You would want to harvest it and then put it in bank accounts and on it, and you'll get more gains from it. The whale example, to be clear, I like whales. I don't think we should kill all the whales and put the proceeds in a bank account. But there are places in Kansas, right, where if your recharge is negligible. I am not going as an economist to go to a producer and advocate that they do something contrary to their interests. And depending on land tenure, what the state of the aquifer looks like, we have a robust body of literature on optimal depletion, which says we should use water until the cost of extracting it no longer is worth returns. So the fact that you do see areas where we're having less irrigated acreage, they reach that point and where the cost of applying water on that acreage is no longer worthwhile. So yeah. To your question, said, is there a way that we can change that value? Anything which preserves that stream of benefits into the future of that aquifer, that additional unit they don't pump, is the opposite side of that scale, and which says I should pump today and get my return. But there are a variety of policy instruments and things like that that have been studied. But at the core, it's this question of balancing present expected value that I can get my earnings today, plus what I can get from the investment with the future stream of benefits.
And I feel like some of those benefits are tangible, like legacy and leaving it for the future. And public interest. And so I'm generally, I was kind of interested in the fine shell study because I feel like it tries to capture some of those intangibles. I think those are really important to the equation too.
Absolutely, that's why throw whales in the ocean. Yes, so I think intangibles, absolutely, that, again, just, as an empirical economist, somebody that works with, observed transactions and, real data, it's very tough to tease out those, regulars eyes that maybe don't have a very easily viewable. But Matt Sanderson, mentioned earlier, is one person who's very well equipped. That's
Thank you.
Might just add on one thing, I think if you ask most farmers, especially in the western part of the state, like what is their biggest challenge? You might hear water, and the other one's probably weeds. And so when we think of conservation, a lot of it is around kind of how we manage the land itself. And in a very arid environment, tillage can be problematic from an evaporation standpoint. Cover crops can be challenging because of consumptive use. So when we're working towards the more limited environment and we're trying to teeter between conservation as well as managing water, I mean, it becomes a challenge, a huge, huge, huge challenge. And so I don't know what kind of policy or programs can navigate that. And I know there's quite a bit of research that say you do something like no-till for a period of time, can't stay on top of the weeds. When you disrupt that system, what is that rebound before you can actually get back to a stable environment in terms of the added benefits? So, and I do believe that there's a number of people working on that, both in Western Kansas as well as elsewhere.
Thanks, Chair. I think I hate to make more work for either or both of you, but if you had, in some of these other, even within the United States or even globally, we never want to put you on the spot and say what policy decisions we should do, but things that they've done in the Central Valley, things that they've done in Maricopa County or in Idaho, so that voluntary adoption of this has a nice trend line. We need to go 12% faster. What are some of the options on the table that are used other places as we sort of debate carrot stick approach sort of things? If those are easily accessible, they might be nice at some point, even just electronically.
Yes, I can follow up with a synopsis of kind of the main examples that we see. But earlier, water banks, essentially the same idea as multiple year allocation, voluntary or incentivized retirement. Water markets would be the other one that we haven't really talked on. It's a little bit more difficult in Kansas. So if I'm a livestock producer, there's a relatively involved process to purchase a water right irrigation, and then you have to change it. Water. So that's an example of California. Yeah. And then essentially to participate, you take a discount. So if you're going to participate, then you can only sell 90% of your water in. So then 10% becomes your savings. Still usually advantageous though. Perhaps you over one farm or any variety of reasons. So, besides that, it's Olive Coast. She's a property rights economist that collective action, and then and control. Good tax, right?
I'm not familiar with that. I'm not in my house.
If you saw a picture of him and say that's a economist. Pretty similar much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to get back to your whale killing adventure.
Yes.
Has there been research looking at the value of the water over time? Because, you know, I'm familiar with the thought of when you have that limited resource, taking it out, putting it to value and then investing that dollar somewhere else. But I think there's somewhat of an inherent thought that the value of that water, does that increase greater than your investment would be or is it less as we've seen more efficiency in your use?
A fantastic question.
Thank you.
So. Yes, there are reasons why, if you think that, you know, the trend is going to be that, in my region, it's going to be unlikely that people are going to be able to, grow irrigated corn in the future, because it's totally not. If you have a discount rate, value money in the future enough, it could be worthwhile for you to save your water and then be the only person in the area who can bring out a full crop of corn. Right? And again, that goes down to the risk preferences of individual producers, but it's one of the questions like with the LEVA that's really interesting. That is, except you can use less water, which means that the value of that water is down. But you have that stream available in the future, and you know that there's cooperative behavior amongst people there. So those type of community actions or even just external shocks to the system can change what that trajectory looks like.
Any further questions? All right, gentlemen, we appreciate the presentation very much. If you have any follow-up documentation, Heather will distribute it for us. So appreciate your time. We will now break until 11:30.
I've heard that.
Probably.
Kyle.
Still stuck, yeah. Yeah.
I was on that.
Warm it up.
Oh, baloney, did you hear that?
Are you kidding? Dan and I are freezing. Yeah, we're under a fan. We gotta. Can we find happy medium?
We're the same thing, and we're hot. I told him.
Yeah. Yeah. I complained to Mal about the temperature. Oh, my God.
But that's your day, dog.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
I like my game. We're gonna turn off the fan too, so maybe that will help us. So.
Hey, after you say I'm happy.
Me, I didn't speak on.
Man, your house like glory.
Yeah.
Yeah. Terrible allergies. I don't know.
Good information.
Oh, fine.
Keep talking quiet. All right, guys, we're gonna get started. Chris, you ready? All right, thank you, guys. Let's get back going. I know everybody wants to get on the road today also, so.
I'll take that.
Not trying to speed you.
Mr. Chairman.
I assume we can't speed up the federal government when it's their turn, so I don't have to hurry too much. That was probably on YouTube too, wasn't it? All right, Chris Badel to discuss sort of administrations and impairments to give you a sense of some of the risks that are out there currently for a lot of different reasons. So, Chris?
Thank you. Again, my name is Chris Badel. I'm the Kansas Department of Agriculture's Division of Water Resources. I'm the program manager there. And one of the things that we are tasked with doing, my program is investigating complaints of water right impairment. But as you'll see in this presentation, I'm going to talk about that a little bit. We're also going to go into minimum desirable stream flows a little bit. And then as we have time and we have patience, so we'll talk about state water compacts, just give a brief update on what those are and general status. So you've seen a lot of this. I guess it's worth repeating. Kansas is a first in time, first in right state. That means that date of your permit water right is what governs your used water, and there's not enough water to satisfy it. So it doesn't matter who you are, it doesn't matter if you're a small producer, a large industry, or rec user, whatever it is, you're right to see you have the right to that water first. So that comes into play here, obviously, as we talk about water right impairment and administering water rights in favor. So I think it's also important at this point to talk about what we do on the front end to prevent impairment. We don't like impairments. We do everything that we can to be conservative in the sense that we know that there's a limited amount of water available. We know that aquifer conditions change across the state. And so we keep that in mind when we appropriate water. We haven't always done. Back in the past, in the 70s, 80s, and things like that, we weren't so mindful of that, and the more plentiful water, especially near the high plains. So since that time, we have developed regulations, namely, and most notably, spacing regulations in an unconfined aquifer, and I'll clarify that terminology. Unconfined aquifer, about a quarter of a mile spacing between points of diversion, 20 miles that we maintain. And then we also have safe yield regulations that look at an area, 2 mile circle in most cases, and allocate the water within that 2 mile circle. In most cases, we reserve some water for stream flow, if there's a stream running through there. And then we also look at the existing appropriations within that 2 miles. So between those two things, the spacing and the water availability in an area, that's how we allocate the water. GMDs have versions of those things that basically do the same thing. So that's on the front end, how we try to be very conservative and make sure that these impairments don't happen. So impairments are edge cases. Don't see a lot of them, but they happen when our assumptions break down. Or for whatever reason. So let me talk about just very briefly about the confined and unconfined. This is too wonky for an unconfined aquifer is exposed to the normal ambient air pressure. It's like water in the sand on the beach. Water goes in, it's exposed to the air pressure and all that. A confined aquifer is going to be a water-bearing geology that's underneath a confining layer, so the water is under pressure from all the weight on top of it. It's under pressure. So there may not be a lot of water in this confined aquifer, but because there's pressure pushing, will actually push water up. So it looks like, that you might get a spring out of that, or you might drill into that. It looks like you have a lot of water, but in actuality, there's not a lot of water. It's just being pressed together. Does that make sense? So that comes into play later. I'll talk about some of these impairments where we assumed one thing and it turned out to be another thing. Just like I said, these are edge cases. So impairment investigations. And at this point, I'll say our investigations in this context are limited to surface water administration. Is very easy, very straightforward. You can see whether there's enough water in the river. There's not enough water, then you can just shut the head gates off, senior appropriator, and the senior appropriator will get their water. Very straightforward. We can't see groundwater. And so we don't know what the underlying geology looks like. We know generally what it looks like, but it changes by the neighborhood. It's very diverse. So because we can't see it, those investigations take a long time. We have some process that goes along with it. So our impairment process, impairment complaint process, investigation process, actually, so begins with a complaint by a user. Complaint-driven process. Someone comes in and says, "I'm not getting the water I need. I think I'm being impaired by some other groundwater user or other groundwater user." So we have to do a couple of things. First, and go and investigate and make sure that the complainant's pumping system is your pump working? Is it old? Is it burned up? Is it not working efficiently? Is your well old and caving in? Are the screens plugged and those kinds of things? So assuming we get past that, because if we don't get past that, they need to fix their stuff. Okay. And then also, is your well fully penetrating the aquifer? Are you trying to access all the water that's available? If you've got 200 feet of saturated thickness and you're drilled in the top 50 feet, you're claiming impairment. You need to try to access it. If you can't, then you're not. If you don't do that, then you're not making full use of the resource that's available to you. So that's that. Then the second thing we do is, assuming that's all fine, we will go out and we'll instrument the location. Go out, we'll put pressure transducers, and these are pressure transducers are simply a electronic piece of equipment that measures the pressure of the water head above. So more water, higher voltage. It's very, very, very simple. We'll put pressure transducers in wells nearby if they're available. Rate loggers on wells nearby if they're available to see who's pumping when and what that's doing instantaneously to the water levels. We put all that stuff together. It's pretty easy to see, oh, look, this guy over here turned on, and within a few minutes, or a day, or an hour, or whatever it is, the water level over here, precipitous fall. So put all that stuff together, and often this takes an entire pumping season for us to get a really good picture of what's going on hydrologic in the area. So they take a while. And they're time intensive. So we have a dedicated staff that's really, really good at this. Every situation is different. You have to find out the wells that are available and all those things. Go instrument them. You know, if we have the opportunity, we'll put them on telemetry, so watch them from wherever, from Manhattan or wherever it is that we're looking at. So that's kind of what we set up for an investigation. Then as we go along, if at the end of our investigation, we determine, yes, there is impairment. This water user is, by taking water, this junior water user is preventing senior water user fully exercising their water. They're impaired to some degree, maybe fully, maybe partially, whatever. Then we go to the senior water right and go to senior water right holder and say, we found that you're being impaired to the senior water. Do you want us to prevail? Do you want to request to secure water? That's what we call it. That's our training here. Do you want us to do something? Sometimes they say no, because you know it's a neighbor versus neighbor thing. They don't want to be that guy. Sometimes they say yes because it's a neighbor versus neighbor thing. They don't like that guy. So one of those things can happen and has happened to us, and that's a request that they have to lodge with us annually. So if they're not using the water, the idea is that, well, you've got this impairment going on, but you're not using the water, so I can use it. So that's kind of the way that works. All right, so now I'm going to kind of march through. I got a handful of real life impairments that happened or are happening. This was one of our oldest ones and one of the first ones in the Ogallala Aquifer that I know of. This happened in Stevens County. I think it was 2010 or 11 that this first started happening. Very typical, two irrigators with water rights, one senior, one junior. And the senior complained that the junior turned on, he could see that his well rate was going down. He wasn't able to fully exercise his water right. So we went out and instrumented and we did these tests. Now, one of the things, when we do these tests, and watch the water levels and the pumping schedules and all that, we're able to put that information through hydrologic modeling software. It basically tells the aquifer, so estimate the aquifer, how fast those pressure waves travel through. So what we found is that in this case, the Ogallala was behaving as a confined aquifer, semi-confined. Again, it looked like there in Stevens County, there was, I think it looked like it was 300 or 400 acre feet. Sorry, 300 or 400 feet of saturated thickness, but it was behaving like it was very, very much less because it was confined. The formation that they were drilled into was confined. That's why they were affecting one another so quickly and so extremely. So what we did was we, with that data and our software, we figured out what a pumping rate would be for the junior and a level that would let the senior go ahead and just operate his water rate. And that helped. And it's working pretty well. Unfortunately, this is ongoing. The water right or the water level restriction is still in place, and all these controls are still in place. But what we're seeing is that the area groundwater level is starting to decrease, and so we may have to come back and revisit these trigger levels again, and just have to see where that takes us. Garrettson in Haskell County, this was a pretty famous one. So Mr. Garrettson has a vested right, most senior rights in Haskell County. And in 2005, he filed an impairment complaint with DWR, and then in 2007, he withdrew that complaint after we'd gone out and done some preliminary investigation. Withdrew the complaint. So then in 2012, I believe it was, he went directly to district court and he sought an injunction against one of his neighbors. He wanted this one person shut off. And so the court turned around and said, well, actually, DWR, we need you to be a fact finder to find out what's really going on here. So we went out and finished our impairment investigation, found that not only was the right that he was complaining about, not only was that one impairment, but 3 others were also. That's one of the features of an impairment investigation and complaint. All those things, you don't get to pick and choose who gets turned off. DWR's responsibility is to, once this process gets started, our responsibility is to turn off all, or at least curtail, reduce in some way, all of the gene or water rights that are significantly affecting the senior, so that the senior can be satisfied. So that's what happened. The court turned off one, and because of our action, we turned off the other 3, because they were impaired. That stands today. As a result of that, and because some concerns about process, that Mr. Garrison was able to go straight to court instead of going through our administrative process. Statute was changed. I think it was actually 82A716 was changed to say that upon exhaustion of the administrative remedies, then you could go to the 717 and go to court for an injunction. But anyway, the upshot there is this causes everyone to go through our DWR administrative process for impairments before they continue. Recently, Mr. Garrison, one who owns Haskell County number 3, vested right now, has purchased the closest of the water rights that's appearing here, but the other 2 are still liable. Dan Rich in Clark County. Dan, Mr. Rich had a water right to a surface water right to in Clark County. And, again, notice that when the nearby junior irrigator, and there was also a feedlot involved, would turn on, he lost stream flow to water his cattle. The stream. So we went out and did our thing, instrumented, determined that there was impairment, and this was a pretty nice resolution, really. The senior came and drilled a domestic well, sold a domestic well, he's satisfied. See to that so far.
How did you measure the well's impact on the stream flow?
We actually put a transducer, we put a, I guess you call it a makeshift well. We were able to put a transducer down into the stream bed so that when we pumped, we could see the water level drop in the stream bed. It was kind of a deal. We had to go through that a few times to figure out how to measure that. But yeah, that's Clawson in Meade County, there was again a senior domestic user on a surface water. I think that's surface water where there was a new development going in upstream of the Walla, and the owner of the domestic well was concerned, and we thought it was at least plausible that this new application cause some sort of an effective stream flow, but we monitored it during the affection period of Clawson wells, and we didn't see any observed impact, so no impairment was found, and hold our monitoring equipment. So Mr. Halleck in Pawnee County, again, this is very typical. We have 2 junior wells that were impacting the senior right. We determined that after instrumentation. We set up trigger level that when water right or when the water level got to a certain point, Mr. Halleck's well, juniors were shut off until it returned to some other thing, which they could turn back. And we put all that on telemetry. Telemetry, by the way, is a way to transmit data automatically over cell phone or whatever, so that you can access it website. So that's what that's all about. So that way these operators could look on a website, see where the trigger level was, and adjust their operations accordingly. After a year or two, they got really good at getting close to the trigger level but not hitting it. They back off of their own sport and not get curtailed, which is exactly what we want. In the end, Mr. Halleck recently passed away, and the juniors bought his water rights, so that. This is an interesting one, pretty recent, in Gray County. Again, typical story of a senior domestic well being affected by a junior irrigator. Now, in this case, there's water available to that domestic well, and we told them you need to go after that water. There's nothing we can do for you. Left it in the party's hands to come up with some agreement. And in fact, we're just waiting to see if there's any resolution. But we don't have a role at this point. So steps. Again, this is a pretty new one. And this gets back to the confined confined aquifer stuff that I was talking about a little bit earlier. We have two senior domestic rights, and they're claiming the new irrigation right is impacting. And this is in the Dakota aquifer, which we famously know very little about. KGS doesn't know much about it either. We do know that its water quantity and quality is varied. It's often poor, and the aquifer itself is often confined, so we don't know exactly how much water is available there. And when there's effects on one another wells, they tend to be, or they can be, long ways away. React very quickly. So we just got this site instrumented, so we'll give you an update. Paradigm Water Club in Sedgwick County. This is also interesting. So this is on the eastern edge of the city of Wichita, and there's a golf course there, and there's housing developments nearby. And so at some point, housing developments were there at the time when the golf course wanted some additional water rights for their golf course. And so we said, okay, well, you put those in there, but you put some trigger levels on. You can't put any lower than this. And so that all worked out. But in the meantime, and this is many, many years ago, in the meantime, the housing development has greatly expanded. So now all of those people come in, all those users are junior to golf courses. So going back and forth, different solutions, a lot of meetings, we decided that the thing to do right now is to lift Paradigm's water level conditions, let them pump. And we are just monitoring the situation to see if it turns out that there's enough water for everyone. And that's what everybody wants to do anything. But if we have to, if it turns out there's not enough supply for everyone, we'll have to go in and soil that site.
Is the housing, is this their like household supply or is it for their own yard irrigation?
No, it's for their yard. Yeah, I think they're on city water, but this is just for their year, for lawn water and stuff. You may not have heard of this one. I won't say a whole lot about this. I think the interesting from this context, just as an impairment investigation, the notable thing, I guess, would be that this impairment investigation is done almost exclusively through the use of ground mounts. Because there's so many actors, there's 1,400 wells, as we've heard about. It's a groundwater, surface water interaction situation. And taking a cue from the Republican River Compact, we successfully argued using a groundwater model that groundwater use can significantly reduce stream flow. Using that kind of framework. we used the groundwater model, a very capable groundwater model that was built by groundwater for GMP number 5 to quantify, well, that and the schedule of the refuge's water use. Use those two things to quantify the extent and timing impairment too. So I think that's the most notable thing, and that's probably all I need to say about Racing Creek. Except that as we go forward and we talk about solutions and all of the measurable progress the working group is making towards resolving this, we still maintain that the model, like groundwater, and it is being updated and refined, but that part of use that because that's the thing that we have to evaluate the effects of all these junior pumpers on stream flow and water. Okay, shift gears a little bit and jump into minimum desirable stream flows. So these were established in the 1980s on 23 stream reaches. They use 32 USGS gauges. They're set at various levels and various seasonal levels. And really, it's to maintain aquatic ecosystems, recreation, downstream water rights, those kinds of things. And really our role is anything that's junior, like it's April 12, 1984 is the MDS date across the state. Anything that's junior to that, especially surface water rights, can be curtailed if minimum desired stream. And a couple of interesting things on this one. So again, the surface water is pretty easy. You know that if MDS is not being met, it's easy to shut off the surface water right. But especially in the Republican River, you have 302 water rights that are in the alluvium, right along with it. There's something directly stream flow. So we've got a whole process by which we reduce their use when MDS is in effect. And right now, that is one of the 2 basins that are under MDS because we've had a pretty good year. The last 2 years, we've had a lot of MDS action. Board is going out and decision orders. I'm going to explain that. So what happens is when flows fall below, we consult with the water commissioner. We look at the hydrologic conditions, and we'll send orders out to all these junior users and say, you're curtailed, stop pumping. And then after we reach the threshold, 14 days above MPS, we send out a rescission order that says things are good, you can continue. So that's kind of.
Sorry, quickly, how are the 23 stream reaches identified?
They are the stream reaches above 32 inches, the MPS gauges, and all that stuff is, there's a slide. Here they are. Well, that's not all, but the MPS gauges, and it's tough to see on that, maybe there with the yellow dots, we have the stream gauges and the reaches above them.
So I'm trying to, is it applied to all of our like watersheds, the NPS standard, or are particular ones chosen for certain reasons?
Particular ones were chosen when the law went into effect for logical systems. But they don't apply. Not every stream is has an end.
Yes, that's what I think. Sure.
Okay, well, that's a good segue into the status of MDS these days. So the map that's shown there is as of like November 1, 2024. So less than a year ago. You can see but all the surface water rights in the red area would have that are junior to MDS would have been curtailed. And that would have been 631 files. Just for perspective, there's something like 35,000 water rights. So
but these are just, you just have control of surface.
Surface and connected movement. So they're really, honestly, the lion's share of our MDS administration is. Okay, so it's like 230. But like I said, the hydrologic conditions have improved a lot, especially over the summer. So right now, I believe there's only 2 basins on the MDS. I think it's the Rattlesnake Creek, affects 9 files above Maxville, and then it's getting better. So interstate compacts. Something completely different. So what are our interstate compacts? Legally binding agreements in 2 or more states that are governing a shared river that runs through both states. They're both state and federal law. In general, they'll govern the allocation of the use of the water, though I would say that's only true in 2 of our 4 compacts that we're party to. I'll talk about those in a little bit. Of course, in the best case, they are to protect Kansas's water rights and prevent conflicts between the states. DWR's role, the chief engineer serves as our execution. What's the word for something? Someone who's by position, he is our lead water officer for all the compacts. So he's the one that serves. On some of them, we have citizen compact officers, and some of them we don't. And of course, depending on the compact, we have staff assigned to monitor what the other states are doing and make sure they're in compliance. And we have people who do technical work in Manhattan and other places to make sure that preparing compact accountings correctly and checking for the other states and those kinds of things. So let me just go around the compacts here. Just give a little brief overview of each one. In the blue, top right is the big blue compact we have for the state of Nebraska. It should know the date. I think it happened in the 1960s, 60s, something like that. Its real only provision is that if flow rates drop below a certain level, SGS gauge, Nebraska has to curtail a certain number of water right users that junior to the compact. We've never had any issue with them doing that. They just do it, and we have an annual meeting, and they tell us how many files they had to curtail. Anyway, so that one's okay. We don't have any problems with that.
That's for Tuttle Creek primarily. It's been a factor of that for us, right? Street flows into Tuttle at the end of the
Yeah, and all of northern Kansas. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. So let's go down to the Kansas, Oklahoma. Our Kansas, obviously, huge area, but really the only provision there is a limitation on the amount of storage that we can build in our properties. And it's big. It's like, I want to say it's like 260,000 acres of storage. So our obligation there is to go report any new storage that we build, and Oklahoma does the same. And I believe if we build more storage, that just gives Oklahoma the right to put more storage in more state. So this isn't a high bar. This is a pretty easy compact to store as well. Lately, though, really the heat of the compact has been to talk about water quality. There's a lot of water quality issues. Especially Oklahoma's concerned with that Grand Lake area and phosphorus and other contaminants making it down the river into there. So they like to talk about that a lot. And, that's a great thing to talk about. It's a pretty amiable compact. So I like that compact. Not that we don't like all of them. We love all of them. We really like those. Let's go to the Ark River Compact with Colorado. I think at one time I heard that this has the dubious honor of having the longest Supreme Court case in history, 25 years from its inception to when the final decrees were issued in 2008 or something. But the way that compact works, after several iterations of litigation, is that Colorado is obligated to keep the river and keep the flows coming in as they were in 1948 was the date. So what we should see is a level of development, at least a virtual level of development, looking upstream, same as it was in 1980. In order to do that, again, this is hydrological. So they look and see what the conditions would have been at that time. Add all of the development that has happened since then. Say, well, this development, this post-compact development, you have to make up. You have to replace those compact developments so that Kansas remains whole. That makes sense. So it's a model-driven accounting. It's on a 10-year rolling average. So some years, if there's a lot of water, you'll see that it's a very strong annual balance. And some years they will have not enough water, but all that matters is that 10-year average. They stay above compliance in that 10-year average. Colorado is in compliance. What they're doing these days is, as you might expect, they're being very, very creative and innovative in the ways that they use water. They're using it as many times as they can, finding ways to store it, finding ways to take credit for water seeping out of ponds back into the river, these kinds of things. It is a lot to keep track of. Just a wide variety of programs and techniques that they use to use water. So that's our challenge, is to stay on top of that, make sure that when we do the compact accounting, all those things are being taken into consideration. We have a very able but small staff of 2 people who are focused on the river. They're very good at their jobs. But on the other side of the line in Pueblo, the division of Colorado DWR that's responsible for the Ark River has about 50. They've got probably 6 or 7 engineers. They've got hydrographers, which is a new term I just learned. And they've got lots of staff, water commissioners that go out and to monitor their ditches and all that kind of stuff. So we're a little outgunned side of the line. We're holding on, but you know, it's a tenuous situation. We have disputes with Colorado. Often they usually get worked out. We're in a small dispute with them right now. It worked out, but it's, you know, and generally it's for them taking credit for an action that they say is putting water in the river, and we say, we're not so sure about that. We're not so sure that your numbers look right. We want to check that. They may be right. We're going to check because that's okay. I think that's about all for that. We go to the Republican River Compact. That's actually the oldest compact we have, and it was it's a child of the floods, 1935 floods spurred a lot of federal development of reservoirs along there, and in order to secure all that development, irrigation districts that came along with those federal developments, the federal government wanted a compact between the states to make sure that it wouldn't be any controversies and people trying to these reservoirs and this sort of time immemorial, I'm sure. But we did have it's Colorado too. They both did this. Colorado and Nebraska both, you know, as we did, expanded their groundwater development, and especially through the 1970s. And as they did that, they started to significantly increase the stream flow that's coming into Kansas, both in the upper region, it's in the Cheyenne County, and the lower upper. And so we took them to court, said, your pumping is taking our water, and got a modeling together. They built regional hydrologic. Basically proved. Yes, indeed, that groundwater is extreme. And so, it looked like they were going to lose in courts. Colorado and Nebraska settled this, which is good. So we got the final settlement stipulation out of that in 2002. And the accounting that goes along with that, which again uses the groundwater model that these people developed as the arbiter of compact compliance. Every year, that model is run every year. It takes groundwater pumping in all 3 states and surface water use, puts it into this model. And one of the features of the Republican River compact that's kind of nice is that it divides the water supply by percentage. It's one of the failings, the famous failings of like the Colorado, is that it's a hard number. Like 1 million acre feet goes to this state. So in this case, it's like 51% goes to Nebraska, Kansas gets about 40%. Depending on how big that water supply is, which is calculated by the model, we each get a percentage. You can't overuse your percentage. That's what compact compliance means. This runs on a 5-year average. Most years, unless it's water short, which it is this year, but it's a 2-year average. And that's all to recognize the water is more valuable to everybody. It's plentiful and it's running down the river. It's just not as effective as it is. So it's dry and irrigate. There's not anything. One of our main users, main beneficiaries, everybody in the Republican River in eastern Kansas, I think, benefits from this compact. One of the main beneficiaries is the Kansas Boston Irrigation District, which is right south of the line, takes the water to irrigate about 40%. And the states are all in compliance with the compact, so any active disputes with them. And we're going to meet in Concordia 2 weeks for our annual meeting. That's all I have.
Lieutenant Rogers?
Thank you. You're bringing back some sleep deprived nights back then when that was one of my jobs, was to cover all that on both sides. And that was back in the day before digital. So we literally had to cut the tape from all those hearings. So I was in St. Francis one time and they took us all out there on this, water was supposed to flow and it was grass. So, and nothing had been there for a while, but and I didn't want to interrupt you before, but you might explain again, because we focus a lot on senior and junior water rights, really out here. We don't think about it much, say in Ottawa County, because as I talk to producers and we talk about other interested parties, if this is a problem, if these senior water rights think they're being impaired, why are junior water rights being given? Some farmers might say that in some instances, junior water rights are passed out like Pez. And so as we look at all this, maybe refresh us of how those determinations are made if there are areas that, say, in Southwest Kansas, where we've had these pretty significant cases over the last decade, and some of these junior rights are not that old.
Well, I think it goes back to the way we allocate the water with the safe yield and the spacing. And that has really worked for us for a long time. It is pretty conservative. And I don't know, that there've been a lot of water rights issued in the last decades. Now, there've been some changes. There've been a lot of changes and key points of diversion. And that can cause a problem too. That can cause a problem. Some people could argue that if you move your point of diversion, I've got a water right and I want to move it a quarter mile over here on my ground, am I still accessing the same source of supply? Is that? Yes, the law says at this point, the law says you are, and you're entitled to do that as long as you maintain spacing, as long as you maintain spacing. That's pretty much it. But after that, one of the effects, I think, of declining aquifer levels, not everywhere, but in some places, is you start to get to the dregs of the aquifer. Right? You start to get to the point where, if you imagine that the aquifer is a sand bathtub above an egg carton, right? You get down to the egg carton, then all these people that are down here in this egg carton start to affect each other. When the water level was up here, they didn't, because there was plenty of water and plenty of space between them. Farther down you get, more problems you get. So I guess that would be my answer. They were probably allocated or allowed to move based on current rules that have served us well for decades. And in some cases, those rules are starting to break down. And at Vision, we're mindful of that too. We're doing extra analyses. We're going out there and looking, what's the water level now? What's the rate of decline? What are the aquifer properties at this level? Because they're not the same as they were when this was allocated in the first place. Doing a lot of those site-specific things. And that's difficult too, because there's literally thousands of changes every year. There's 42,000 plus points of diversion across the state. And we spend a lot of time on it's a lot. I hope that attempted to answer.
Someone, maybe Mr. Chairman, maybe my premise was wrong, and maybe that's what I meant to get at. There's been changes, not necessarily new water rights. We know probably the last 20 years has been a ton of junior water rights, but everyone's trying to find that advantage. And then it goes back to, okay, so is DWR working with the GMDs or who, again, this group is trying to find out how water for all of us goes from today for the next, century. So that's what we're trying to figure out is, not looking at a blame point, not looking, but looking at something to where how we can all kind of work together. And that's why I think in part of these conversations, because Ottawa County is north of Salina, completely different. And like where I live, I am 17 miles from that big, hole in the ground that holds all that water that goes down to Bostwick. And where we happen to farm is in between, the Almena and the Kerwin irrigation districts, and Bostwick is a few miles away from us. So we lucked out, the wagon wheel fell off before we really found anywhere where there's water. So, but anyway, that I just think it's part of that conversation that maybe sometime we can, without getting too much into the details, but really talk about situations like that, because it's not only irrigation, there's also domestics that do some of that as well. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Is the division still working on an updated reg for points of diversion change? I know there's some progress on that. What's the status?
For the status on the.
So I think we've got a number of different regs that are good, kind of in process. I think the move reg is from the Attorney General. We've got a few changes they suggested, so it's got to go back to the Attorney General's office again, back through that gauntlet, try and make through the General's office of administration. We've essentially agreed to their changes, so hopefully they will find new changes to make this round. I don't think he wants to get that done.
Senator Murphy.
Yeah, and when you're talking about the lane reach in Craig County and domestic well being repaired by the irrigator, how do you determine all these domestic wells, there's no permit or anything like that, it's just there. So how do you determine when that started?
Yeah,
The domestic well.
Yeah, good question. And a lot of times it's pretty easy to go find a deed, go find aerial photography that predates, if there's a house there.
Yeah, so when you built the house, you probably drilled a well.
That's our assumption, yes.
That was what I was assuming, but we've got a couple of issues in Reno County where they've lost their wells, so need to steer them in the right direction.
7 minutes.
The compacts all talk about quantity. And they don't mention quality. Ark River with the irrigation in Colorado, and they capture the water in a reservoir, they send canals out, we get ditches off of that, irrigate ground down to the base shale, which has a sulfate content, which contains the uranium. It covers all that extra distance. They actually put a meter on the bottom of the fields, measure how much goes back into the river. Where we measure what we pump out of the ground, but the compact doesn't talk about their usage before it gets to us and how it's contaminated with more traffic across those sulfide shales. Is there any way of going back on a compact of that time period and putting in some type of language or discussion about quality?
Anything's possible, but that's not very likely. Because that would require renegotiation of compact between the states, which I think is very difficult in Colorado. Now, what I can say is Colorado is aware of it. They're investing a lot of money and resources in trying to mitigate its best management practices, stuff. It's lining communities and things like that, and trying to move that water percolation away from that pier shale that you're referring to that's leaching all those heavy metals and such. So it's not impossible to go negotiate a contract compact, but it'd be a big lift. And I think we might be getting a better result by
Which has been going on for the last 3 or 4 years now.
yeah, I'd say, yeah.
Earl?
I just wanted to add a comment back on Supervisor's question. In kind of the Ottawa County impairment, those are fairly new irrigation, like, like last few years. I'm not sure exactly what the date was. It's pretty recent. And certainly we hear there's not a lot of areas that are open for new groundwater development with our side. And so we hear that, those areas, we have new development. I think one of the things that, maybe this is something to think about from a broader policy question, we wanted to kind of chew on. But I always think about the Appropriation Act when it began in 1945 was really the Economic Development Protection Act. Because it really said if you invest money, put it into a water project, the state's going to protect that by property rights. And there are provisions in the statute that say if we determine that there's water available, then we're obligated to approve that permit. And obviously we work on the best information we have available. But as we've gone through time, we find out that maybe the information we had available in 1980 or 1990 is not quite reality. Today we've got better information, and I'm sure 20 years from now or 2 months from now, we're going to find out that the information we thought was right, maybe was not quite as good. And so there's always that balance of trying to make sure we don't limit some individual property owners' ability to gain economic advantage. But there's also the balance of do we have enough information and enough resources to adequately evaluate that and making sure that we're not going to cause problems for somebody else that's already in line. So again, I think that's just kind of it's a pretty big broad policy question, but I think something about state policy is like, do you want to continue that overall thought of economic development, additional development of water rights? It's kind of the overarching responsibility we have.
Thank you, Chair. You really described the impairment investigation process for groundwater, but there's also the impairment for surface water as well. And yeah, we got put Quivira aside, what if we're talking, because that's kind of its own monster. But, if you're talking about just, somebody regular on the Ark River, even a Republican or whatever, they're not getting the water coming to them. What is the investigative process that you would go through to make that determination or not? And is that something that, if there's upstream groundwater users that you would possibly administer, them in that case, or I guess touch on that a little bit. There's not exactly surface water that runs through Northwest Kansas, so I'm kind of familiar with it actually.
I think the day-to-day surface water administration for impairment is, it's handled at the field office level. They just go out and they might stream gauge, they might use USGS gauge, see if there's water available for all the waters or for all the uses downstream, and simply turn off the utilities. I think it's that sort of general investigation. We only have to do, you know, this kind of involved investigation. It's just so, it's hard to see.
Oh, sorry. Thank you, Chair Titus. So going back to Chair Meadows' question on the quality of the water coming across all these interstate compacts. Remembering a few years ago, there was some debate about a plan that Nebraska had proposed to create an interbasin transfer between the Platte and the Republican. And my understanding was that all of the Kansas agencies opposed that based on quality and basic species issues. Could you give us an update on the status of that proposal and maybe a little bit more about how that fit into the current terms of the compact? Do we have a leg to stand on, basically?
I don't, I'm not seeing a compact nexus necessarily. I mean, Nebraska certainly wanted to use it to provide water as another source of water for the compact. I don't think we have any say over what kind of water, where they get their water. In fact, they have $100 million invested in plantation projects on the ground now, ready to pump this water. And they may have to this year. But as far as saying whether they can use the Platte water or not for compact water quantity purposes, I don't think we have anything to say about that. All the other things we absolutely do, you know, we don't want invasive species or water quality issues coming down with them. The status of that, as far as I know, it's still in their administrative process. They had a lot of, they had a court case, they had a standing court case. I think it's been disposed of. I think they're reviewing the permit. And that would be, by the way, Nebraska has a new, and they're no longer the Department of Natural Resources, Department of Water, Energy and Environment. Trivia.
A follow-up, I mean, and for, I guess not a follow-up, but totally separate question. On the minimum desirable stream flows, they apply to 23 specific reaches across the state. If the state at some point decides that we want to amend what those reaches are, or add or subtract, how is that possible, or would it take an act of the legislature in order to change what those reaches are?
I do it would take an act just to mirror the statute, just that statute, the minimum desirable stream flow, numbers of the statute, all that stuff is in statute.
Yeah.
It was I can't remember whether it was DWR or the Water Authority or its predecessor body that, the Water Authority that did a study on MDS and sort of did the legwork for the legislature, and that's how it ended up in statute. So it wasn't really the legislature that did that. They said, they asked the agencies to evaluate those, and that's where it came from.
Thank you.
No, the MDS numbers, as Chair said, it was 1982, 1983, emergency group led by the Water Office, then adopted into water plan that developed background papers and made recommendations on what the numbers should be. And then again, those were, as Chris said, codified in the statute. They talked about quite a bit, but we've really not been any overall whether those are correct or not. Should be changed. There's one little footnote. As you can bring it up, that in the statute, there was a recognition at the time that they were adopted, that there was ongoing discussions. We didn't have litigation with Nebraska on the Republican board at the time, but there was already concern about some of the issues that were happening. And so there was the footnote that basically says, once all that is decided, we better go back and look at the numbers on public places. So there was recognition they might need to be changed or reviewed, but it really just hasn't happened yet.
Leo?
I was going to have a question on the MDS. Earl answered quite a bit of it. I just would say something along, as this task force has these discussions on stream flows, what's right, and that at least that's looked at again, because, the example that I saw here, which was the Clark County one, which doesn't have an MDS on it, but we have dried that stream up, and it said the right thing. And so, it's just that thought, should we be drying streams up in the state for irrigation? Because it doesn't have an MDS. So that's really a comment, not a question.
Say, Bob?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That was along the lines of what I was gonna ask. Is it, water becomes more scarce if we're looking at additional streams that may need to follow by proteas. So that might be an interesting topic.
Further questions? Thank you, Chris. For the committee, Chris. Greg Jackson. KLA is providing us lunch today for the committee. We're gonna have kind of a working lunch, so what we'll do is, it's been set up in the, go in this hallway right outside the door to your right. It's in the conference room. Please grab a plate and come back and sit down, and we'll get moving on the dairy presentation. So for task force staff, and Jackie, if you'd just like to address this.
Garagiola. I'm an associate counsel and a lobbyist for the Kansas Livestock Association. We have quite a few member water users, mostly stock water rights, but many of them also have irrigation water rights as well. So happy to be a part of this conversation, and thanks for having us here today, and happy to provide you some lunch today. So I think Kenny said it all. We've got brisket sandwiches there. It's kind of a build your own situation as you go through the line, and some chips and tea, sweet tea, unsweet tea, and lemonade. So feel free to head that way, and appreciate having you be here. So
Let's staff go first, so they can come back and get settled.
Oh.
All right, let's go ahead and move forward. Dr. Mike is here, talk about dairy development, so.
Well, good afternoon, and appreciate the opportunity to share a little bit about our dairy industry here in the state of Kansas. Related to water regards to that. Thank you guys for your time. Hopefully, this fairly informative. If you do have questions as I go through this, please just stop me and we'll try to take questions. Yep. There we go. All right. So I'm Dr. Mike Brook, Extension Dairy Specialist at Kansas State University. I'll finish up my 26th year with K-State here in just a couple of months. So, been with the dairy industry here in the state for most of the rapid expansion and things we've seen. So as we get started today, I just want to share a little bit about the transformation of the industry here in Kansas. When I came to Kansas State University and joined our dairy team there, one of the things that was expressed to us by the administration, our department head, as well as the dean, try to help figure out what we can do to rebuild the dairy industry here in Kansas. It's been on a very steep decline and really reached a low point. And so a lot of my early part of my career was spent working with the team as we tried to transform the industry from what, from the 50s and 60s, early 70s type production systems to the production systems that we see today. It has been a fairly steep hill that we have climbed, and we've done it very successfully with a lot of help from a lot of people. So as you look at cow numbers here in the States, we actually bottomed out in 1994 with about 77,000 dairy cows across the state. So since that time, we've been gradually rebuilding, and here in the last couple of 3 years, we've seen some fairly significant growth in those cattle numbers. And at the end of 2024, beginning of 2025, NASS suggested that we had about 180,000 head of lactating dairy cows in the state. The numbers for the end of June of 2025 increased to 202,000 head. So we are growing in terms of the number of cows, and that is largely due to increased processing here in the state, right here in Dodge City, as well as other places across the state as well. So transformation has been fairly dramatic. A lot of times around K-State, they talk about the comeback that we've had in the football arena. I would submit that here in the state of Kansas, one of the great comeback stories is what we've actually seen in the dairy. And it's been a combination of efforts by our communities here in western Kansas to attract dairies from the technical side that we've been able to do from K-State to help with that, as well as our regulatory entities here in the state, whether we talk about the water office or animal health or the animal inspection, dairy inspection program here in the state. All of those have been very, very critical in developing this industry here in the state. As we look at total milk production has actually had a more dramatic increase than actual cow numbers. So we're about almost a fourfold increase in milk production. So it's not only about the amount of cows we have in the state, but it's the fact that those cows are much more productive today than what they were in the early 1990s, and that continues to rise. As we look at production per cow, to emphasize that, since about 1995, we've seen about a 1.7-fold increase in milk production. So
2024 average milk production per cow here in the state was 23,876 pounds. And we continue to grow that number gradually each year. So our dairy farms are becoming more efficient. And part of that efficiency is associated with increased production per cow. Now, one of the things that's often talked about is, well, what's happened to the number of dairy farms? So when I joined the faculty, we had just under 900 dairy farms across the state of Kansas. Today, as we look at the most recent numbers published in July, we have 128 dairy farms in the state. All of those are grade A, so all of those farms are fluid grade milk that they're producing. We do not have any grade B or manufacturing grade farms in the state. Have not had any of those for a few years now due to the loss of markets for them. So all the milk produced in Kansas is grade A milk. So that's kind of what's going on in Kansas. I want to share just a little bit to give you a feel for what's going on around us, because I think as we talk about the dairy industry, that is very important. And you can see that Kansas is the dark blue state there, and we see about a need for about 600 pounds of milk per person per year to meet the dairy needs, and that would be for both fluid milk as well as manufactured products like cheese and those sorts of things. So Kansas is what we call a net export state. In the state, we produce in 2024 just under 1,500 pounds per person. So we produce more than what we would consume here as based on our population. So the numbers there inside of each of those states represents the pounds of milk produced per person in that state. So less than 600, basically, you're going to have to import some milk from someplace to make up that difference. So as you look at this map, there's this circle just to the southeast of us where milk production is very deficient. So for many, many years, Kansas has been viewed basically as a balanced state. So it's basically, we're here in the center of the country. We've got a lot of needs in dairy plants to the south of us. So we have traditionally sent a lot of our milk elsewhere for processing. And it took a little while for the processing industry to come to Kansas. And we typically, at one point, we would export to dairy plants, other places in the United States, close to 80% of our total production. It's not true today, particularly with the Gilmore plant now here in Dodge. We probably will be able to process about 50–60% of the total milk that's produced in the state. We will still be a net exporter, sending milk to other states, primarily to the south and east of us. And it really varies. These processing plants, they need to run at fairly full capacity to be most efficient. So if they need an extra load in South Carolina, if we've got excess milk here in Kansas, that load may go to South Carolina. So sometimes we do all milk a long distance and put milk into various plants throughout the country, depending on where it's needed. So we will continue to do that, but we do have increased processing here in the state to take up some of that. Now, as you look at the last 5 years, what's happened, this is a map, this is changes in per capita milk production. Again, total milk production divided by the total population. You can see in this graph, Kansas is green, so it's a state that over the last 5 years has increased in its per capita milk production. So with the growing dairy industry, we would assume that would continue to happen. You notice again, this area to the southeast of us, there are a lot of red states and negative numbers. that's where milk production is still decreased. So they're actually losing production in those areas, and creates an opportunity for us to sell not only dairy products, but also milk for processing plants in those areas. As we look at milk production, where do we rank in terms of total milk production? We rank 17th in the nation. We expect that number will become smaller and due to expansion and increases in production in the state. So we think that do we get to top 10? Maybe. I think that might be possible in the future. In terms of production per cow, which I think is another important measurement because you always want to become more efficient, we rank 16th in the nation. So again, that's a number that has improved quite a bit over the last 20 years as our farms have become more productive and have done a better job of cow care and cow management, nutrition, genetics, cow comfort, all of that goes into that. So again, we're making that progress there. So I basically, as I look forward, what I see in our industry here in the state, I think we've largely recovered from that negative decline that we were in. We will continue to expand. I think that is a sign of a healthy industry that we continue to grow, and farms will see some expansion from outside the state as well as from within the farms that we actually have here in the state. Now, most of this expansion is towards the larger size dairies, and there's probably reasons for that. And I'm not going to hide behind that. This is economic data that's put out by PRS, looking at the profitability of dairy farms of different sizes. And basically, you've got over there on the far left, you've got the smaller farms, and then coming across to the right, larger farms. The blue bars represent the cost per hundredweight of milk. What ERS estimates it costs to produce 100 pounds of milk on these different sized dairies. And you can see smaller dairies estimate is about $39 per hundredweight, and larger dairies greater than 2,000 cows, a little less than $14. So there are some economics of scale involved. The green bars represent the percentage of the dairies within that category that are expected to show a profit. And for the smaller farms, only about 2.8%, and over 80% of the larger farms. So that is kind of the backdrop, what is driving this move toward larger dairy farms, and a lot of the expansion we've seen out here in the western part of the state has been those types of dairies. So I'd just stop for a second. Any questions about any of that industry?
So why aren't there larger farms in southeast Canada, southeast United States?
In the southeast?
Yeah, in the United States. Why is there such a deficit there?
So the environment is one thing. So hot or humid is not a good place for a dairy cow to live. So it's a very challenging environment. There's lack of resources, crop production, and those sorts of things. I mean, they produce crops, but not in areas like we have out. So the efficiency of that was different. There's also, other choices, manufacturing plants and other things that have been built in those areas that provide job opportunities for folks in those areas. Yeah. All right, jump ahead here then. So let's talk a little bit about water on dairies, what's important there. So as we look at the total water footprint, which would include crop production for dairy, about 90% or greater of the total water footprint would be associated with crop production. It's the feed that needs to be raised to feed the cows and feed the animals on the dairy. And as we start breaking it down then on the dairy, how do we use water? Obviously, we need water for drinking, watering the cattle. There's parlor cleaning, sanitation that needs to be taken care of. We use water to cool the milk initially as it heads through the plate cooler. So that's usually the first cooling. We generally drop that milk temperature by about 30 degrees just with well water. Manure management is an important thing. We've got to get the manure cleaned out of the animal barns and those sorts of things. A lot of times we use water through flushing systems to do that. During the summertime, weather like we're having now, we need to cool the cows. We need to provide heat abatement. So there's ways that we either cool the air or put the water directly on the animal to allow it to evaporate there to actually make that animal cooler. Feed management. So we use water in various ways in the diet and add water to it that way. And then there's miscellaneous uses on the dairy as well. So there's restrooms, there might be towels to wash, other laundry that needs to be done associated with the dairy. So there's water that's used for those sorts of things as well. So how much water does it take? And that's a question that we sometimes are asked. And, you know, there's various sources you can go to. There are some states that basically they have recommendations or basically this is how much water you need to be able to provide. So if you're in Florida, 40 gallons of drinking water per cow, along with about 130 gallons per cow per day for the cleaning the milking parlor and other uses around the dairy. Arizona, there they estimate total water would be about 105 gallons per cow per day. Here in Kansas, the number that we've used often when planting dairies is about 35 gallon a day for drinking, and then 100 gallon per cow per day for the rest. And so about a total of 135 gallon per cow per day. As we looked at these numbers and we started looking at some of the data coming off of some of our farms, we were like, these things aren't really matching up. So from 2000 through 2009, we worked with about 24 different farms across the state, working with the Division of Water Resources to obtain pumping data. So this is actual data of water pumped for these different dairies over a 10-year period. And 12 of the dairies were freestalls, 10 of them were dry lot, and then 2 of them had a combination of dry lot facilities as well as freestall in the same area. So they represented various sizes of dairies. The dry lots tended to be a little bit larger, averaging over 4,000 cows per dairy. The freestall FS is what freestall is up there. So they're just a little over 3,500 on average of the dairies looked at. And then the 2 combination dairies had about 2,000 cows each. So here's some of the take homes from that particular study. As we look at the dry lot dairies, they were pumping based on cow numbers and pumping records, utilizing 49 gallons per cow per day over that 10-year period. Freestalls, a little bit higher, about 60.6 gallons per day. And we think probably one of the differences between the freestall and the dry lot dairies was the fact that freestall dairies, a lot of them were using water as part of their cow heat abatement systems. Dry lot dairies, we tend not to do that other than at the milking part. So part of that difference could be associated with that. The dry lot freestall combinations, those averaged about 72 gallons per day.
So I don't know what a dry lot is.
Sure.
What is that? What are you talking about?
Yeah, so a dry lot, imagine a feed yard, okay? Basically open pens, feed bunk, and then on a dairy, we bring those animals 2 or 3 times a day from those pens to the milking. A freestall dairy would be a barn. Okay, like the newer dairies that we have, they'll have cattle inside. That's fine. Yep, no, great question. All right, and as we looked at it, statistically, the dry lots had a significant lower water use than what the freestalls and combination of dry lot freestall had. So maybe an advantage in that situation for the dry lot. Another thing we noticed is there was a lot of variability in the data. So in this chart, and these are different averages of years across the bottom here, but the dry lot dairies may be a more consistent use of water. The blue line as opposed to freestalls, the red line, and then the green line is the two dairies that were a combination of dry lot and freestall systems. So a lot of variation in that. And we didn't really have additional data to sort all of that out as to why that would be. Probably some of it has to do with just differences in rainfall and environmental temperatures. So maybe needing to use more water in wash bins when we have higher levels of rainwater to feed animals prior to milking. May also have to do with differences in summertime temperatures and use of water in the system. So a lot of these dairies were in the process of either expanding or newly coming in production during this period of time as well. So things that they're adding different years might impact total water that they need in those particular years. So did notice a lot of variation there. So basically, what did we conclude from the data that we collected and analyzed? Well, it appeared to us as though the 135 gallons of water per cow per day that we thought we had to have is probably somewhat truly less than that when you talk about just the water that's going to be used on the dairy. We do recognize there could be some differences in the types of facilities and some changes that we need to take a look at there. We also looked at, so what other things, if we were going to redo this or we were going to do another study, what were some different things we need to take into consideration? So some estimates of what they're doing with cow cooling and how aggressive that is. Level of production, as production goes up, we tend to increase the intensity of cow cooling to help the cows do a better job to withstand heat stress. There's a lot of variation in the amount of water that we can use in cleaning milking parlors. And as we look at larger dairies with a single deck rather maybe than multiple parlors for the same number of animals, probably a decrease in water associated with that larger deck because you can just simply be more efficient. We didn't consider water recycling in this particular study. So we've got dairies that are using water to cool the milk initially. That water is going to be captured and reused somehow in the dairy, reducing the total amount of water that is needed by the dairy. We didn't try to quantify production. There have been other studies that have indicated that there may be an increase in water usage as production goes up. Part of that is due to the fact milk is 87% water. So at a higher level of milk production is going to have a higher water requirement for drinking as a result of that. We didn't try to look at environmental situations. In other words, temperatures during the summertime versus the amount of water used for various things. Could be differences there. Some dairies would have had some heifers on site, other dairies not. So in addition to lactating cows, what other animals were on the farm that might have impacted the water use that they were looking at? And then finally, some diets. As we look at some additional data here in the next few minutes, you're going to come to realize that the diet that we feed has a huge impact on the total water need for the dairy. And we gained a lot of efficiencies over time because of the types of crops and crops that we choose to include in the diets of dairy animals that helps us with that. So this is some data from a study that was published in the Journal of Dairy Science in 2020. And it was looking at what they call blue water. So blue water would be either groundwater or surface water, okay, that is needed on dairies. And basically, they looked at 6 different dairies. 3 of those dairies had data on wastewater that was returned and used for irrigation. 3 did not. So the data I'm presenting to you here shows the liters kilograms of water per kilogram of milk produced is what the chart is in. So what they looked at is they were looking at 1964 versus 2014. Okay, so dairies in 1964, how much water was being utilized versus estimates of water usage in 2014. And they used a couple of different models to predict that. So one of the things that you'll notice is as you look at water needed for cropping, which is over on the left-hand side of the column, a vast majority of the water was utilized for cropping as compared to the rest of the uses on the farm. And it was vastly greater in 1964 versus what was required in the models in 2014 that they looked at. So why is that? Well, lots of differences in crop production, crop yield, lots of differences in the amount of water that's actually utilized to grow those crops between those years, and lots of differences in production per cow, making it much more efficient to produce a kilogram of milk in 2014 than what it was in 1964. You go on over, well, the 2 columns in the middle of the chart there, the first one is just what is needed for housing and milking, and then free water intake, or what's utilized for drinking, basically there. So the free water intake was a very low percentage of the total. There on the far right is the total amount of water. And again, you can see there's a huge difference in the amount of water needed to produce a kilogram of milk in 1964 versus today, or in 2014 as this was done. So conclusions then from the study, again, this was the utilization of groundwater and surface water only. Did not take in account rainfall and those sorts of things. So the total water needed 1964 compared to the models in 2014 represented about an 88% decrease in the amount needed. Okay, so very, very significant decrease in what was needed in that. When you looked at water utilized in crops, that was the big savings. So 1964 versus the 2014 models would indicate only maybe about 9 to 11% as much water was needed in 2014 as compared to 1964. So again, significant changes in yields as well as irrigation practices. When we look at on-farm dairy use, what's actually used on the dairy farm, it was cut by about 55 to almost 60% as compared to 1964. So a statement to the efficiencies gained during that period of time. And overall, drinking water was less than 2% of what was needed in the total footprint. So drinking water is a pretty minor portion of what we actually need in terms of running a dairy. Another study that was published in 2020, this is in the Journal of Animal Science, again, looking at efficiencies gained in California dairy industry. This is a little different time period. They took
2007, compared it to 2017. Okay, and I'll just kind of do the quick comparison here for you. So the models for 2017 versus 2007. So over that 10-year period, they noticed that drinking water was only 73.9% of what it was in 2007. So about a 27% decrease in the amount of water needed for drinking. Irrigation water, again, during that 10-year period to grow crops for these dairies, only about 70% of what it was in 2007. Sanitation water, what we utilized, the cleaning and the milking parlor cleaning, dairy equipment, those sorts of things. Again, the number for 2017 was only about 73% of what it was for the same animals in 2007. And then total water usage on the dairy decreased about 30% of the total water footprint due to efficiencies in production, not only on the dairy side, but also on the crop side. So more current data than the previous data, but gives you a flavor for how the dairy industry has increased in efficiency in water utilization over time. So where are those efficiencies coming from? I think it's important to point that out. Number one, just changes in milk production. You saw the graphs for changes in milk production per cow here in Kansas. This will be very similar on a national basis. Okay, our dairies have continued to get higher levels of milk production. It's genetics, it's feed, it's rations, it's cow comfort, it's the various things we do to keep that animal in a more efficient, productive state. Okay, and the dairy industry has done very well at trying to increase that. Same thing's been happening on crops. Okay, so crop yields have greatly increased over the periods of time, and that makes us more efficient, makes us use less water per pound of milk that we use. There's not a lot of water conservation, both on the irrigation side as well as on the dairy side, to try to reduce just total water use through different things that we do on dairy. Cover a few of those. More water recycling. You know, it used to be water that was used to cool the milk might have went down the drain, okay, or it might have went straight out to the lagoon. It wasn't reused for washing or maybe for drinking water for the cattle. That's not the case today. A lot has changed in irrigation, and you guys heard other presenters talk about different methods of using to improve our efficiency of using water to grow crops. There's also been changes in production systems. So as we look at in Kansas in specific, what is changing in Kansas in the dairy industry that might change water usage? Well, one of the things, we're switching from dry lots to more free stalls. More of our newer facilities, the animals are inside all the time. They're not necessarily out in open pens. And that could have an impact on water needs as well. We do a better job of cooling cows. When we're inside, there are more things we can do. We can do things with airflow. If they're inside, they're in the shade. All right. Properly designed building, they're in the shade. They're not out exposed to solar radiation. And we can do a more targeted job of putting water on the animal to cool the animal. So we gain efficiencies there. In terms of manure management, this is something that's really changing on our dairies. It used to be, you go back 15 years ago when we designed a dairy, pretty much all of them were flush systems. We were using lagoon water to clean the manure out of the pens. Okay, clean all the concrete alleys, even in dry lots, we would do that too. And this resulted in a lot of water recycling because water from the lagoon was used to clear that manure out of those areas. And, you know, sometimes, particularly on smaller dairies, that water might be reused 5, 6, 7 times. Today, about the only place on our newer dairies, about the only place we actually use water to move manure would be the milking parlor and the holding pen behind it. The animal pens out in the barn, we use giant vacuums, and so we've really reduced the amount of recycling of water, lagoon water to move here. And we do that for a variety of reasons. Many times these dairies that are utilizing the vacuums, they also have methane digesters associated with the dairy, and the methane digester design doesn't really want to deal with all that excess water. One more concentrated product, so that's part of the reason. The other big change that we haven't really accounted for, I don't think very well, is just changes in forages. Okay, the choices of crops that we grow. Are we going to still utilize corn silage in dairy diets for the lactating cows? Yes. Are we going to use some other types of forages that require less water for heifers, for dry cows, maybe a little bit in the lactating cow diet? We are doing that. So sorghums, so small grain silages, those sorts of things we're using at a greater rate to reduce the amount of water that we need to grow crops for our dairies here in Kansas. So as we look at an example of a current dairy here in the state that has utilized a lot of these different types of improvements, okay, in terms of water conservation on the dairy, a dairy that has high levels of production. This is the gallons of water needed per pound of milk produced, okay? And four different dairies here, and they range from about 0.58 gallon per pound of milk up to high here is 0.69. So somewhere, if we have 90-pound cows, that would equate to about 52 to maybe 62 gallons of water per cow per day for lactating cows. And this is data taken off actual dairies here in Kansas. It's only a single year, so it's not a lot of data, but just to give you an idea, we are getting more efficient, and we are doing things to conserve the amount of water that it takes to produce milk. This was an interesting study from Idaho. They looked at 6 different dairies in this study, and they looked at the amount of water that they were pumping from the ground. So blue water would be either surface water or well water that's going into the dairy, and it's in gallons per head per day. And then the middle column there is wastewater applied. So this is actual from their pumping records, the amount of water going out for irrigation on a per cow per day basis, okay? And then they describe the difference as net water. So their thought was this water, if it wasn't going into the dairy, would be utilized for irrigation, right? So the dairy maybe should get some credit for the amount of water that they essentially were recycling and using to irrigate crops, okay? So in their mind, the net water use for the dairy then on a per cow per day basis would be anywhere from about 32 gallon per day, maybe upwards to about 43 gallons, 43, 34 gallons, okay? So an interesting thing for us, I think, to think about as we think about water usage in our current systems, a lot of times we don't give a lot of credit back for the amount of water that dairies are taking out of their lagoons and using as irrigation water. That is replacing what would have to come out of the ground to grow those crops that they're growing with that irrigation. So it is a significant, can be a significant water savings. Another thing I guess I wanted to, was to think about opportunities with water with dairy. Where is that at? This is something that Dr. Joe Hunter and I put together a few years ago for the Western Dairy Management Conference. And as Joe describes this, it's really the forgotten water on the dairy. If you're in an area that has a 48-inch moisture deficit, which qualify here in western Kansas on an annual basis. So evaporation, how much of that water that we take out of the ground, how much of it just evaporates out of the lagoons? Okay, our estimates would be about 29%, about 30% significant if those lagoons are not covered. So one of the things we might need to look at in the future is if those lagoons were covered, give us an opportunity to capture methane potentially. And it would also be a way to reduce the amount of evaporation loss that we have. About 40% maybe of the water that we would utilize on a dairy could be available for irrigation. Okay, depending on how we conserve water and how we store that. So there could be a way to increase it there. Water is going to be shipped away in milk. Milk is 87% water. So probably about 5% of our water usage in the dairy is going to go out with the milk, and there's nothing we can do about that. Heat abatement, we do lose some there because about 50% of the water we put out in any of our heat abatement systems is evaporative loss. So that's about 13% maybe of our total water. And then we've got water that goes out in separated manure solids. It's not without moisture, obviously. So maybe we lose another 8-9% of pumped is associated. So these are all represent opportunities that we make to further increase the efficiency of water use.
What's a 48-inch moisture deficit?
So that's the difference between annual evaporation and annual rainfall.
Okay.
So if you have a 60-inch evaporation rate over the year, and you only get 15 inches of water from the sky, you have 3 inches. Yes.
Okay, and I'm sure we're going to stop and ask about this. We talk this forgotten irrigation water or trying to find ways for runoff lagoon. Seems to me that's going to be the dairy or somebody's going to hire somebody to do all that data, do all that collection. And I mean, I'm trying to, you know, or how would that go? Would that is that a local entity that would I mean, there's got to be some sort of a and I'm trying to say the right word here. Basically, trust but verify. Not that I don't believe that you have, you know, 100,000 gallons or 10 acre feet of water that you're getting credit for, but how can this work? I'm trying to piece it all in everything we're trying to do here. How does what piece of this puzzle can this fit in? Because I want to be supportive of dairy, but also want to look at, you know, it's a completely new concept to me.
Okay. So I'll try to simplify that a little bit. I gave an example early on of what I did with graduate students years ago, just looking at pumping water. So within the state of Kansas, I mean, we have water, the water office has pumping records, all right? KDHE also has pumping records on wastewater. The dairy farm is the entity that has the cow numbers and the data, what types of animals are on their farm, what types of diets they're feeding, those sorts of things. So that's what that data is.
Okay.
So really what you're talking about is a research project that involves those three entities. And it's a major accounting project is what it is. It requires, it's a little simpler than it was back in, when we did this a few years ago. When we did it a few years ago, it was going into the file cabinets and getting the hard copies.
So really it's a formula then? The data is there, everybody has the data, it's just putting the data together, actually making it work, making it functional.
Right,
Okay.
and somebody that understands a dairy farm well enough to know that they're getting the numbers that they need when it comes to feed.
Okay.
Reasonable things for that. The water data, as I understand it, a lot of that has been computerized now, so that's not as much of a task as it was. Wastewater, I think, is the same. You know, and what I would suggest is we really need to develop for Kansas dairy, what does a real water budget look like? Because we're different than Florida, we're different than Idaho, we're different than California. Okay, but an important piece of that is the crops that we grow and how we utilize those in feeding the dairy herd. So considerable time has to be spent on the farm, understanding in different years, what were their rations, what were their production systems, what were their actual yields of crops grown. So that's not going to necessarily be the same. Some of them are going to have access to irrigated acres. Some of them are going to have dry land as well. So there's a mixture there that we need to take into consideration. So excellent project.
I'm just trying to see how this whole, I've got more, and we can say those for later possibly, but I just thought I want to make sure I fully understand too, as well as what you're trying to get at as we go through that. So thank you.
I was wondering, you mentioned the 5% of the water usage that automatically gets shipped out through the actual the production of the milk. I think it's maybe McCarty that is, if I remember correctly, was starting to experiment with possible dehydration of milk and being able to reuse that water. Have you heard about that at all, or have you seen any trends towards that as a way to conserve water?
So they, and this date is a couple of years old now. They've changed some things in their processing plant, and these numbers would probably be higher. But the dairy at Rexford, before the expansion, they were actually supplying about 25% of the total drinking water for the entire dairy herd was water recaptured from the process plant. And they've continued to do that. They just do a better job of it. So that number would probably be greater today. They haven't had time to pull all that together. So
They're still unique.
yes. Oh yeah. Yes.
I got the tour here about a month and a half ago, and it's far higher numbers than 25% now. And the cows are on sand beds in lots. When he talks about the free stalls or whatever, and it's like the gate automatically opens and that group of cows gets up and they walk down the aisle for a ways and go to the carousel. And that carousel is huge. 120 head of cows on a single carousel going around. There's 5 people working, not more. Everything else is automated as far as cleaning and stuff. I was amazed that the drainage inside the barn has a little slope to it, so the cows are laying there on sand bed, and there's fans in there. I think they had 300 fans. And they set a 5 or a 6 mile an hour breeze. There's absolutely no flies. You don't see a cow swish her tail or anything. And it's just as quiet and peaceful in there as can be. It's a little scary, but they've gotten to the point of so relaxed and it's almost robotic. They recycle a lot of water. A little of it goes to the cooling system. It's amazing what they can do.
Just adding to that, Chairman Rogers, I would, and not to gush over the dairy industry, I would argue it's probably the most reliable data of any of the ag-based industries. Because they're getting multiple data points per cow per day. And it's astounding. It is Henry Ford times X in terms of the daily efficiencies gained in these more so, and not to run down the average irrigator, but like that's a diffuse set of people all over the countryside and everybody's doing things differently. This is a handful of hyper data driven companies. And so it's really reliable data, probably the best.
Anything else? All right, this is something else that I wanted to toss out to you guys as well, and this is dangerous. I'm gonna take a stab into it. So, as Dr. Harner and I work through water usage in different entities of agriculture, I guess one of our thoughts is ultimately water is a resource and it's used for economic development. In other words, we've got to take this resource, we've got to manage it well, but ultimately it has to produce profit. Okay, so what we did is we looked at different entities. We've got corn production and silage production, alfalfa production, and then we've got 3 different categories for milk here. And what we were looking at is what is the amount of water that is required to produce $1 of gross return? What is the amount of water return needed to produce $1 of gross return? And when we look at the dairy industry, last 3 there, if we can produce milk without additional irrigation water, in other words, if we've got enough natural rainfall, it's going to be fairly minimal. Just that little bit of water that we actually need to utilize on the dairy, which is actually fairly small compared to the rest. As we add irrigated crops, we increase the amount of water that's required to produce that, to produce $1 of revenue. As we bring lagoon water back in, as part of that irrigation water, we would reduce the amount that we would have to pump just for irrigation, so we become more efficient. So as we look at different choices how we can use water, we feel that dairy is a very efficient use of water to drive economic development. Now, we still have to raise corn and other crops to feed those cows, we do, but the return on dairy is very good, okay? And, one of the interesting things about dairy is amongst the economic development people I worked with when I first came to Kansas, they always had this saying that for every $1 that a dairy generates, it's going to circulate in the community 7 times. Because of all the needs that a dairy has for services and goods and those sorts of things. So not only is it an efficient use of water, it is also an efficient way to drive economic development in our communities. And many of our communities have experienced that over the last 20 years and continue to experience that. This is some data from a dairy that was just mentioned. Okay, this is on an annual basis. So in their processing plant and the plate chiller water and the milking parlor, they capture about 185 million gallons a year. Okay. They've redesigned some things and how they handle flush water and washing some equipment, as well as some things they're doing in irrigation. That saves another 471 million gallons annually. So this particular dairy their water savings is about 229 million gallons a year on an annual basis, okay? And this is snapshot, single year. This is not multi-year data, but to give you an idea of the types of efficiency that are possible, even on a large scale. Okay, yes, we're going to still have to have water, but I would challenge you that, as mentioned before, these people are really driven to try to do a better job with what they actually have. So, what are some things that we can do moving forward? So, we're moving to smart towel cooling in various ways. One is, as it gets warmer, we ramp up the cooling, so we do a better job of keeping the cows cooler, so they produce more milk. Okay, we don't have a big reduction in some milk. Forced air ventilation, as mentioned, at one facility, 300 fans. Okay, we do a better job of cooling cows. They are more efficient because of that, because of moving air down through them. And if you're wondering where that idea for 6 to 7 mile an hour wind came from, that's a K-State research thing. Okay, and that was something that was developed at our dairy unit at K-State, actually in our ice farm. We looked at different ways to put on water, different wind speeds. What's the best way to cool a cow? We did it on a small scale so we could roll it out on a large scale. And that information is still being used 20 years later, not only here in Kansas, but also across the United States. They have on this particular dairy, in the wintertime, we have a problem with water tanks freezing, right? So what's a good way to keep the water tank freezing? Well, you just let it run over, all right? And for years, that was a practice. So there's a better way to do that. There are temperature sensing water plugs that can be installed that when the water temperature gets to a certain point, it just simply dumps and then the tank refills. Okay, so it's not a continuous loss of water just by letting it run over, whether it's in a freezing situation or not. So helps that way. They've done a lot with irrigation. The irrigation nozzle packages that they use. They've recently implemented soil probes to look at soil moisture, so they can irrigate according to what the actual soil conditions are, not basically a guess. And this is what we put on last week, so this is what we're going to put on this week. And then they've been heavily involved with increasing the number of acres that they can irrigate from their lagoon, reburying pipelines and being able to take that wastewater further and further from the dairy. Some of the things that are interesting in what can we do for drought tolerant crops? Do we go to sorghum silages? Do we look at small grains? I know on the plant breeding side at K-State, we've looked at different possibilities for sorghums and continue to do that. Sorghum is kind of a unique crop. Kansas down into Oklahoma and down into Texas, that's the Milo Belt or the sorghum belt for the United States. It's not a great number of acres. You're not going to get the commercial seed companies very interested in it. Does it have worldwide application? Yes, it does. But here in the United States, actually very, very limited acres. Okay? So if we're going to make strides in those types of crops from the genetic side, going to have to be probably through public institutions like K-State that have active breeding programs. Now, one thing I am excited about is corn becomes more and more drought tolerant and requires less water. And as we understand the corn genomics better, and as we are able to target things, I think we're going to see a pretty drastic reduction in the amount of water that is needed to grow a corn crop. And some of our commercial companies, they're more excited about what they can actually do with a corn crop as opposed to investing additional funds into sorghum breeding. And I get that. It's all about number of acres and and drought happens everywhere, right? It's just depends on which year, so, some things there. I wanted to touch just a little bit on the processing side because this is important, I think, in terms of the future of our dairy industry and really the total water footprint that we have as we go from the raw milk on the farm to cheese or whatever. And this is some data that the Hillmar folks kindly provided for me, just a diagram of what happens with water in their plant. So milk comes into the plant, it's about 87% water. They captured nearly 100% of that and somehow reuse it before it exits the plant. Okay, so in their membrane filters, they're taking out the excess water. They don't need all of that in their cheese vat. Actually, it's better cheese if we don't have all that excess water in there. So they're able to take that out. They capture water off the whey because they evaporate that after it comes out of the cheese vat. So that whey goes off. They also produce lactose, which is a dry product. Again, that produces more water, a little bit of animal feed. They can take that water that they've captured, they run it through a polisher. McCarty's do the same thing in their plant at Rexford as well to purify that a little bit more. We've still got a few compounds and things in there that membrane filters didn't quite take out, so we need to work on a little bit. Once we polish that water, it can be reused in their plant for various things. It can be used as washdown for the processing equipment. It can be utilized in generating heat for the plant to process, and can also be utilized in some cases in other processes that they have. From there, there is a portion of water that exits the plant, goes to the waste treatment facility here in Dodge City. And I think you guys heard an earlier presentation on how the wastewater plant here in Dodge utilizes water for different things, including growing crops. I attempted to get some numbers. I apologize. Some of this is proprietary information. We get down to the nitty-gritty. So maybe in the future we'll be able to talk a little more freely about what those numbers would look like. I just want to let you know that not only is recycling an important part of what we do on dairy farms today, it's also an important part of what we're doing in our processing plants here. Okay, so economic impact of this very interesting. When I look at the farm side, we're closely approaching about 5 billion pounds of milk produced a year. Okay, that's about $1 billion in gross revenue. Okay? In addition to that, we have heifer production. In fact, here in Kansas, we've got way more heifers than we do cows, and the reason for that is we're raising heifers for a lot of dairy farms in the upper Midwest and other places. Some of our heifers are leaving our farms and they're going south. So heifers tend to move on. We're providing a lot of feedlot animals through our crossbreeding programs. On a lot of our dairies today, about 30% of the cows are being bred to beef semen. Produce crossbred calves are going to end up in the feedlot. Okay. We get by with doing that because we use a lot of sex semen to produce the heifer calves that we need for the dairy. So another way that we're becoming more efficient. In fact, if you looked at the beef supply in our grocery stores, probably about 30% of that somehow has some dairy genetics in it, whether it came from whole cows or whether it came from excess steers or excess heifers or crossbred animals. Okay, so a huge part of what we do is actually for the beef industry as well. We're creating a market for feed, obviously, and we've been huge in terms of community development as well as creating jobs with the resources that we have. So as we look at the processing industry itself, basically over $7 billion annually in the process, in processing. About 3.3 of our total GDP is associated with dairy processing. Generates 276 million in state taxes. That includes retail sales and everything in there. Almost 10,000 direct jobs and then 19,500 indirect jobs. That's about 1.9 billion in wages. And this is data that economic data that's put together by IDFA, the International Dairy Foods Association, and specific for Kansas. So not only do we have a significant dairy production, dairy farm industry, we also have a significant processing industry as well. So where are we headed? Okay. Well, cow numbers are going to continue to grow. I mentioned that end of June, we were 202,000 dairy animals in the state. I expect by the end of the year, we'll probably add another 20,000. Most of those animals are already here. It's just a matter of the numbers catching up. Over the next 5 years, I think there's potential to see another 50,000 dairy cows, all Kansas home. Some of those are going to be on new operations. Some of them are going to be our existing operations that are doing expansions. Okay. Growth in processing, we do still have some additional capacity to realize here in Dodge. There's also potential for additional capacity over Garden City if those plans continue to develop. So we can see some growth there. This is going to result in a lot of increase in the economic impact of the industry. And that's going to be good for the state as well as for Western Kansas. And there is a chance we could get into the top 10 in the United States in terms of dairy production. It's going to depend a little bit on what happens on the I-29 corridor, what happens in states like South Dakota and Nebraska, whether that continues to develop or not, compared to what we're doing here. So what do we need? These are just some thoughts. We have a lot of holes in our data, and like I said, the discussion earlier, we need to define what a water footprint looks like for Kansas dairy. We really do. And and that involves some data collection and analyzing of those sorts of things and trying to quantify what we're doing in terms of water use and recycling. Forages are a huge part of what we need for our industry. It could be a potential huge user of water. We're getting much better with that, but we need to continue to become better. And that we need to take a look at diets and what are we including in those diets and how does that fit the environment that we're at here in Kansas. Okay. Irrigation efficiencies will continue to evolve. How we utilize those to grow crops for dairy will be very, very important. Okay. And as we look at some of these other crop choices that we have, could have an impact on total water needed to produce a pound of dry matter per dairy. One of the things that sometimes is confusing and actually scary to people looking at Kansas is our water regulations. And once they take the time to start to understand them, they understand the reason for that, and they actually appreciate it. But they got to take the time, and we could probably do a little better job of being a little more clear on how that applies to livestock. And I think this is particularly true with many of our regions are now in Lima, and how does that actually work? How does that relate to livestock? So we probably have some things we can do there to help people better understand what that's like. Who's really in charge of that and what regulations they have. I mentioned earlier this water that we're using out of lagoons for irrigation water. A lot of times we don't necessarily credit that back in any way to the dairies, but they are reducing the amount of water that they would need to pull from the aquifer because they are reusing that water, and it comes at a cost, okay, in their production system. So they do work very hard to do. I think we need to think about water as an economic resource. And if we take that resource and we use it to produce crops or livestock or whatever, what's the economic return for each gallon that we use? And the data that looks at, so much per cow per day, those sorts of things, that's traditionally how we've looked at things, but that's maybe not the best way. Because it is an economic resource. And then finally, I'll just throw this out here. The fan speeds, how we use solar systems in terms of cooling cows. Many of the things that we do for reproductive management on dairies. The research farm at K-State was hugely important in developing those concepts. If we're going to serve the dairy industry in the future, that facility needs to be rebuilt. If we develop new crops that we're going to utilize in dairy diets, they have to be run through animals and tested. Okay, and having a research farm there at K-State and do that would be hugely important. So I think as we look going down the road, answering some of these questions about water usage on dairies, being able to have a resource of graduate students and researchers that can work with those types of projects only happens because you have a research there. Okay? And even though you might be collecting data from around the state on farms, not really doing anything on the farm at that particular time for that particular project, it's still very important to have that resource there so that we can continue to attract students for our labor force here on Kansas dairies, as well as faculty to conduct these research projects. So, questions that you might have?
Thank you, Dr. Brooke. We're running a little tight on time, so I think what we'll do is if you have questions, funnel them to Heather via email or let her know, and she can connect with you directly, and then she can distribute out answers to any questions. So thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you guys for your time.
All right, let's move to our last presentation. We'll move into reports from our federal partners. And I don't know, we'll go with Todd if that's the preferred order, or we'd like to do it. Yeah. Okay.
Hey, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Todd Gemeinhardt. I'm with the Corps of Engineers in the Kansas City District. Online, I also have Ms. Jennifer Hengler from the Kansas City District. Perhaps she's going to be in and out. And then I also have Eugene Goff and Dylan Oney from the Tulsa District. Appreciate the opportunity to come talk to you today. There we go. Okay. Yeah, appreciate the opportunity to come talk to you today. I've been talking with the water office. I know there's a few questions they're going to pass on. I hope to maybe touch on those in this presentation. If not, certainly time at the end or stop me as I'm going through it. So today, I wanted to kind of give a broad overview of what the Corps of Engineers does, and how it may relate to some of the things and the interests you have in the state of Kansas. I want to talk a little bit about project implementation. For those of you that haven't worked with the Corps of Engineers in the past, everything we do on the civil work side is driven by cost share and sponsors. And so the Corps can't do anything without help from another entity, whether it's a state, a municipality, or that. In the state of Kansas, we have a real strong relationship with a number of agencies. We do a lot of work with the Kansas Water Office. We're currently undertaking some projects with wildlife and parks. I'll touch on those, but I can't stress that enough. I'm going to talk a little bit more about that as I kind of go through is why that partnership has to exist. And really the success of our projects is proportional to the strength of those partnerships. And that's why I think you'll see today that we have some really good things going on in Kansas. We also have the Sustainable Rivers Program. I know we're doing some stuff with you, Heidi, and the Nature Conservancy. We can touch a little more on that too. Once I kind of talk about how a project's done, I want to maybe briefly talk about subject that I know is of a lot of interest to you, is sedimentation in our reservoirs. And I'm going to kind of walk through what we're doing in the Kansas City district at Teller Creek as a bit of a case study, and how maybe we can look for future partnerships to address some of those issues. I'm then going to turn it over to the Tulsa district. They're online, and they're going to give an update on some work that they're doing at John Red. And then again, time for questions and discussion. But feel free to stop me as I'm going through if it's more convenient also. Okay. Okay. So real quickly, I'm not going to read this. I'm not going to read everything on the screen to you. You can see here the Corps has a number of missions that we undertake. Military is obviously a big part of it. There's some HDRW, some work. What you're in this room is probably most interested is our Civil Works Water Resources programs. That's where we look at things, flood, where we talk about flood risk reduction projects, navigation, ecosystem restoration, water supply. I know that's very important in this room. Hydropower, recreation, and emergency operations. I mentioned water supply is very important in this room. I just wanted to put this slide up here for everyone's reference, so you can see how the Corps and it does partner with the state of Kansas with respect to water supply. You can see that this is for both the Kansas City and Tulsa districts. For those of you that might not be aware, maybe everyone in this room is, water supply users do pay a portion of the annual operations and maintenance costs for those reservoirs. And just want to flag, I think most people are aware, but the infrastructure in not just the Midwest, but throughout the country, our locks and dams, a lot of the projects we have in place are aging, and so as we move into the next phase of this operation or continue to operate those projects, there will be additional operational costs associated with that, given the aging nature of those projects. We regularly try to communicate that with our partners, whether it be in conjunction with the BOR for Harlan, or more directly with the Corps and the water users, KWO in this particular case, at some of the other reservoirs. So here's just a quick look of the Kansas City and Tulsa districts, our civil works boundaries as it relates to the state of Kansas. And what you can see here is really the kind of the northern half of Kansas. Anything that flows into the Kansas River, the Osage River, ultimately into the Missouri River is the Kansas City district. Anything on the southern half that ultimately flows into the Mississippi River is Tulsa district's area of responsibility. This is just kind of a snapshot of the Kansas City district. Within the district, we have 28 reservoirs. 18 of those are Corps operated reservoirs. 9 of those happen to be located in the state of Kansas. There's also 10 Section 7 BOR reservoirs. The reason I mention those is because they do have a flood control mission. And when we get into operating those for flood control, the Corps actually assumes responsibility for that. Again, I kind of touched on this earlier. The primary watersheds for the Kansas City district include anything that's in the Missouri, Kansas, and Osage rivers. I'll turn it over to Eugene. I think Eugene's going to speak briefly to touch on kind of the Tulsa district overview.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is Dylan Oney with the Tulsa district. I'll cover this slide. So Tulsa district.
Maybe Dylan, maybe you're speaking, but we can't hear you.
Okay, is that any better? Can you hear me now? Is that's a no on the mic check?
I think we can now.
Okay, all right. So Tulsa district has 50 reservoirs. 38 of those are owned by the Corps of Engineers. 12 are Section 7, like Todd described. We break it up into 2 primary river basins, the Arkansas River and the Red River. 9 of our reservoirs are in the state of Kansas. Among those, 8 are Corps of Engineers owned, with 1 Section 7 project, Cheney, near Wichita. In Kansas, we have 3 watersheds broken apart. These all drain into the Arkansas River eventually. Those are the Arkansas, the Grand Neosho, and the Verdigris rivers.
All right. Hey, thanks, Dylan. I appreciate it. Just, I know you can't, that you're not here, so just wanted to know there was a few scowls in the room when you said Arkansas River versus the Arkansas here. So just.
Excuse me. I got it on the Verdigris, right? Hit the S on the Verdigris, but yes, Arkansas.
So no, I'm just giving you a hard time. So with that, that's my brief overview of the core, kind of where the Kansas City District and the Tulsa District work, kind of what we do. So I wanted to kind of get into maybe some more project-specific implementation and how do we get started? I touched on earlier, it's really everything we do relies on a non-credit. And there's different cost share rates depending on what phase of a project we're in, whether that's feasibility, whether it's design, whether it's construction. And again, I can't stress enough what a great relationship we have with the state of Kansas. I know we've done, and I'm going to speak more to the specifics here in a minute, but we've done a lot of projects, whether they be maybe some planning assistance to states, whether there's some continuing authority projects that range all the way from large watershed studies to maybe just a bank stabilization project where we have a river that's eroding into an important road, highway, other infrastructure like that. But again, the Corps doesn't do anything in our civil works without the help from others. The more involved that our partners are, the better our projects are. Because ultimately, the non-federal sponsor inherits the ongoing operations and maintenance of that project. And so what we try to do is deliver the project that the sponsor, the locals, stakeholders want. It's not a Corps decision. We have our policies. Our projects have to be policy compliant, adhere to the laws and regulations that we have to. But in the end, we should be delivering a project that the sponsor wants. In order for a project to move forward, it requires two things: authorization and appropriation. Authorization comes in the form of the Water Resources Development Act. I know there's some questions on that, so I'm going to spend another slide talking about that a bit more. And then appropriations is the funding. There's a lot of authorized projects that have never received appropriation. So just because it's authorized doesn't mean it's necessarily going to happen. But those two things are what's necessary in order to get a project, going. So I want to just talk about 5 types of projects that we have here. These are some of our more common ones that are implemented. And what we have is the planning assistance to states. And this is really, it's a technical assessment. A lot of times it's a precursor to a larger project that we might undertake. It's cost shared with the sponsor, but it doesn't directly lead to construction. So it's an analysis of data. That information can be used to help inform maybe different planning efforts, or like I said, maybe a future project. The Continuing Authorities Program. This is a program that it allows us to implement smaller construction projects to about 15 million. One of the benefits of this project, of this program, is we have a continuing, as I say, it's a continuing authority. So we don't have to go get authorization from Congress to do that, to do a project like this. We still have to have that appropriation. That comes generally annually. Floodplain management services. This is actually a service the Corps provides. It's 100% federally funded. It provides technical services related to flood risk management and/or non-structural solutions. So this kind of fills a gap where maybe some of our other projects that are related to FRM don't. It's usually smaller dollar items, but it's something that's out there, it's available. There's some interest in it, but I think there's certainly the opportunity to do more with this program for interested parties. And then general investigations. These are what we call our GIs. These are, and I'm going to spend more time on these, but these are our large construction projects. And so when you think about existing civil works projects within the state, all the reservoirs, at one point those are a GI project. It starts with feasibility. So what can the Corps do? Then it moves into design, and it moves into construction, then turned over to the entities to O&M. In this particular case, a lot of the reservoirs remain federal, but going forward, when the laws changed, that's when the ongoing O&M gets turned over to the sponsor. I'll spend a little more time on GIs here in the next couple slides. And then watershed studies. This comprehensive look at issues and potential solutions to address flood risk management, ecosystem restoration, navigation, water supply, recreation, really all those mission areas that Tor works in. A perfect example of where we've used this in the state of Kansas is the Kansas River watershed study. And I'm going to kind of use that as a case study here in a bit, kind of walk through how that was an impetus that maybe springboard to maybe jump off into some other projects that I think people are interested in. So I mentioned we have to have authorization. If you notice on that previous slide, specifically for the general investigation of watershed studies, we have to have that authorized in WRDA, with Water Resources Development Act. Generally, this is passed by Congress every 2 years. Occasionally they miss, but lately it's been about that. And it really what this does is this is how Congress directs the Corps to take action. Provides direction to water projects, their implementation. You can see there, and we've had, I think the state of Kansas is very familiar. There's been changes to water supply contract interest calculations based on language that's been provided at WRDA in the last 2. There are a number of ways to get projects included in WRDA. The most obvious one is Congress. Congress, takes up WRDA every year. They have the opportunity to write projects into there as they see fit. The other thing is what we call the Section 7001 report. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on it, but there might be some questions, and I'm happy to answer those later or when we have more time, later on. And I will say this is an opportunity for individuals to work with the Corps of Engineers to submit projects for potential approval in WRDA. The Water Office actually took advantage of this last WRDA cycle, where we looked at trying to get some authorizing language for a sediment task force. Unfortunately, it wasn't carried forward based on some of the rules that were applied in that particular WRDA cycle. But nonetheless, it gave the opportunity to highlight the potential need as the state of Kansas has seen it, and kind of get some attention on that. And so this Section 7001 process is currently open. And so I would certainly encourage the state of Kansas, if you want to pursue something again like we did last time, something new, get with either myself or the Kansas, anyone in the planning branch in Kansas City. Also talk with folks from Tulsa as well, because that opportunity is currently open and does exist. It doesn't guarantee that it'll be selected. What it does is it puts the project potentially before Congress. They can look at it and say, oh, maybe we hadn't thought of that. Let's pick that. We'll drop it in. The other thing I'll add is I mentioned, we have to get authorization. So that's important, but there's also appropriations. Without an appropriation, so all WRDA does is say, yes, or you are authorized to go undertake this task. Doesn't give money to do that. So I guess the take home for that, the take home that I'm trying to make is, if there are projects that are important to the state of Kansas, you need to do your best to advocate for yourself, be in communications with your congressional delegation at the federal level, and not just on WRDA and not just on appropriations, but both. And we are certainly happy to help you with that process. We can walk through it with you. We can't lobby, but I can answer questions to Congress. So if Congress comes to me and says, hey, the state of Kansas wants to do a potential GI study in Tone Creek Reservoir, what would that look like? And I can say, okay, well, the state of Kansas has expressed that interest to me. We have a letter of intent from them. They're a viable cautionary sponsor. Here's what we think this looks like. This is what it would cost over the next 3 to 5 years, however long this is. So again, it really helps when we're talking with our partners that we understand what you want. So when we get questions from Congress, I can report back to them accurately what the sponsors do and provide that information should they choose to either authorize or approve. So real quick, I kind of touched broadly on these categories, the planning assistance to states. Again, I'm not going to go through this list. There's a lot on this slide, but just a couple examples of where some projects we've done in the state of Kansas. You can see there's some watershed erosion prevention research that's been done, looking at low head dams and head cuts. We're doing a current project with the Unified Government Wyandotte County on another project there where it's looking at it's a big single bank single. It's a planning project to try and look at wastewater treatment. I guess, but there's other things mixed in there as well. The thing what's nice about PAF, the planning assistance phase, is it's pretty broad. It allows us to look at a lot of things, and oftentimes what we come out of that particular planning effort is it might be that the federal government can play a part, but there's also other things that other entities can do as well. So maybe the locals will do something, maybe the state has something to play. And so this really kind of sets the stage to kind of understanding what might make sense in this thing before we go jumping off into a larger project or study. Section 14, this is a real popular program. It's under our Continuing Authorities program, and this is emergency stream bank protection. You can see here, there's a couple of examples where on this program, when we have an eroding stream bank that's impacting critical infrastructure, whether it be a sewer main, whether it be a road, a bridge, things of that nature, we have the opportunity to cost share on looking at the solution, and cost share on the construction project afterwards. Another program under the Continuing Authorities program is Section 1135, Ecosystem Restoration. And there's a number of things that can be done here. I just want to highlight one we're currently doing with the wildlife and parks. I'm going to touch on it a little bit more in a few slides later, but we're actually looking at doing some wetland developments on the upper end of Perry Lake, and then also some bank stabilization techniques. All contribute to the betterment of the ecosystem there, but also has the opportunity to reduce sediment delivery to Perry Lake as well. And we know that's important to a lot of our watershed projects. So as we kind of go through and talk about a few more of these, I think what you'll be able to see is there's different programs that we can use and leverage federal dollars and state dollars to address some of these concerns that you might have, depending on the size and magnitude of that particular project, that particular issue, location, and things like that. Okay, GI studies are our general investigation studies. These are our larger, more complex studies. Again, they require a non-federal sponsor. Generally, the feasibility stage or the feasibility timeline for these is it's about 3 years. Some are a little bit longer, depending on how complex the project is, or how complex the issue is and what the solution might be. During the feasibility phase, these studies are cost shared at 50-50. And then after we finish the feasibility phase and we get authorization for Congress to move forward, we move into what we call design, PED, pre-construction engineering design, and then ultimately into construction. And those phases are cost shared at about 65-35, 65% PED, 35% non-PED. Because these are kind of our bigger issues, you can see here they really focus on flood risk management, ecosystem restoration, water supply, and navigation. A couple examples in Kansas are the Topeka levees, Manhattan levee projects. Most of you are probably familiar with. We're currently working with the city of Salina on the Smoky Hill River ecosystem restoration study. And then there's potentially there's interest from the city of Topeka to do an FRM or flood risk management project on Sugar Creek. I just wanted to kind of show this slide that showed the GI usage project development life cycle. One of the downsides to this process is it's not fast. I mentioned earlier, feasibility takes about 3 years. And then once we get through feasibility, we have to go back to Congress and get authorization to move into the next phase. That generally can take time. As I mentioned earlier, word is every 2 years. So if we're looking for that authorization, depending on when that feasibility report's finalized, it could take up to 2 years to get that authorization. Then we have to get an appropriation. That's an annual budget. Go down another year, perhaps, depending on how things line up. 2 years for for the design work, and then probably 3 to 4, 5, depending on the project, years of construction. So again, we have to go back to Congress after the design, get more money for construction, and then turn it over to the non-federal sponsor when that's all complete. Again, it's not the fastest process, but this is just the mechanism we have to use in order to get to some of these larger scale projects that we might have an interest in. And last, I just want to mention watershed studies. These are cost shared at 75-25, 75% fed, 25% non-fed. And these don't lead to construction, but what they do is similar to PASS, but on a larger scale. They address problems and opportunities within a watershed context. It could be related to current core missions or the missions of other federal, tribal, and local governments. A good example of this is the Kansas River watershed study that was recently completed by the Corps and the partnership with the state. I put this up here just because everyone knows the importance of the Kansas River watershed. In fact, 60% of the state's population depends on water from core reservoirs, not just Kansas, but also the Tulsa district. But that's why there's a lot of interest in looking at this Kansas River watershed. As I mentioned earlier, there's quite a few reservoirs we're responsible for within Kansas and within the Kansas River watershed. And we know that there's going to be challenges with those. We have aging infrastructure, we have sedimentation, we have things that are changing out there. And so this was really a great starting point to kind of gather a lot of information and synthesize data that we can use as we go forward to try and maybe tackle some of these things. And you'll see here really these three large bubbles kind of emerge through this process of flood risk management. So how do we reduce flooding? Water availability and sustainment. And obviously that's very important. There's a lot of talk about that here in this room today. And then ecosystem restoration and management. So what the watershed plan did was it kind of laid out the strategies, existing authorities and programs to implement recommendations where possible. So I mentioned earlier the Perry Lake Wetlands project that we have ongoing with Kansas Wildlife and Parks. And I said, restoring wetlands, we're also stabilizing some banks. So while that's an ecosystem restoration project, provides a lot of benefits, it's also reducing the sediment delivery to the lake, which in itself has ecosystem benefits. But what this does is now we've got a number of projects similar to that have been identified that can be addressed in the Corps' continuing authorities program. And what I can tell you is when it comes to competing for funding at the national through these avenues, having this recommendation through the watershed plan that's been endorsed by our partners in Kansas gives that a better opportunity to compete. When we start to look at those dollars. Dollars are always scarce, and so we need to do everything we can to justify and show why these projects are important to the region. That's the responsibility of both the non-federal partners, the state of Kansas, and the Corps of Engineers working together to make sure that people understand that. Other things that were identified in the Kansas River Watershed Plan is some potential GI studies. I know we've talked with the Water Office about, we have letters of intent, looking at some sediment issues within Teller Creek Reservoir following the operation of the water injection dredge. I'm going to touch on that a little bit more. Really, the Kansas River, this watershed planning effort, really sets the framework for what can be done both from the federal perspective, the state perspective, perhaps even the local perspective. So let's talk about sedimentation and just kind of use that as an example of kind of what we think through this. Really there's four things we can do is reduce, redistribute, route, remove. And I highlight this, and a lot of you might say, oh yeah, that's real obvious, Todd, thanks for sharing that. But what I highlight that is, it really demonstrates it's a whole of government. There are certain things that the Corps can be involved in, for example, a water injection dredge. There are other federal agencies that might be able to help reduce sediment delivery from the landscape. There are things perhaps that communities can do. One of the projects I work on is on the Rathbun Lake watershed up in the state of Iowa. And they have a very active program where they're using USDA dollars, Corps of Engineers, state dollars, private dollars, and they're leveraging CAP projects, PAS studies, other USDA programs, all to address their issue of sedimentation. And so as we start to think about, and I know in the state of Kansas, you've done a lot of this, but as we start to think about really tackling some of these large scale challenges that we have going forward, we need that whole of government approach. Who can help with the research and development? This is a core effort, it's a GS. So we need to all be thinking about where different entities can plug in to try and figure out some of these solutions. I think everyone's probably very aware reservoirs are filling in Kansas. It's not unique to Kansas. It's throughout the Midwest. I'll also say that they're not filling in at a rate faster than what was originally anticipated. When these reservoirs were built, it was understood they have a lifespan. I think it's probably safe to say that even though that was understood, maybe we didn't start tackling some of these issues early enough. Maybe a hand down the road. What's good to see is that now we are, and I can say that, you know, Kansas is leading the way in some of the things that they're doing, especially when we talk about the water injection dredge here in a minute. So Tuttle Creek, what you can see here is Tuttle Creek on the left. The area highlighted in yellow is what the original multi-purpose pool was when constructed. And then I think the red, apologize, should have made the legend a little bigger. I think the red is 2024. And so you can see there's been significant reduction in the multi-purpose pool within Tuttle Creek Reservoir over time. Again, not unexpected, not unanticipated, but the reality is we still need Tuttle Creek to be a reservoir for water supply. So what can we do? There's been a lot of research throughout the country as to how do we pass sediment. And it's not going to be a one-size-fits-all approach. The dams are constructed differently, the sediment particle size is different, the watersheds are different. But there are things we can learn from what's been done elsewhere. But also what we have here, and thanks to again, working with the Kansas Water Office, again, do anything that's not cost shared. We receive a lot of money from the Kansas Water Office, or as to look at this water injection dredging demonstration project. So this has never been done on an inland reservoir. It was an R&D. Really what we want to do is say, can it effectively move sediment? Can we stir up the sediment, get it passed through the dam? And then how efficient is that? What's the cost? Cubic yard of material. And so then we can start to have conversations about trade-offs. Is this the way we want to proceed? Are there other actions we can do that might move material as well? So this is one tool in the toolbox. We originally hoped to begin this project this year, this past summer, actually. We do anticipate having our first dredging cycle later this fall. But as I mentioned, this is the first time anything like this has been built for use on inland waterways, used on the coast, where the conditions are a little bit different. It's actually being constructed in Topeka, which is pretty neat, I think. The fact that it's being built here. I can tell you our colonel visited the site, looked at the apparatus last week. He came back and he just, that was awesome. This thing is, it's amazing. The two 905 horsepower pumps, they're going to spray water into the sediments, going to stir it up, and see if we can operationally release that through the gates through some releases. A lot of ongoing monitoring, both on the effectiveness of sediment movement, and then also any potential downstream, in-lake and downstream impacts. So there's been a lot of coordination with all the entities and regulating bodies that consulted with. I do want to highlight, this is an R&D. I keep saying that we are trying to answer specific questions with this. We don't know if it's the answer. It might be one of the tools that we have in the toolbox going forward, and that's really what we plan on doing. So again, the intent is to start this effort this fall with one 10-day period of dredging, followed by 2 additional 10-day periods next spring and next summer. And then before I turn this over to my counterparts in Tulsa District, I did want to just give a plug for the Sedimentation Summit. I think someone may have asked about that earlier. You can see here it's open to anyone. There's no cost to participate. We do ask that people RSVP so we can account for space and the number of folks that might be interested. You can see it here. And if you have any questions, you can get with me afterwards or reach out to Kansas City District to provide additional information on that. Okay, I'm going to turn it over to Tulsa now. And whenever you guys are ready for me to advance slides, just let me know.
All right, thank you, Todd. This is Dylan Oney again from Tulsa District. This chart here shows the original volume of water that we were able to store at our different Corps of Engineers lakes in Kansas, and then our current volume of water that we're able to store. This includes both the multi-purpose pool, where we store water quality, their authorized purposes, and also the inactive pool, which is designed to store sediment. It's important to consider both of those together because as sediment fills in the inactive pool, once that's filled up, then that sediment coming in will now fill the conservation pool. So the conservation pool, after the inactive pool is filled, starts to fill at a much higher rate. So it's important to consider both of those together. So Big Hill, 29 years, we've lost 14% of our original storage. Council Grove, over the course of 60 years, we've lost 19%. El Dorado Lake, 30 years, only 6%. Elk City, over 58 years, 32% of original storage has been lost. Fall River, similar, 62 years, 32%. John Redmond, this is the big one. Over 60 years, we have lost. So that's something to keep a close eye on. Marion, 56 years, lost 10%. Toronto, 51 years, 39% lost. So most of these have very recent surveys. The ones that don't have surveys that were done this year, we're just awaiting those results. So we have a really good partnership with Kansas Water Office. They've been able to survey some lakes for us to get us more up-to-date information. So a big thank you to Kansas Water Office. And then also they've done some work installing upstream and downstream sedimentation gauges so we can have real-time information on the amount of sediment coming into the lake versus the amount of sediment leaving the lake at both Council Grove and Elk City. So that will be good information to track in the coming years. And then Eugene will talk more about John Redmond dredging and hydro.
Hey, Eugene, you might be on mute.
Okay. If Eugene's not able to get his mic working, I'll chime in here. So a number of years ago, office, there was a dredging operation at John Redmond. These pictures show in the top left the confined disposal facility, and then pictures of the dredge and the cutter head. Next slide. So top left shows the dredged area within John Redmond Reservoir. And then that material gets pumped out and stored on land in these CDFs, combined disposal facilities. Once that sediment, water, slurry is deposited there, that water has to drain back to the river, leaving just the sediment. So it's a huge process. You have to identify where these sites can go. It's you can see it's pumped a long way. So that's also adding to the complexity here. Through this, we were able to restore 3 million cubic yards of usable storage at John Redmond Lake, which amounts to 2 to 2.5 years of sedimentation. So it added an additional 2 to 2.5 years of reservoir lifetime. So for all the effort, it's a temporary fix, and going forward, I think we'll have to come up with better long-term solutions. Next slide. So that leads us to hydrosuction. This is something that's been identified as potentially favorable due to the setup of John Redmond Reservoir. Hydrosuction is an alternative way of dredging not non-traditional dredging, where sediment is that lies along the bottom of the reservoir and is passed downstream, either over the dam, in the case of what's labeled B here, or through the dam labeled C. At John Redmond, there are 3 different pipes that go directly through the dam. So the idea is that we could connect a pipe to one of those and pass sediment through that way. Now, this is very preliminary. There's a lot of work that has to be done to verify would this actually work at John Redmond? What are some of the roadblocks that would have to be identified and then worked around? Endangered species downstream, different things, water quality. So different things could impact our ability to do this, but this has every few years to maintain storage in John Redmond Reservoir. And the reason John Redmond is such a hot ticket is it supplies cooling water to Wolf Creek Nuclear Power Plant. So that's a very important power generator, and for safety of the nuclear power plant, we want to be able to continue to provide cooling water for a very long time to come. And I believe that's all the slides we have for this. Yes, thank you, Todd.
Thank you. So with that, I don't think we had much more. I don't know if I touched on all the questions that were kind of shared to me in preparation for this, but I think what you can see is there is the potential to work with the federal government and the Corps of Engineers on future projects. We appreciate the partnership we've had to date, and there are some significant challenges that it's going to take a team approach in order to solve. So if there's time, I'm happy to field any questions, or we can do that via email later on.
I'll be real quick. Those thanks. Lots of information. Just sedimentation. We talked a lot about sedimentation, and we authorized that for John Redmond. What about the possibility of not necessarily John around there, but instead of spending millions and millions and millions on sedimentation, is there a possibility of building other storage facilities, other places? Is that led by a community? Is that led by a congressional delegation? Is that led by the water office? Just looking at the economics. I know it costs millions of dollars, but if we're spending millions of dollars every 3 years, just saying.
So you're asking, would we be better off building new reservoirs versus trying to
like a Tupper Creek? If this 1,800 horsepower thing don't work, I was trying to look at what's the best use of our dollars.
Yeah, so that's a great question. And what my response would be, and I mentioned some of those general investigation studies, that's what we would look at through that process. And so the state of Kansas, through the water office, has already submitted a letter of interest. That's what starts the process to trigger this GI study. We have the existing authorization because it's an active, it's already been authorized, that project has, so we're looking at that. So we have that, but we don't have an appropriation. And so in that, and I'm just throwing things at you. In that process, we would look at the new reservoir. Does that make sense? We would look at things like hydrosuction, water injection dredge. Do those things make sense? Are there operational changes we can make? For example, and it might not be popular, but can you drain the river? Can you drain the reservoir, get run up river, and have a huge flush of sediment? Someone might say that impacts huge. Probably less than not having one. So all those things would be talked about and evaluated with the cost benefit analysis and the general investigation.
Very good. Thank you. Sure.
And just so I understood, so that's what would be next, and after the water injection dredging kind of trial would be do that study to evaluate if it's viable.
If that's the interest, yes. That'd be the interest.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to say thank you, Todd, and thank you, Dylan and James and Tulsa. And from the water office perspective, we're very, very fortunate to have the relationship that we do with both of these offices of the Corps of Engineers. We work together very well. We made a lot of progress and a lot of good things are on the horizon. And I can tell you from going to various meetings with other states in the nation that these kinds of good relationships do not always exist. And so we're very fortunate that our two local chapters, if you will, local offices, sorry, are very responsive to the state of Kansas needs. And we're also very grateful to our legislature for appropriating money and for our governor's support for working with the Corps for things like the water injection dredging project and hopefully the hydrosection project, and to sort of highlight how important the Corps is as an investment partner, because they own the reservoirs. We can't work on them we can't work on the reservoirs without the Corps' involvement. And so we think that it's a very, very good use of money and time and effort to develop and continue that good relationship and go forward. So we have a lot of sedimentation issues to work out, and we're all on the same page right now, I think, on making that a priority. So just wanted to give that shout out. Thank you.
Representative Bond?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So my fault, the GI study, is that for the hydrosection? Or is that?
I don't know what LOIs you have with Tulsa District. I know there's an LOI for looking at sedimentation in Tuttle Creek Reservoir with the Kansas City District. The hydrosection is independent John Red.
So that GI specifically would be for
So my question was, with the follow-up to the Kansas River Reservoir Flood and Sediment Study, some of the recommendations that were listed were kind of in line with some of the stuff we were talking about yesterday, like this idea that it would be really nice to have long-term sedimentation plans, looking into the future, how are we going to address this issue? How do we start breaking that out and working on those things systematically? So, you listed Kannapolis, Tuttle Creek, and then regional long-term sedimentation plans. So I don't know, maybe if that's getting with the water office or, if we're on this time crunch for the next cycle of potential projects, is that something there's interest in pursuing? I think that would be a great benefit to us as we keep working through some of these issues. But I didn't know if there's maybe a progress on those ideas.
You want to touch on it? You want me to?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so we are working through some of those. And some of them have been, I believe, passed. Is that, we've used the Planning Assistance to States program to fund some of that work that's come from that. And so I think we are making progress on that. Again, it does come down to there is this overarching challenge of how do you move sediment out of the reservoir with this aging. So we can have the best sediment management plans, but there's still some limitations as to how far we can get on implementing those due to technical issues.
So maybe in terms of development of those plans, it's better to wait on the outcomes of the WID and the hydrosection to see feasibility.
Yeah, so we've had that conversation with the water office several times, and I think everyone has an interest in going fast. We know this is on the horizon, but we do have to let technology catch up. So I did show you that one figure that, like I said, these GI systems, they're not fast. And so I think there's some opportunity to maybe work in conjunction with some of these other things. So for example, we're going to have WID data by the end of next summer. We had a GI study ready to go, teed up. Shortly after that, we'd be ready to step right into that. There's probably some information, some lessons learned, some information that we'll pick up from Tuttle Creek. So does it make sense to do 3 and simultaneously? Maybe, maybe not. It depends on the differences and what we think we might learn. So I do think having a sequenced strategy of implementation makes sense. But again, I don't know that we need to stop right now and wait for additional information. I would try to move everything simultaneously because we know there's going to be gaps in funding authorization.
That makes sense. Another quick follow-up to that, I know that we are not alone in our challenges with sedimentation. So I guess I was also wondering, have there been any discussions around like multi-state partnerships for addressing sedimentation? Because you know, we receive sediment from other states receive sediment from us, you know, it's an interconnected
Yep.
issue that we're all having. But you know, yeah.
Yeah, so that's a great question, and I don't want to steal.
7,000.
That's what I say, I don't want to steal the water office thunder, so I mentioned that 7001 process. What the water office did was they actually submitted a request for a regional, for an authorization for a regional sediment work. And I believe that was endorsed by
Colorado and Missouri
both,
provided letters.
provides letters of support for that. And so earlier, I mean, your point is spot on. I mean, I mentioned whole of government, and it's not just a state and the federal government, it's states and the federal government. And again, it's not unique to Kansas. Nebraska's having the same issue. Missouri and some of their reservoirs, but to a lesser extent. And so Oklahoma, obviously. And so, you know, we believe, and obviously the water office felt strongly enough that it would be good to have that authorization that would allow the formation of that regional sediment working. But that can only come, for the Corps to be participate, that can only come through water resources development.
Okay, so 761 is approved.
Yeah, what happened was last year was not picked. The last WRDA cycle was not picked up and moved into authorized time.
Very last quick question. So you talked about the cost share and how there has to be a 50-50 share for the most part in order for projects to be considered. I guess I'm generally wondering, does that negatively impact low-income communities, or does, I mean, because I think in the long term, that would perpetuate some inequalities in terms of environmental impact and ability to pay for large-scale infrastructure projects. Are there any sliding scale opportunities? Has that been discussed at a higher level? How does that?
There are, and it changes obviously with administration's priorities and whatnot, but like the PAS program, there is the opportunity for disadvantaged communities to, the cost share is less. There's also what we saw in the last WRDA 2024. We're going back to where there's going to be 100% federal funding before we start a GI study, and for certain communities that will be. I say this, let me back up. There's the opportunity for 100% federal funding for the first, I can't remember the amount, for the first little bit of a GI study. That's limited to disadvantaged communities, and then 20 quote other communities. We actually just received guidance on this 2 weeks ago. And I don't know how the other is defined on those 20s, but to your question of disproportionate community.
Thank you.
Josh. Thank you. Back on the current storage and planned storage for the Kansas one, I noticed Perry went from 25,000 to 125,000. Is there something planned, or? That's like, it seemed like a significant jump, or was that a typo?
Future use, so that's what I'm saying, the future use, right?
Right.
Yes.
So it's the storage.
Right.
So the 150,000 acre feet of water supply storage in Perry Reservoir, 25,000 acre feet has already been called into service in place with the Water Assurance District.
Okay.
The other 125,000 is the money that was set aside by the legislature.
Right.
Year and a half ago.
Yeah, okay, yeah, okay, yeah, that makes sense, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Todd, thank you. I really enjoyed this. Anxious to look at a lot of things to think in that area. Couple things, when you talk about water supply, could there be a study done for like Southwest Kansas? We get into something like that. I mean, it doesn't have to be flood control or anything. So I learned something about water supply in the summer. So that might be something for us to consider there. And I know I read WRDA. I imagine interesting.
Yeah.
So I sat there and I got done with it. I said, is Kansas getting their part of that? You know, we all have water issues. How do the other ones get so much? Now, I'm sure good share of that's politics, but it's kind of how you're getting it in the pipeline to get it in the process. So is that something that we could do a little better job of getting some of that in the pipeline? That's my question to you.
Sure. So you're first from the water supply in Southwest Kansas, you know that. I would encourage you to talk with the folks in Tulsa District, their planning branch. And I mean, a single, just a water supply reservoir on its own, those are a challenge because of the benefit cost ratio. It doesn't mean it can't be done, but I don't want to speak for them and I don't want to go into the details because I don't know the dynamics down there. So I'd encourage you to talk with them. Yeah, please reach out. That's what their planning staff to answer that question. As far as WRDA, you know, is Kansas getting their fair share? What I can tell you is advocate yourselves. I mean, where we see people get the projects they want is when they're in communications with, start locally, talk to your state political leaders and your federal political leaders. So ultimately, it's those individuals that are either authorizing projects in WRDA, providing that guidance in WRDA, or providing those appropriations once we have that. So I can't emphasize enough the importance of educating your congressional delegation on why this is important, and giving them the ammunition, the information, to have those conversations on it. Again, you know, before we can't lobby, but when you start to have those conversations, then they can ask us questions and I can give them information on. This is probably what this study would cost. This is how long. These are the potential solutions, you know, all those things. Which again, just the more informed they are, the more information they have allows them to do a better job of advocating for you as mistakes.
Good question. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As far as dam structure, so we've got a lot of dams that's got some issues around, not federal, but other dams. You like public dams and private. Does the person have the ability to go in and try to do an application that might have more than one project, you know? Or do you have to go individually on each one?
I think the answer is probably yes. The answer is yes, if it makes sense. So we did have some conversations with the water office specifically. Should we be looking at multiple Tuttle Creek and Nautilus Ferry? Should we be looking at those simultaneously? I know you mentioned non-federal projects, but you know, the conclusion we came to was they're all different, and it's while sedimentation is the common denominator, there's some unique attributes that probably don't make sense. Look at that. So I think to answer your question, you probably need some more specifics, and does it make sense to look at those things together or not?
Because I'm thinking it's not sedimentation issue, it's problems with the dams themselves. It could be dangerous with what's going on. But the Corps would look at something like that even with federal relate.
So I would need to go back and look. So if I can get some specific information if I have some examples, I can go back and it might be something that we could tackle under the Planning Assistance to States program. But that doesn't necessarily lead to construction. And so depending on what your end goal is, but what it could be is we would look at it at Planning Assistance to States. We could potentially design a solution, increase the dam stability or address whatever the failure mechanism is. We can provide that engineering solution, and then the state or whoever that dam belongs to could then implement that construction project. So it'd be more of a technical assistance perspective, the engineering solution.
One more question. In the Corps in the United States, have they ever funded any pipeline that went from one facility to another mile? Coming out the back of the dam that went into an area, and if so, how far?
For the purposes of moving sediment or?
No, for the purpose of moving water.
Let me dig into that and see.
Okay,
none are coming.
Well, I'm thinking, if I got 15, the 4 lakes we have, and we've got the problem out here. If there was a pipe to be built somewhere that would kind of help some of that, you'd say, oh, that's too much. But if we had the federal government involved with that, you could work on the demographics of why it's an economic thing.
I was just thinking out loud.
So I don't know if we've ever constructed one, so we did undertake a PAS study years ago, the Kansas City District did, and looked at this very thing about moving water from Missouri River to western Kansas, and there was a cost estimate associated with that. There's currently a study authorized in Florida to do this, again, there's a study authorized.
Is that kind of public information when we put an app in somewhere? Is there some website we could go to and say, well, how many Kansas things we got going in that system? Or is that, how does that?
Like in.
So you look across the graph and you start in phase one. Is there someplace you go see what all's in phase one? And where's that in the process?
I don't know if there's a place, I'm not familiar with a place where that would all be synthesized, but we can certainly look at the projects we have in Kansas, provide, I can get with Tulsa District, I can provide that information, the number of PASs, CAP, GIs, we can get that information for you, but I don't know if there's a place where it's summarized by state. And the other challenge is it's not always, the state's not always the sponsor, so, sometimes it's, for example, I mentioned Shuckennucket Creek, Kentucky, but they're the non-federal sponsor, and so how you would group that, we have to kind of sort through as well.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
First of all, nice job. Appreciate your presentation. I've got, it's probably not a fair question. But a lot of this, the sedimentation and the limitation with the water, I think stem from the fact that water supply is not primary for originators. And so I know there's been some discussion at the national level about making it a primary purpose. You can update on that. And then if that's the case, would there be an opportunity for some of these sediment management practices to be funded through operation and maintenance rather than going through the GI track?
Yep, good question. So there was draft language for 2024 to elevate the importance of water supply. It did not get carried forward into the final. Whether that would improve our chances through going through O&M, I don't know. What I can tell you is we have actually simultaneously, I'm trying to mirror the GI space. So we have an LOI from the state of King, from the water office to do Tupper Creek. I've also submitted an O&M request to look at sediment management in there. Interestingly, there's some disagreement at headquarters whether it should be O&M. Some say it should be, some say it should be a GI. And so by submitting them both ways, I figured they can find it out and figure it out. And it gives us a better chance to get the project funded. So we'll just have to kind of see how that plays. But that's a good question.
How do we support people that say it should be O&M?
Yeah, so it's a better deal for the state if it is O&M. It's 100%. The challenge will be that O&M budgets generally don't increase and we're competing nationally. And so anytime we take money from the O&M pot here, it's taken from someone else. So it's highly competitive. But again, I think it just goes back to educate your folks that are working on your behalf in Washington, D.C., then let them figure out whether it's O&M. So,
would it be possible to get a list of those projects so we can advocate for congressional delegations?
Thank you for the presentation. Appreciate you being available.
Yeah.
Do we need 5 or 10 minute break to catch our breath before we go into final discussion, or do we just want to plow through? Go for it. Okay. All right. So the first update I wanted to provide and ask for some direction from the task force. I've had some discussions with members of the work group, which, if you'll recall, there's sort of a subgroup of 5 professionals that have been appointed, lawyers, engineers, hydrologists. They're looking at the Water Resource Planning Act, which is the statute basically that sets up the water authority, state water plan, and sort of all of those processes. What they'd like to do is start some education on their part, take an in-depth look at what other states do for their water planning purpose. I suspect
a lot of that information can be prepared for them and then presented to us as well as we move into the second phase. And then they want to just start looking at how we compare to other states. And so given that, what I'd like to ask from the task force is they've asked me, at least in the short term, to kind of serve as a liaison to communicate back and forth until they kind of get get some meetings together and get their footing underneath them. But if the task force is okay with it, they would like direction to move forward, start looking at other states, follow us, and then start looking at the Kansas Act and putting things together as we work. And then would they have guidance or questions or suggestions, they'll funnel those to us. But I don't know that we need a formal motion or approval, but is there any discussion or further direction from the committee?
So it's more of a technical issue. I worked with another committee that had a subcommittee and ad hoc, and the open meetings part was very confusing to me. So I wanted to make sure that our work group is going to be available, hopefully by either YouTube or WebEx, and if not, then maybe it's recorded and we could request access to that for an unlimited amount of time or till the end of the bill or something like that, because the other committee I worked with destroyed their recording and we didn't have access. And it's not against open meetings, that's perfectly fine, but I don't want to be like that.
And I don't know that the work group was, so yes, it's subject to Open Meetings Act. I do not believe they were planning on necessarily broadcasting those, given the nature. Because anything they create, all they're authorized to do is provide information to us. And so everything they do has to be completely vetted by us. I mean, it is subject.
For sure.
I mean, it is. It is. We don't. We've talked about it. Okay. Yeah. So it is subject to it. I don't believe they've had plans though to broadcast the smaller group.
So could I make a request that they record those? Are they gonna be Zoom meetings? They're gonna be in person? What are they gonna be?
I do not know yet.
Okay, so if there's Zoom or WebEx, if we could somehow record those, then we could request access to them so that we could see what they're talking about as well. I would love that.
I get Cindy to transcribe it and send it to all of us.
Well, it's not even, I mean, AI can do that, but it's just a matter, and for those of us on the committee, you need to know that the only way you will get notification is if you personally request the header. It's not posted anywhere for open meetings. And so unless the burden is upon us, I talked to the AG's office, the burden is upon us to request that. So I want to be very transparent here with our subgroup and our work group. And so that's my concern. So, yeah.
Further discussion?
Yeah, so, I'm sorry, just at the very beginning, you said the working group wants to start looking at what other states are doing. Are there specific topics that they're interested in investigating? Like, is it other states' agency structure? Is it their like policies around certain water related issues? Like,
We wasn't able to, because of open meetings, to dig into that depth, but the direction was to have just a general overview of other states. I don't know that there's been no discussions to the level of specificity that you're asking about, if that makes sense at this point.
yeah, could we or like submit suggestions, like if we want to look at other states' funding or like how they organize their local bodies or, you know.
So we can do that, right? We also are we'll move forward with our phase of the task force. We can look at whatever we want to look at as the task force. I mean, I don't know that we as a group are ready to start giving really specific instructions to the work group yet, and we can hone those as we work through. Yeah, that would be an option.
Okay.
We want them to do look at specific things.
Yeah, I'm because I think it's an interesting idea. It'd be nice to have it's kind of a conversation of what are they interested in, what's the student interested in. Because I think there's a lot we could take away from that.
I'll work with staff to set up a meeting, get them organized, and make that information available. So.
Can we do a formal request that, I mean, I think all of us want to know about the meetings, that we be added to that list, the members of the committee?
We can make arrangements to do that, so.
I'm sorry, I'm reading this other program and the people of the big committee did not know about the ad hoc committee because they weren't added to the list. So, yeah, thank you.
Okay, so then our other major task for discussion is, it would be ideal if we feel like we've heard enough information to identify general risks and maybe some more specific ones that we can compile for staff to begin writing a report assessing some of the risks based on the information that's been presented. The list is very large based on what we shared yesterday. And so what I would maybe suggest is for our work, if we should identify the broad categories we'd like, have some discussion about how we'd like to see that focused, and then let staff flesh that out in a report that we can distribute in draft form, and we can review and say, we missed this, we got that right, so that we don't get stuck in a rabbit hole here, knowing we've all kind of heard the same information. So.
Would it be possible if there are any additional recommendations after today's discussions to maybe bring those to light and then?
We could always revisit it with we'll have, so we've got a long scope here. So if we feel like we're missing something when we review the written recommendations, we can add those in. And it can be a tentative list for now. We can expand it as we work through it. I don't think we want to submit things to Heather without the rest of the staff approving them going on the list, though. After this discussion, it needs to be part of a group discussion if we want to add things afterwards.
Sure, so, but you don't want to discuss that now, you want to do it as a different type. So for example, like, you know, after we talked about NDS requirements today, I think that's something I would be interested in adding to our risk list.
Yeah, I think everything is fair game that we've talked, but now is the time to,
okay,
when we talk about this now. So it's big time. If someone wants to jump in and start.
Representative Bond, I think, has a long list, so.
Yeah, so I, just because I want to respect people's time. So we're focusing on our top priority risks. That's what you want us to list right now.
Things we'd like included in our sort of report to focus on as the risks, yeah.
And do we have the comprehensive list to pull from? Like by email or just do it off the top of our heads?
Heather could email that out to the task force, do the spreadsheet.
Okay, might help.
So if you have access to your computer now, otherwise. You know, the broad frameworks that we listed were the Ogallala Aquifer, water quantity, water quality, funding, land and soil management, and then sort of a broad administrative planning, public education type category. At this point, I don't know that funding isn't necessarily part of the risk assessment. That's sort of where we'll come back around at the end to talk about the funding piece. So I don't think we need to be identified with that segment at this time.
That was just one category, or is that all the broad, you're talking about broad categories? Just for clarification.
Right
White
now.
category. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, for the purposes of discussion, removing the quality side, just focusing on quantity, I think historically we've looked at groundwater issues and surface water issues. It might be interesting if the task force broke it into groundwater, surface water as in stream flow, and then I'd call it storage, which typically is, I think, included in surface water, but I think they're different. You know, MDS is different than the siltation problem, which is also very real and needs focus. So, it might be interesting if we had 3 more distinct categories. I'm looking for someone to bail me out if there's a better idea.
No, I agree with that, Josh. I think I think the issues are unique in those categories, right? I think groundwater, not being here yesterday, I haven't heard the conversation yet still, but when I categorized my issues, I kind of separated the supply issue and the groundwater and surface water. And I like the stored, the reservoir issue, right? It's kind of separate also. If you're gonna pull MDS, it's another good topic. So I think that makes a lot of sense.
We fixed groundwater yesterday.
Yeah, I missed it. It's fixed. Thanks.
I think that makes sense rather than the quantity, quality, clear distinction, because our groundwater, for example, in the quality, our groundwater quality problems are distinct from our surface water quality. And the suppliers that depend on them have different needs as well. So, and then one relates to storage, one doesn't. So I think that makes sense as a general framework to sort of ask things under. Is groundwater, surface water, and storage, when we're assessing risks, is that enough categories, or do you think there's something we're missing that wouldn't fit under one of those?
I mean, I would be interested in the committee's opinion. It's not something we've really yet talked about. But I would like to have a conversation about reorganization, or comparing our current government structure to other states, for example, like Nebraska. I don't know if that would be its own category. It's not technically a risk.
So the way as I've sort of worked through the bill's requirements and thought about everything in the category you just said, that's part of the discussion as we talk about how do we approach our risks, right? What's our agency structure? How is it put together? I think that's what I would call that's part of our phase 2 discussion, is to say, okay, these are a risk, and is our current system work to address these risks as we move through that second phase?
Okay, that makes sense.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
So the proposal would be to have this structure of groundwater, surface water, storage, and then do quality and quantity for both of those.
Yes.
Okay.
So you're putting sedimentation into storage, correct?
Correct. It obviously there's going to be it's not going to be a perfect division, but I think it's maybe it allows for a clearer prioritization, maybe. Oh, good.
I'm sorry.
Earl was up first.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead, finish, and I'll come back up.
I was gonna say, I think as we look at all these things too, what we talked about is identifying partners, identifying folks that can help mitigate some of these problems or challenges, whatever. So almost as an overarching thing, like the Institute for Water, like these other things that are already developed to try to recreate a something. So that was my thing. I think if we look at identifying the risks, and because to have other stakeholders always involved. Sorry, Ernest.
No, you're fine. Thank you. I guess maybe a thought or question, then I've got a second question. One thing I think I heard about some yesterday, I think is really important this morning, is infrastructure fit in this. As far as rest, is that a separate topic, or do we fit in? I don't know if that was kind of a general topic.
As I thought, that maybe the fourth would be water supply infrastructure would fit under there in a way that it might not in the others. I think, but also, it ties into groundwater quality is going to be a problem for water supply as well.
What if we do storage and infrastructure?
Good catch call. Storage, infrastructure, supply.
So the other kind of question or thought, maybe for staff, think about when I get risk, to have these categories. We talk about groundwater. What's the risk, right? To me, the risk is depleting supply that our economy, especially in the west part of the state, is dependent upon, right? And so, our reservoirs being depleted by sedimentation that limits our ability to supply useful and economic development. I think it's, to me, carrying that category or distilling that risk a little bit more so that if we say, right, what's the impact on our citizens? I mean, it helps us frame things better. I think it helps us sell things better, frankly, as well. And so I don't know how this kind of looks as a report, right? And not to, since I'm sitting between water office and KDHE, you know, I think I certainly, we at PWR would be willing to try and help, you know, categorize some of those things, put some data to that, as well as with staff is trying to organize that. But again, you know, maybe it's part of the question is how you put this report together and how you make it so that it's actually, what's the risk to our citizens or the state? And then how do we put data and numbers to that so that, again, so it has any sense.
I put down here like clean up, you know, I'm sitting there last night thinking about dry cleaning jobs, oil thing that we got, that somehow that ought to be on there somehow. It's a risk. What you're saying. Another risk would be trying to understand what risks like on applications we're putting on fields today with chemicals and stuff, so that we don't have a problem 50 years from now. So we've got two things, clean up and one, stop the old stuff.
Might be able to put that under quality. Water quality.
I think that the way Earl framed it as, if we take sort of three categories, groundwater, surface water, storage, and then we ask in each of those categories, what is the impact on the public for all the risks we talked about? What is the impact on the economy? I think we capture all of those things, like the nitrates are going to fall under quality under both on impact on the public water supply. And Josh.
Or you could add, just keeping with the three theme, you could like an economic, a public, and then an environmental. What are those risks? Yeah.
Just one little comment, which is on the infrastructure portion of it. And I know that we've been focusing a lot on drinking water, but there is the wastewater side also that we can't lose track of. So when you talk about infrastructure, you need to consider both the drinking water side and the wastewater treatment side.
But they're all good. But right now, I'm, you know, just kind of hearing that,
What do we, so I know funding is a separate topic, but what about funding mechanisms? I'm thinking in particular, you know, we talk about the economics of upgrading all of these rural water supply systems and wastewater systems and the infrastructure, like it's just not feasible. And so, you know, as part of that, you know, do we create a state revolving loan fund? Are there other funding mechanisms we should look at? Or again, is that part of the solution and that's phase two?
Be later.
Okay.
If I could make an observation real quick, I think you guys just illustrated real well to me again, why water is so much different than transportation. We did a highway transportation program 9 years ago or so. And we're talking bridges and streets, bike paths, airports, railroads. I'm probably leaving something out. Water is so much more complicated. And as I went back through some of the 2016 task force, the 2013 task force and stuff, everybody kind of got wrapped up into so many details on water, and they all overlap and coordinate together. So we need to try to make this as simple as possible and organize it. And Kenny had some really good ideas here to start with. One of our first tasks was to identify risk. And we could talk about it, and we could talk about what we need to do funding wise and this. I think we're going to have to take it kind of like a bite at a time and work our way through this it's a lot more complicated transportation bill. You're talking quality and quantity in our public, in our domestic wells, in our environment. We're throwing so many things into this thing. Listen, I guess I'm asking for everybody to try to organize it in your mind, and let's keep this as simple as possible. Or we can get obliterated as a committee. Does that make sense to anybody?
And probably prioritize it. There's things we know we can't accomplish. It's good to talk about it, bring it up, but we're not gonna fix it. So let's maybe concentrate on the things that we really can move.
Well, that's what we're trying to do right here. Prioritize basically the risk.
I'm agreeing with you.
And I think maybe some of it is get it organized and written down so we can review it. And then we can sort of tier it after that as we look at it and look a little bit more at solutions and say, okay. And even if there, maybe there's a category of things, we've identified these as risks and here's why we decided this was more than we could take on at this time, but we want these to be identified for future, right? And that's a valuable piece. If that's where we end up at the end, right, that can be an okay answer as well, but getting everything out there, I think, yeah, serves a purpose. And we will have to, I think, prioritize.
This is sounding very familiar to me in terms of the guiding principles of the Kansas Water Plan, right, with quality reservoirs and aquifer. So the other two guiding principles, I think maybe what you're saying is for later, but to be mindful of reducing our vulnerability to extreme events going forward and increasing awareness of issues, our education and outreach and involvement of the public and local voices. So as we go forward, identifying these risks, let's keep in mind that those are two really important components that are already very, very prominent in our Kansas Water Plan that we'll need to use going forward in how we look at addressing those. So thanks for the opportunity.
Mr. Chairman, I kind of answered one of them. I just wondered if Earl and Leroy, I would say, Connie, is there anything that we've missed as a group? You guys have got to work this every day. Like dry cleaning, whatever. If there's anything out there that we missed that ought to be on the sheet.
Thank you for asking. I'm not going to pass up the opportunity to answer, but I'm going to cut to Leroy first.
I think one of the things that Katie talked about that we haven't talked about here is the operator certification help that they need as far as questions. I know Representative Minix has worked on this for 3 years. As far as getting more operators certified to run these facilities, helping elevate those individuals, getting recruitment into that. I think those are things that I don't know if we can fix, but it isn't something that we've not talked about. That would be it. Everything else, I think, pretty well covered as far as environment.
We're gonna fix that by legislation. Leo.
Well, I think I've covered it quite a bit, and I would just maybe broaden Leo's to, workforce development in general. Okay, so operators is a huge issue. We have trouble finding folks that work in our shop for these kind of things. We talk about Lee and his work with the Irrigation Technology Initiative. That's a huge need. So I think it's across the board. We need to start building the next generation of folks that are working in this industry.
I think we've pretty much covered just about everything that we need to touch on. But I'll circle back to something I mentioned just a moment ago with the piece of concluding grassroots voices and public voices in all of our processes. Like I know a number of people throughout yesterday and today are members of our regional advisory committees, and that whole process with the water planning of having the local experts being a part of it and the role of the water authority as being a group of highly qualified, diversified interests across the state that come together on a volunteer basis to really provide solid information. We have some water authority members in the room and water authority members in the room. So keeping in mind the various levels of input, I think obviously I'm a big fan of what agencies bring and provide, but I think we also need to be thinking the larger view of how we rely on those public voices, we rely on those local voices, as well as the local districts like the groundwater management districts and the various partners and levels of expertise we have throughout the state to make sure that we're infusing all of the important perspectives and expertise levels that we have going forward and try not to be too isolated and siloed in our views of things.
Okay, so when I categorized it in my mind, I went kind of off the users. So I did irrigation, industry, and municipal. Because I think the groundwater, the surface water, the storage, all three of those kind of hit all of those industry or all of those categories, irrigation, industry, municipal. So I was just thinking of the people and who uses it and how it's affected. And I don't want to minimize the municipal because I am concerned about those smaller towns. So putting them just kind of in there with what we call storage, is that where they would fit, right, in that other one? Or where would they fit, I guess, would be my concern.
If we do the way it's sort of gridded out now, it would be, they would all fall under each of those as the impact on the public would hit them.
So does that lessen the impact of how we risk that? Because I do think that's a big concern. And if you listen by risk, everything's at risk. And so it's kind of hard to categorize, like when I'm thinking about specific things, because everything that was presented and probably a whole lot more that we haven't talked about is at risk because of the water situation in Kansas. So I don't know if that's I just want to highlight that there's 3 distinct users, I think, and then, but the water where it's coming from is kind of the same. And then the next generation, that you talk about workforce, I was thinking today about the farmers too. It's not just workforce, it's reaching that next generation of farmers and investing in them as well. So yeah, that's my thoughts. And I would say industry, I consider like dairies industry, cheese industry, like all that is how my mind was thinking about that.
And I agree with you, Representative Howerton, but you think about some of those users, a lot of those are intertwined as well, you know, so. I mean, and even groundwater and surface water, you think about that, it's very, very intertwined as well. So being able to categorize, you know, like we need, I mean, we can go down rabbit holes all day, you know, what this is at risk, this is at risk, this is at risk. But I think having just a short list to start out with, and then we can take all of those rabbit holes and throw it into a category. But we got to be able to get these 3 that we have right now. Can we throw everything we talked about and everything we do think at risk into one of these 3 categories?
Yeah.
And I would argue this maybe isn't even the most important conversation we end up having. I mean, these are generally known. We know the risks. The question is, how do we leverage the federal delegation? How do we reorganize to address them? So yeah, I mean, I think as long as we're roughly there on the risks, our agencies they're elevating them fairly well. I mean, there's nothing that was presented in the last few days that anyone was like, I've never heard about this before. Some of us, I did learn a lot of things, but agency knew about these things. The question is, comes later.
And as we move forward, I like the big 3. And but I think as we move forward into the subgroup and some of the information that comes out of that, as well as to our next phase, that the makeup of this report's probably gonna change. So I think we've got a decent outline to begin. And we'll just, hopefully some things will become clearer as we move forward. But some things won't. We all know that. But I think we're on target right now.
But let me summarize how I've sort of synthesized this. And we'll let the staff provide input if we're being way too demanding or not. But so what we'd like is 3 general categories of risks: groundwater, surface water, and I'll call it the third, storage and infrastructure, because reservoirs are infrastructure in a sense. But that gives us a landing place for our municipal supply systems and all of that. So we have 3 categories. In each of those, we have everything we submitted yesterday. I know they've taken good notes on the discussion today. Things like MDS are going to be included in surface water. That was prominent. We had the municipal discussion yesterday. And so they'll start out with under each category, there's going to be a quantity, there's going to be quality, there's going to be different things that are listed. And the idea is to make some quick notes. How does this impact the public, right? How does this impact the economy? How does this impact the environment? And so we'll have a list under each category. We'll talk about those 3 major impacts. And as best that can be organized, that's sort of the draft we'll have, and we'll distribute that. And then we can start saying we missed this, and we can start working through what that report looks like and make sure we've captured sort of the risk profile and the impacts.
Okay, so is there any value to breaking out in that, the effect? Is this regional, is it local, regional, or state on the effects? Is there any, I don't know if that's too.
I don't think we're there yet.
Okay.
I think let's get our, this is what I call sort of our base outline.
Yeah.
And then once we have that, if we want to do more with it, I think we can, let's say, as Carmen said, it'll evolve. We can evolve it from there or set it aside and look at some other things and come back to it. Staff, does that sound like a reasonable approach to you to organize things?
Just so I understand, so I like this framework, and then in terms of what staff will be doing, they'll be adding things under those categories based on our conversation.
Right, they'll say these were the specific, over the 4 days of testimony, what they've got our specific lists to start with, plus the 4 days of testimony, all the agency risks that were highlighted, all of that information, and they'll identify the major risks.
Great, that's good.
Yes.
It'll be really long, sorry, I'll say it out loud.
I think Kenny gave us all the homework to come up with 3 things or something, our biggest risk. Everybody listed about 4 or 5.
It's not counts going, is that close together?
That's why I didn't want to just hand out the spreadsheet, because as I look at it, it's a little overwhelming to try and verbally talk through. So some of it can be combined, generalized, right? It doesn't have to be a precision list. It needs to be something that we can consume. Eventually, the public's going to consume, and not that legislators have short reading spans, but eventually that other legislators can consume as well. So. Yes.
And I'm sorry, you said after they distribute it, we'll have a chance to review and.
This will, yes, because this is very experimental for me, and I assume most of you as well, to see what this looks like. Are we formatting it the right way? Did we, we might get the draft to say, oh, this doesn't look at all like I thought, and these categories are wrong. And so we'll give that out, and then everyone will have a chance to review, and then we'll get back together and hash through if we like it or don't, or what we're missing. Other comments at this point?
One question, so just looking to the future, what are you thinking in terms of next steps for us? Anything else we should be looking at before our next meeting? When are we looking at for next meeting?
We're anticipating meetings this fall, but we've not gone any farther. We were waiting to see how this conversation went. We'll need to talk to staff about timing and how far ahead we want to move and wait on this information, and add on that, but
We've got 2 more days authorized. It's my opinion, we could use another 6 or so. Would anybody be adverse if Kenny and I go big and plead for a couple beyond that? Because I think there's a lot of these things that we can distill down, even when this list gets together and we get together the next time or so, we're gonna massage that and refine it a little bit. This is just a preliminary point where we're at right now. We need to see things out and come with groups.
Agreed. No objection.
Keep in mind, appropriations and budget committees will meet after Thanksgiving, so.
Prior to.
That's what it sounds like, probably right around then, so.
LBC recommendations?
What's that?
Is that like the LBC recommendation process?
Yes, I believe that's what I've been told, is that all the committees, the subcommittees and approach will be meeting early.
We were kind of hoping to do something at Tuttle Creek when the Corps was doing something. They were short some parts. Can you comment on that, Bonnie?
Yeah, I think like Todd said, they're aiming for all day right now. They're doing their final, getting the late parts installed and heading toward testing.
So maybe.
We're waiting to hear.
I don't know. No promises. We'll probably meet, and Kitty and I have kind of chatted. It's probably going to be closer to Topeka. October sounds like a decent time frame, something like that.
okay. Well, given that, I do want to reiterate our thanks to staff. There were a lot of logistics in getting out here. They've done a great job.
Good job.
Yeah. City Community College is very gracious, providing us an unlimited supply of caffeine, which is helpful. And, but we appreciate them accommodating all of this for us on relatively short notice. I put a lot of pressure on K-State and DWR to provide presentations over the last 2 days, and they were very accommodating with our requests, all our presenters. Obviously, for everyone that took the time to come spend 2 days out here and hash through everything. So we're very appreciative of that. Heather, do you need paperwork from anybody or for anything else before we disperse?
I'll track it down with your folders. If you want to take that material with you at home, that's totally fine. If you don't want to take it, we'll take it back to Topeka and recycle it.
So if you're not taking your folder, just leave it on the table. If you do want it, leave it. So given that, we will